Number 2. So, best airsoft fights and flip outs. He's a resub criminal in the bits vein. Am I gonna get DMCA'd? Isn't this My Chemical Romance?
It was an accident. What do you mean it was an accident? I said bang bang to you, motherfucker. What's up? What's up? Fucked up?
Jesus Christ! All right, I'm sorry. How tall is this guy? Is he like 6'5" or something? Like Jesus.
Oh, let's go then. What the fuck? Where do you want to go? You get this nigga out.
He's a resub turn.
You supposed to go fucking down, bro. You tear your shit apart.
Yo, you know this is the game, right? Huh? You know this is the game, right?
I know, but I'm right here. I said bang bang. You didn't go down.
I didn't know you were out.
I said bang. I was out, dude.
How did I know?
Bro, I said bang bang to you. Yeah, if he come up to bang bang, I came behind you.
Alright, Jesus Christ, I'm not trying to bang. Just let's go to the next round.
You want to go talk to the ref?
God damn. They're also like a whole head shorter than the guy that they're trying to like gang up on.
Me too, bro. No, he's just sitting there, dude. What the heck? Call your freaking hit.
Come on, this is a real man sport. Say fucking. Call your fucking hit. You pussy bitch. You pussy
Dude, if you're gonna
bitch.
fix your gun, just go back to spawn.
Say that to him. Say that to him. Say that to him.
Not working, just go back to spawn.
Man, this guy came up here with a fucking stick. He's got the shotgun out.
Yeah, because you weren't calling your hit, dude. Seriously? Like, what the hell?
I was yelling at you. I was telling you.
Yeah, that's why you go back to your spawn. You never said hit. That's why I kept shooting you. You can't just say stop shooting. You can say, oh, I'm hit, and you go back to your spawn.
He's making a good point.
Then you can fix it at your spawn, man. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. It's just, I'm hot. It's hot out. Just go back to your spawn, dude.
The weather's bad. You're making me upset.
Dude,
Can you please leave?
Yeah, you didn't call your hit.
Hey, come on. The sun's about to go down. I gotta go home and do homework. Can you please leave?
I'm 20 feet away.
Just go back to your spawn, please.
I heard you, but you didn't call your freaking hit.
Yeah. Okay. Can you go back to your spawn?
Yeah. It did.
So you call your hit and you go back to your respawn. If you're not gonna go back to your respawn, I'm freaking shooting you again. Just go.
Is he gonna? Wait, is he gonna pop him?
Freaking maroon. Like Jesus. Did you hear him call his hit? Did you just
Laser
lay
Reset
freaking
Ninja
back down?
in the Prime Nino.
Oh frick! Hold on. Make sure he doesn't move up. Like what the heck? Go back to your spawn.
Dude.
Nixie Tier 1 Caesar salad.
Your spawn's way back there.
I went to my spawn.
No, dude, I glanced back. I saw you. Just sit there.
What is happening?
Oh, what the heck? Dude, back off. Chill out. Go back to your spawn.
What are you guys' problem?
Go back to your spawn. What is your problem?
What is this guy doing? He's like a glitched NPC. Just go home. Frick. What the heck? Oh my god, now look what you've done.
Back. What the hell are you freaking doing? Piece of crap.
Oh no.
What the hell is your problem?
Stop shooting at me.
He broke my freaking sight, you piece of crap.
No, you're right. Hey, he opened up as you was walking away.
Face.
This is a stark contrast to the last one.
You're the game. Hey,
Touch me. Hey,
Who is that?
Hey, dude, chill.
Is that Ben Stiller?
Really identifying tattoo right there on your neck, dude.
I don't give a
You sure you
fuck.
wanna start
You know where I'm
swinging?
from? I'm Sureño right here, motherfucker.
Okay.
You wanna fuck with me? Huh? You'll die in a second, bro.
Hey, come
Whoa.
Calm down, guys.
Yeah, you remember the tattoo?
I'm not.
Hey, I'm the one who pointed the gun at you because I was being funny. Fuck you.
Hey.
Why would you do that? Why would you say that? Actually, it was me that did it. I did.
Neither am I. I'm 30 fucking years old. Good. Guys, I'm off the field.
Play. Yeah, exactly.
How tall? It's like every protagonist here is so tall. The guy filming is like 8 feet tall.
I want them to stop
all you guys walk away and
Huh?
I will.
That's my guy.
Fuck your guy.
Hey. Off the field, please.
Hey, if you walk away, he'll stop. I'm sorry.
Oh my god, is this guy riding in on horseback? What was that?
Bro, you're out. Hey! Rah! Come on, dude. Just call the hit. Call the hit, bro.
Don't do it. Hey, don't give in to peer pressure. Don't call that shit.
You need to start calling your hits. Seriously. Excuse me? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Oh boy. Oh god, now it's getting that. Oh!
Yeah, fucking shoot me again. Hey, rah!
Fucking laser beamed his head. I thought it was gonna be like that scene in Suicide Squad where Will Smith like keeps shooting the head on the target and then like carves a hole through it. This guy's accuracy, he's probably like MVP. He was hitting the same spot on his head the whole time.
Yeah, fucking shoot me again!
Is he aimbotting?
Yeah!
God damn.
Yeah!
Are they like gonna shoot me or what the fuck's going on?
I don't know, you guys wanna fucking call your hits?
Oof. Oh, God, he's coming in hot. What is that, a lawnmower?
I'll beat the fuck out of you, don't touch me! I'll fuck you up! Bring it on! Let her finish! Pussy! Let's go, you're running!
Alright, now let's punish him for that.
He got it on camera!
Fucking go. What the fuck was that? Dude fucking ran up and fucking
I haven't played Airsoft since I was a kid. Does it not, like, hurt anymore? I remember as a kid it felt like shit. These guys are tanking it. What?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Yeah, he ran up and pushed my friend.
What's going on?
Full auto.
That is a big boy.
Calm down, calm down.
After my guy was dead.
Back up, chill the fuck out, dog.
Calm down.
What is going on?
Was dead. He full autoed him right in the back as you.
Yeah, he pushed my friend.
Get the fuck out of my face.
Back up.
Okay, this is, Jesus Christ, it's like a fucking Polish slapping competition here. Everyone is so big.
30?
Holy shit.
Touch me, that's assault on a minor. Guess what?
My dad's a lawyer.
Go ahead, touch me.
Oh, he's got you backed against the corner now.
Shut up.
My dad'll sue you.
You shut up.
I don't really care who's in the right or wrong. I'm just here to watch. I mean, I'm not on the side of evil or justice here. I just like to watch. Oh God, it's chaos! It's chaos! The streets are littered with blood!
Dang, man, I've shot you so many times. Dude, you didn't even hit me. Gun doesn't count. Go. Dude, you really want me to shut up? Hey. I just meleeed you.
Wait, what? What do you mean you just meleeed you? I didn't see that. What? How did he melee? Do you shout melee? Oh, it's like LARPing? Okay. Okay, so like you say like slash. Tiger slash. Tornado spin. Kick. I remember one time we watched that Airsoft thing where you're in a helicopter and storming a base. I want to do one of those. No, don't calm down. Beat some ass. Beat some fucking ass. I don't care if they're 12 years old. That means their bones will break easier. Let's go. Oh. Oh, this is a full-blown fight. Holy, this ain't Super Smash Bros. Salty Ice Climbers moments anymore. This is a full-blown fight. The man pulled out a tire.
Everybody up. There goes the thumb.
You're ruining Airsoft for everybody. You heathens. A lot of testosterone in here.
We don't give a fuck anymore. This game is so...
Dude, what the
Dude, what the fuck? And then it makes like the... Oh! Full auto Airsoft sounds like a computer blue screening.
What the fuck, bro? Stop it! What the fuck are you guys doing? What the fuck, bro? Let go of my gun! You're shooting. Let go of my gun!
Oh, no one's safe. Oh god, the floodgates are open.
Just put the gun down.
Oh, right in his butthole. Come on. He shits from there. Have mercy.
Get off me! Don't fucking touch my gun again! He shot me first! He shot
Is there no, like, authority
me
here?
first.
Where's the sheriff?
Yes, bitch! That's what I'm doing! It is out! Like, oh my...
Don't goddamn come back! Don't goddamn come back!
Yes, sir! He
Now you're banned from Airsoft. Was it worth it?
was the one who shot me first!
He's gotta go too.
Yeah, but
He shot
you're
me first.
13.
Hey,
So now you're getting the rap.
What we need right now.
Let go of me.
Get the fuck off my field.
He's the one who shot me first, you fucking fat retard.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Get the fuck off my field. Give me your goddamn gun.
Get off!
No! You fucking do that shit again?
Is that Slade from the Teen Titans? Is that a cameo?
You fucking do that shit again, and you're going to goddamn juvie, you fucking kid.
He's the one who shot me first, and you guys are
Yeah, well, you just fucking shot me!
Yeah, I know! Thanks for telling me, I'm so surprised!
Put your fucking
I shot...
Why would the kid upload this?
Get the fuck off!
Unless the court made him. This is so embarrassing.
Put your barrel sock
I don't have a fucking barrel saw.
Then why are you fucking here playing?
There, whoop-de-doo, now get off!
No!
Whoop-de-doo.
Oh my god.
People still say that?
Now, I will walk you out. You're not controlling a
Get
gun in my
off.
facility.
Get the fuck off!
No.
Stop disrespecting the Power Rangers. Just get off the field.
Fuck off.
Because I'm responsible for the safety of everybody here.
No, you're not! This is my property!
Yes, and I'm walking out with you.
Get the fuck off!
Come
Laser
on.
Prime Ultra Spark.
You are leaving.
Get off!
Yeah, so Airsoft Rage kind of goes hard. You weren't wrong. That shit got a little intense. We got a little wacky in there.
Are you rushing all the way around?
It is more Airsoft.
Alright.
What the fuck was that?
What are you doing? What the heck?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, they fucking murdered him.
What are you doing?
Dude, what the heck? What?
Yeah, dude, what the heck?
Why are you saying what?
Did you spill all of that guy? Yeah. He burned my patch. He burned your patch?
What does that mean?
He's a little kid, bro. No! Back up! Little kid. Hey, you need to call the cops or something, dude. Want me to walk off? Yeah, get off. I need to talk to you.
What the fuck just happened? What does that mean? Sounds like an adult. He absolutely is an adult. No doubt. What always blows me away is this guy is the only one who was filming here, it seems. I don't see any other, like, GoPros. So he's the only one that could have this footage. He could have just not posted it, but he did anyway. Like, it blows my mind. So what is the story here?
There you go.
So he had a shitty Airsoft team, and the kid burned his patch on a grill.
So one of the team members found this video, and I think...
Real quick before I continue, what is the age range for Airsoft teams? Why is there a 12-year-old boy on a team with the adults? Shouldn't there be, like, age divisions? Right? You would think? Yeah, goddamn. That, I have to imagine, is an actual, like, crime. Doesn't hurt that much. Bro, that's a kid. And he full autos him with whatever expensive tactical airsoft gun that is. It's gonna hurt like a bitch. It has to be like some kind of assault or something. So what's the rest of the story here? Surely there's more to it than that. Now I'm super interested here. Is this accurate? For the people who are watching this years later, the patches were made by his grandma who passed away, and plus the leader of the clan spent almost $1,000 buying the kid equipment and ammo, so basically he burned the patch made by his dead grandma and basically stole $100 worth of stuff from him. So that's like the actual lore, or is that just from the comments? Okay, so they're both assholes. It seems like most of the kids in these airsoft videos are real, like, big douchebags. That's 2 in a row then, if that's true. That does kind of sound made up, though. Like, the patches were made by his dead grandma? I don't know if that's... Like, you see that kind of shit, like, on Reddit when someone's backpedaling. Like, the only reason I got mad is because my grandmother actually made my Reddit account names. Marvel is one of the biggest names in entertainment. They've been creating beloved superhero stories for like 100 years now. They have the most well-known and most recognizable characters of all time, second only to Jesus Christ, I imagine. Everyone knows the characters, seen the movies, or read the comic books. I myself am not a big comic book reader. I don't read many stories or anything of that nature. I don't read manga or shit like that. Maybe I'd read more Marvel comics if they had some hentai issues, but overall, I'm just not a huge fan of the medium. Nothing but respect for people that are, though. And yesterday, Marvel Comics made history by announcing something that nobody in the world liked. They announced the New Warriors comic series, which was received with overwhelming sighs and just a thunderous amount of disinterest. I swear to God, there's more hype in a retirement home when someone finally finishes bingo than for New Warriors. People get more excited in a public library when someone drops their pencil on the floor. Nobody was excited about it, and when they released it, a lot of people just felt downright insulted.
So the first character that we're introduced to is Trailblazer Law, and she inherited from her grandfather a magic backpack of divine origin.
So this is the first character we're introduced to in the Marvel New Warriors announcement, their fucking E3 press conference here for New Warriors. This is Trailblazer, and her superpower is having a magic backpack. So she's basically just Dora the Explorer. And the backpack itself looks like Ben 10's Omnitrix if it was butt-fucked by a laser tag vest. Now, I think it's a pretty lame superpower just to have a magic backpack that you pull things out of. Like, I can't really see that being super fun in a crime-fighting situation, you know? We're fighting the supervillain and my teammate's dehydrated, but luckily Trailblazer had a bottle of water in her super backpack. She saved the day. It's just, that's not really interesting from a superpower perspective, but there's nothing inherently silly or wrong about it. I just think it's kind of boring. What we get into and what most people have a problem with is the next few characters, because this shit is just so ridiculous.
Screen Time is a internet kid taken to its sort of logical conclusion. As a youth, he was exposed to his grandfather's experimental internet gas, and that has patched him permanently into the World Wide Web.
This is where people started to roll their eyes because this shit just gets so fucking dumb. So Screen Time is the result of a teenager being exposed to their grandfather's experimental internet gas. What the fuck is experimental internet gas? Was his grandfather harvesting farts from a Twitch chat shit poster or something and then accidentally released it in the house? That's some of the laziest writing I've seen in a while. Fucking fanfic has better explanations for how a character gets their powers. If you really wanted to make sense of it, why not just have it be like, you know, he was a programmer who made a virtual reality game but accidentally locked himself in it and now he's stuck in there and, you know, caught between the real world and the augmented world. Or even use fucking Wi-Fi if you want. Throw around some like boogeyman Wi-Fi 5G shit maybe. Get the conspiracy theorists all riled up about Screen Time. I don't know, man. But fucking experimental internet gas. Screen Time is a meme-obsessed super teen whose brain became connected to the internet after becoming exposed to his grandfather's experimental internet gas. Still, I mean, that still just sounds so fucking dumb, especially when it's written down like that. His grandfather had internet juice and he accidentally drank from the bottle and now he's stuck in the internet. Now he can see augmented reality and real-time maps and can instantly Google any fact. You know who else can instantly Google any fact? Anyone else in the entire world who has a phone. It's not really a superpower. As you can clearly see, Marvel is struggling to come up with cool superpowers. A meme-obsessed super teen? They created a fucking Redditor. And he's actually worse than a Redditor. His only power to the group is being able to Google things. He's just a fucking cell phone with legs.
Snowflake and Safe Space are the twins, and their names are very similar to Screen Time. It's this idea that these are terms that get thrown around on the internet that they don't see as derogatory, to take those words and kind of wear them as badges of honor. Snowflake is non-binary and goes by they, them. Snowflake has the power to generate individual crystallized snowflake-shaped shurikens.
This is what made people the most upset. Snowflake and Safe Space. Let me preface this by saying I don't think there's anything wrong with Marvel taking this kind of approach to characters or using their comics to make political stances. It's totally within their right to do so, but this is the absolute worst possible way of going about it. Nobody appreciated this, and I fucking looked hard. I went through so many different Twitter threads. I went through the fucking swamp looking for anything I could find for anyone trying to say, good work, Marvel. There wasn't a single fucking person patting Marvel on the back for this shit. From the non-binary community, the vast majority of them felt insulted and embarrassed. They felt like they were being used as a joke by Marvel. And I see why, because this is the first non-binary superhero, and they named them Snowflake. That'd be like if the first homosexual superhero was called Captain Gay. I just can't imagine how they thought that was a good idea. They're not doing anything other than making these caricatures that just seem so out of touch. It's some ridiculous shit. Psychic twins. All twins are psychic, but we're psychic-er. That's such a fucking dumb line to kick it off. Snowflake can materialize snowflake-shaped shuriken projectiles for throwing, and Safe Space can materialize pink force fields but can't inhabit them himself. Reflex only works if he's protecting others. They're hyper aware of modern culture and optics, and they see their superheroics as a post-ironic meditation of using violence to combat bullying. They're probably streaming this. That's just garbage. Actual fucking garbage. Set aside any personal beliefs or anything, these are just not good characters. The writing is bad. 100%. It's just terrible. It's actually fucking terrible. And they insulted the people that they really wanted to, you know, empower with their characters. It just made it seem like they were turning them into a joke. It's fucking terrible what they've done. They've made the worst cast of characters I've ever seen in comic books. From lazy writing to just being so out of tune and tone deaf. It's absolutely wild. I don't know why they wouldn't just make like an actual interesting character with an interesting superpower that happens to be non-binary, instead of making it something so on the nose like, here's Snowflake and Safe Space. Like, it's so silly. And then the last character is a fucking vampire. B negative is the goth kid. When he was a baby, he got a rogue life-saving blood transfusion, we assume from Michael Morbius, and now he has a very similar look and very similar vampire powers. B negative ages like a regular person. Or does he? Who gives a fuck? I don't think there was anyone reading about B negative and wondering, you know, on the fucking edge of their seat, how is he aging? I don't think anyone's like, oh, he's going Benjamin Button style. I've got to know, how's he aging? And he definitely drinks blood. Or does he? Now I'm interested. Yeah, it's just fucking bad. It's terrible. It's actually fucking terrible. And yeah, that's really about it. I don't know what the fuck Marvel's doing. I don't think there's anyone that's, you know, gonna go out there fucking day one launch of Discord. Makes me feel like a degenerate pile of dog shit. Like some type of socially outcasted loser. Anytime I fire that shit up, which is daily. I'm not here to shit on Discord as a service because I think it's a very good service. Fucking everyone's using it for good reason. Like if I call my grandma right now, she'll probably try and drop me her like Discord friend info because it's just a better service than most shit out there. But I can't stand using Discord because it's so embarrassingly cringeworthy. I don't like using that word. That's a shitty word, but I can't think of anything else to describe Discord other than that. It's something that anytime I fire it up, I'm immediately just getting a bad taste in my mouth, like someone just blasted a fart right down my esophagus. The second you fire it up, you already know who made the program and who it's for, primarily. You know, the loading thing. Constructing additional pylons to hold your awesomeness. Watch out, they're firing their laser at our base, belong to us. Just the ranky-dankiest of memes. And that's not that big of a deal in and of itself. It's almost cute, cringeworthy shit. Like, you know, a child going up to you saying, pull my finger, you pull their finger and they shit their pants. Like, that's not that big of a deal. But what makes Discord frustrating to use as an actual service is their entire company is branded around this idea of lol, XD, random, roleplay, cosplay, Tumblr type shit. Now, I have my own Discord for my streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical. You should go check it out. I stream daily. Fuck yeah. Love to see you there. I have a Discord for that where people go and they want to know when I'm streaming or if they just want to talk to each other. It's just a nice little community. And the thing is, if I reach out to Discord if I have a question, they are no fucking help. It's like I just wandered into the goddamn anime fan club as they're LARPing in the fucking classroom. For example, Kaya, when we had our old Discord thing a while back, reached out to their partner support team about an issue we had, and this is the response he was met with. Hey Kaya Orson, Springle here. I just wanted to say thanks so much for reaching out to the partner team. Our ultra-elite gaggle of partner support elves are crunching their way through solving your request. We'll get back to you quicker than a hoofer snatch after a rain double. All the cheers, Springle. Now you get a response like this and the first thing you think is I must have messaged the wrong company. This must have gone to a sex offender somewhere. This certainly can't be Discord. There's no way. There's no way they have a secret agent elf named Springle there crunching their way through my request. And what the fuck is a hoofer snatch or a reen double? I've never heard of these words before. Because it's all weird, like super high fantasy garbage. And it's not just like their support team, their whole company. Here's the message you get when you get denied for partnership as a Discord server. A Discord partner server is like a big deal, I guess, to a certain extent. So this is what happens when you get declined. My name is Springle. So our old pal Springle from the support team's back here, and this time he's delivering some bad news. Thanks for opening that email. It was getting a bit cramped, Kimpa. Back at the Discord HQ, our ritual elves have finished looking over your application. Once finished, they all hum in unison and summon a fortune cookie containing the verdict. It's fantastic and delicious, Kimpa. without further ado, let's crack open the cookie and see what it says. Maybe another day. You know, that's a great fucking rejection right there. Not only am I getting declined by the most childish company on the planet, but they're also patronizing me with it, so I'm getting like some fucking fanfic for my rejection. Aw, Shinkledinks. It looks like we can't accept you as a partner today. I'm so sorry, but maybe one day you'll grow up big and strong and we can accept you then. Yeah, maybe one day I can be so big, strong, and mentally stable that I can pretend to be a fucking Springle elf. In the meantime, it looks like you might have what it takes to join our hype squad right now. I'd love to see you submit an application and join us at the event or convention near you. Thank you so much for your support and keep building, Kimpa. Hope I get to see your beautiful face again. My magic is powered by your love. Don't forget you can keep in touch with us on Twitter at Discord app. Until we meet again, Kulu Limpa. Of course. Kulu Limpa to you as well, Mr. Springle. That shit just fucking sucks to read. Like, you know, oh, I'm sorry, you have been declined by our magical mystical forest of time-traveling wizards. I'm so sorry. Try again next time, but why don't you follow us on Twitter and join our hype squad, Kimpa? It's so fucking embarrassing. It's a service that I can never recommend to anyone, even though I think it's really good, because I don't want to subject them to this kind of company. Shit's sad. What they should have is they should have two different Discords. This should be like Discord, children, Discord, fantasy, and then they should have like Discord Pro, where it's like, you know, normal shit, you know, where they're not all up in your face like rubbing their mystical asshole on you and patronizing and condescending on you and shit like that. It's stupid. It's a really dumb idea for a company identity. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is not the same Springle as the Springle from Partner Support Team. The Springle from Partner Support Team, the Rain Doubler, he would never sink so low as to write an email like this. There's definitely other people parading as Springle around that office. It's a big conspiracy I've got the fucking tinfoil condom on. I know there's more than one Springle there. Someone is parading around as a fake Springle. Now let's go ahead and see what it looks like when you get accepted as a Discord partner. My name is Springle. Springle again, baby. Fuck yeah. Thanks for opening that email. It was getting a bit cramped, Kimpa. You know, the same opening. And then in the fortune cookie this time, instead of getting a giant fist in your ass, you get the chosen one. Wowee. You're chosen. It's a time for celebration because you're now an official Discord partner. I'm not saying you should print this email out and put it on your fridge, but you should definitely print this email out and put it on your fridge. Golly, this is exciting. All the perks are yours. In about a week, you'll have access to our VIP servers, ability to add custom splash page to your invite screen and vanity URL. How exciting, Kimpa! Also, the King of Hoodies has finally decreed, and you shall receive yours in a few weeks. The magic is waiting, so don't let the magic wait any longer. In less repetitive terms, click the button and fill out the form so we can send you a hoodie. Click to get swag. You know, there's just no winning with that email. There's no winning with Discord, no matter what happens. If I won the lottery through Discord, I'd still be embarrassed. It's just so silly. Like, I don't know why the company is branded this way as their identity. Wow, I look like a fucking psychopath. Kimpa. But anyway, I don't know why they chose this as their identity for their company, because this appeals literally to such a small portion of people, like not even gamers. This is such a sliver of gamers. Like, most people probably don't like to be talked to like this or have a service that treats them like children. They also have this list of words that if anyone in your server uses them, like if they say retard, your entire server can get nuked. Without even consulting you, without giving you the option of banning that person, they can just take down your server if one person uses the word retard in it, as an example. There's a lot of words that have like that, but there have been cases of entire servers going down just because one person in it said a word, and then the whole thing is gone. So they fucking treat this like it's some type of awful dystopia. It's such a good service, but God, I can't stand the fucking company behind it. And I just wanted to vent about this. We've talked about it on the official podcast, but I can't stress enough that there needs to be two Discords. There needs to be this Discord for whatever LARPers want that, and then a Discord for people that don't like to be treated like fucking idiots. That's just my suggestion. I'm no mystical fairy elf.
Today was a big day, not only because I got hit with an aging beam, but also because of the national emergency alert test that went out that had the internet in a panic. And by that I mean a bunch of weirdos on Twitter that were making it seem like this was going to be an apocalyptic event and warning everyone to shut off your phones, turn off all the electricity, resort to caveman Neanderthal mode. It's the only way to stay safe from all the 5G radiation that's going to be blasted through your cell phones into your brains and melt them from the inside out. Or there was also other conspiracy theories about how it's going to turn you into zombies. One of them was even very Kingsman-esque, where it's going to activate some kind of like vaccine-related microchip in everyone's brain that's going to turn them hostile and have people fighting each other, like it's that scene out of Kingsman at the church. All kinds of wild stuff. And I'm recording this after the fact, so if you're watching this, then I'm already dead. The alert test system took over, and it was the end of humanity. They were all correct. Now, to briefly explain in case you were in the dark, I'm sure you all got the message and maybe you don't know why. Basically, they stated that they were going to do an emergency alert test and everyone's phone was going to get it. Basically just an Amber Alert, but nationwide. This also isn't the first time they've done it, but it's the first time they've done it since the brainworms took over in society, where everyone's just constantly on edge and panicking about everything. So this one was a big deal for some reason. And now to briefly explain why I'm graying here like Gandalf, we were filming one of our new music videos for The Gentle Min. I took off all the prosthetics so I don't look as old in the face, but I haven't showered yet. I just really wanted to post this video because as of making this, the alert broadcast just happened. So it's still very fresh, so I wanted to talk about it. And I also want to show you some live footage we shot when the bombs dropped, when the test message was received by all of us.
Really? Well, it's Sleepy Joe out here trying to test an emergency alert system, and I didn't give him consent, so a lot of people think he's activating the 5G latent within our DNA now.
Yep.
About to trigger the Marburgo virus or whatever, turn us into zombies.
What was that one?
What's it called?
Marlboro?
Marburg, I think.
Marburg?
Something like that.
What is this? I've never heard of it.
One of the theories is that the signal from the emergency alert system is going to activate the virus and turn you into a zombie.
I mean, that's honestly pretty cool if it does.
So the experts on Twitter are saying turn off all electronics.
I'm not going to.
Nope.
15 seconds.
We're gonna brace for impact.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna
Alright, everybody, I want you to know how proud of you I am.
Just in case this is the end.
5 seconds.
Hey, it's been great.
It's been a good run.
See you guys.
They're late.
Oh, he's sleeping again.
Was it 2 o'clock sharp?
I thought it was 2:30, but you said
It was 2, right?
I don't know. I didn't.
At times.
Does someone want to check out when it actually is happening?
2:30.
Oh,
Alright, we'll be back.
Jiminy
We'll be back
Christmas.
later.
That was 4
Alright,
minutes.
I'm rolling.
You trying to open my wallet?
No. Well, it'd be useless now when currency goes out of fashion.
Money means nothing.
Bottle caps.
Yeah, the barter system
A few of
again.
us that are left are going to trade in seashells.
Yeah. Y2K is coming back. The sequel.
Well, so yeah, you guys saw the false alarm at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
They pushed it back to 2:20, so Joe could finish his nap. Now we're here.
I can't laugh super well at this.
Oh, this is like a horror movie.
It is.
Oh God.
I'll just like jump scare at the camera. The emergency alert goes off and I blast myself at
The lights go out, you're hanging from the ceiling.
Yeah.
What time is it?
2:17.
Alright.
We got 3 minutes.
Last 3 minutes of everyone being conscious.
Do you have anything to say? They're never going to see this, but do you have
Yeah.
anything to say to them?
Whoever finds this footage, just know we did our best.
No.
Like how you're just in the makeup.
Yeah.
With no explanation.
He already got hit with the alarm once.
Yeah.
So God knows what's going to happen.
This is what happens when the alarm goes off. They gave me the beta test.
He upgraded his iPhone. Now look at him. This is what 5G does to a
The
man.
most recent update. Oh, jeez. I love the. It's like your body needs an outlet to laugh. 218. No, it was an alarm to remind us. Yeah, watch it just be that. It's gonna be so literal.
Wait, why is mine the? Okay, now
Mine's not.
Well, mine is also not going.
Yeah,
Oh, there it goes.
Mine's going.
That is not 220.
That's just the Amber Alert.
Also, I don't know what's happening to you guys. I'm okay.
Yeah, Matt's safe.
they hit me.
Maybe Matt's on the inside.
I just start levitating off.
I got nothing.
Wow.
Wait.
Like,
Nobody's safe. Damn it. All my neurons have been rewired from the 5G they blasted us with.
Does anyone feel different?
I feel fine. I feel better.
I only got one. You guys all got two.
Well, he did
I only got one.
probiotics, I think, in mine, so I feel great.
You got the Johnson & Johnson and we got
That's true.
I just have a sudden urge to buy Microsoft products.
All right, that was fun, guys.
Well, that was a cool video.
We'll have to wait to see the effects. There's gonna be like fires outside and everything.
It's also still not 2:20 when they are supposed to do the test.
Yeah.
Good job.
Well, they were trying to surprise everyone.
Yeah, government's running early like always.
They tried to take us out first. It didn't work.
All right, that was fun.
Just wait for it to hit 2:20.
Okay.
Maybe that was a little joke.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
The next one's gonna be like a harpy.
The next one's like missile inbound.
Can you imagine? It's just like a blood curdling scream.
Yeah.
Blood boil.
Yeah, I turned off Amber Alerts. I was like,
It's not my business.
I'm not helping them find them.
You could have prevented so many
All right, it's
cases.
2:20. I think we're in the clear.
Yeah, I think we're safe. We made it.
I would say we bombed out.
We're on the other side of history now.
Great job, guys.
I wonder how that one lady feels who tweeted about the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah. Yeah. She probably feels pretty vindicated.
Yep.
Hey, it's me again. I've been de-aged back down to 29. Now here's the little after-action report now that we've had some time to sit on it, marinate on the juices here, post-national alert test. We're in a new world now. Everything has changed, everything is different, just as all the intellectuals on Twitter proposed. I'll drop the sarcasm, just another giant fucking nothing burger that was hyped up for no reason because fear-mongering is extremely lucrative for everyone that engages in it. This was just nothing. This isn't new. This has happened many times over the last decade even, with testing these emergency alerts. Another leading theory and a lot of the copium that people are falling back on now since nothing happened with this is that it's all just preparation to get us ready for either an impending alien invasion or giant like alien news or some kind of like new viral outbreak that they're about to unleash on the world, shit like that. So it's basically just kicking the can further down the road like, no, you guys, we were correct. We just didn't know how deep the rabbit hole went or when exactly their nefarious plot would unfold. Another big one, I'm really tackling all of these because I find it so entertaining. Another big one is that this is going to be like their first step in mind control and mass surveillance. Since they spit this out to the whole country, they now have eyes on everyone. They have the ability to connect with everyone across the country. No shit, that's not new. Where have you been? Are you just stumbling out of cryosleep? How is this surprising that they have the ability to spit something out to the entire country? Like, privacy does not really exist anymore. And the government is always up your butthole right now because everyone has a phone, or a computer, or something that connects to the internet at their house. The government has all the information they could ever want about you at all times. They wouldn't need to run a national emergency alert test to somehow confirm that they can get to you or speak things to you through the phone. They've been able to do that for like 2 fucking decades now. That's not new. So if this was some kind of like mind control frequency, they would have been able to do that in secret long ago because they have been able to connect to everyone in the country for a long time now. Like, this whole thing is just so ridiculous. All of the hoopla over this alert test. It's just fucking sick. Over the last year or so, I've been very hard on the metaverse. I've made multiple videos insulting it, pointing and laughing at it, calling it stupid and dumb, and just overall kind of bullying it, just putting its head in the toilet and flushing it. But the metaverse has persisted in the only way it can, with a very slight beating heart. It's kind of a failed project at this point. It's more or less a joke to everyone now. And it still keeps trying, even in the face of adversity. You know, it's saying sticks and stones might break my bones, but in the metaverse, nothing can hurt me, except massive financial loss, which they continue to take. Mark Zuckerberg today put his head down, went back on the grind, and released an update video on the metaverse with some shocking new developments. Something to get everyone excited, all 6 people in the metaverse. He announced that they'll finally have legs. I'm not kidding. That's their big groundbreaking announcement. The metaverse avatars now have legs. Something VR chats had for years.
Hey, we're here together in Horizon, and this is the first time that we've done this at Connect.
Did you see that, asshole? Mark Zuckerberg's coming in here with his trademark jeans in the metaverse. He's got legs. He's got his little stompers going on. This is groundbreaking. What an achievement. They're finally catching up to technology that's been around for fucking 8 years now. The only thing sadder than the metaverse is the ending to Marley and Me. What an absolute train wreck of a project. And yet there's still people huffing copium saying it's the future, but it is just such an unbelievable waste. It's so useless. In fact, even in this presentation, the main selling point was, look at all the things you might eventually be able to do in the metaverse that we don't really have yet, but one day we might. The whole advertisement campaign for the last year of the metaverse is saying, one day the metaverse might be fun or useful, but that day is not today. Like, that is their actual marketing. And, like, it's so fucking stupid. And it's not just the metaverse that continues to fucking flounder around like a fish out of water. I read an article yesterday that really warmed my heart. It's one of those feel-good stories. It's about a $1.2 billion metaverse crypto project called Decentraland, and it only has 38 active users. Which is, of course, a shockingly low number. That's not even like a full classroom at most high schools. That's probably less people than you have in your fucking local church choir. And to put it in even more of an interesting perspective, it's the same amount of active players Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Conviction has right now, yet it still has a higher 24-hour peak for Conviction, and that's a game that came out in 2010. I just love seeing all of the metaverse fat L's that keep stacking up. It's just beautiful, honestly, because it's such a dog shit implementation of a moderately interesting idea at the moment. Just a cash grab. It's just soulless, passionless cash grab. And it is great to see it just fucking fall on its face.
And this is a preview of our next generation of avatars. They're so much more expressive and detailed than anything else today, and they have this unique meta style to them.
They're not that detailed, nor are they that expressive. They certainly do have that meta style, because that style is synonymous with actual diarrhea. But like, even Roblox characters are more expressive than most of these metaverse avatars. They're very stiff, very robotic. It's just not good. The metaverse, Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse, is a much worse version of VR chat. VR chat is a significantly better metaverse at the moment, and it's not even close.
Hey, Igram.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, want to update everyone on the latest with the avatars ecosystem?
Yes, we have so many exciting things going on. Our first milestone is making it so you could use your avatar across all of our apps and in VR.
Whoa, hold the phone, pump the brakes. I can use my avatar in multiple places? What? How is something like that even possible? Get out of town. We don't have that kind of technology. No. It is just baffling to me that they say these things unashamedly. Even on the Xbox 360, you could take your little avatar into multiple games like in the Kinect, or even like racing games. I think it was Sonic Team Racing or something, whatever the fuck it was called back then. You could just take your avatar that you made on the dashboard in 5 seconds, and you could take it in game. On the Switch, you can take your fucking Mii into the game in Smash Brothers, or they even had the Mii Universe in the old Wii. This is a concept that's been around for so many years, and the metaverse is just now getting this capability to take this avatar elsewhere. Like, I get this one's VR, so it's like a little more involved than just like an Xbox avatar, but even still, it's a basic feature I think most people would have expected. I had no idea the metaverse didn't already come with this. I didn't know that when you made an avatar in the metaverse, it was locked like in fucking purgatory on Horizon or whatever it's called. It was like exclusive to just that. I assumed that avatar would be able to be used worldwide across that platform. You know, you could take that avatar wherever. So after watching this presentation, the metaverse is even more useless than I thought it was.
Already see avatars showing up in stickers, stories, comments, and more across Instagram, Facebook, Messenger, and in the future, WhatsApp. And we're working on bringing them more to life through animation and to more places like, for example, Reels. We want you to be able to use avatars anywhere you want to express yourself.
Now, maybe this is just because I'm not the kind of person I would ever use this, but I truly feel like this is a completely worthless feature for 99% of human beings in this world. Being able to use your fucking metaverse avatar in Instagram Reels, why would anyone use that? If you want to take a picture saying, "Missing California Summer" with like a selfie of you in bed, you'll just take a picture of you in bed. Why would you put on your VR headset, lay in bed, and then take a picture of your avatar? Or even if you don't have to go through all that effort, why would you still use an avatar to represent that story? I don't really see what the point would be. I mean, I could kind of understand it for text messages to like replace a Bitmoji with your avatar. I'm not the kind of person who's ever used a Bitmoji, but I guess for someone that does, maybe that has value. But I just can't see the vision or can't see a person that'd be pumping their fist like, yes, finally I can use my metaverse avatar instead of my own face. Like, it doesn't compute with me. Like, in any situation you'd use your avatar, why wouldn't you just use yourself, right? Unless, of course, you fully, like, bought into this and, like, you know, the flesh is gone and now it's just all machine. Like, Charles, you know, in the corporeal dimension is kaput. Now it's only Cyber Charles in the metaverse. So now all my shit's just like my avatar. I don't know if I'm making sense or if I sound like a raving lunatic on crazy pills, but I just don't see why you'd start fucking Fortnite default dancing in the metaverse as opposed to just doing that normally and posting it on your reel. You know, you're getting the same effect but with more work through the metaverse and it looks stupider.
Yeah, we're working on this now and expect to launch it next year.
And in virtual reality, there's already head and hand positions, so...
I love the camera pans to the audience reception here who are still without legs. Mark Zuckerberg has still stolen their lower half like a rogue magician here. And all they can do is just throw confetti, just...
And in fact, today we're announcing partnership with Zoom that will let you show up as your avatar on Zoom calls.
Yeah, but why? Again, this might just be because it's a feature I would never ever use, but let's say I'm on a Zoom call and I don't feel like turning on my camera, which I imagine this is for people that don't want to turn their camera on but still want to be able to display emotions, I guess, like a fucking Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic with the metaverse avatar, but still. The idea is it's in between video on and video off, so you still get like an avatar, but you don't have your camera on. What the fuck is the point, though? Just don't turn your camera on. The people that are, like, let's say it's a job interview or something, and you're having a bad day, you know, like maybe you fell down while skateboarding and you cut up your face or something, you don't want to turn on the video. You know, turning on the avatar is not doing you any favors either. I'm sure the employer would be like, no, can you put away the cartoon, please? You know, this isn't Pixar. We want to see you. I just don't see a situation where you don't feel like turning on the video and you put the avatar there instead. Why not just keep the video off? It's not like the avatar really brings anything to the table or elevates the experience or makes it more human-like somehow. Just don't turn the video on in the first place. Like, that would be probably more respectful. You know, I think that'd be far more professional as well. As opposed to going into, like, a serious Zoom meeting or something, and you don't feel like turning the camera on, so now you got, like, this goofy little Snapchat filter here. You know, just keep the video off. I just don't see it. And again, it might be because I would never use it, or be in a situation where it would have any kind of practical use, but to me it just seems like another worthless thing.
Yeah, so right now, a lot of developers are building their own avatar systems since the tools that you can import are pretty basic. But over the next year or two, as all these new tools and styles become available...
I just wanted to quickly take that excerpt there because they've already said this multiple times for pretty much everything, like, oh, we're expecting maybe about a year from now. We're expecting about a year. Oh, you know, right now the functionality and, you know, all of it's pretty basic, but, you know, over the next year or two as things become available and evolve, like, everything is just, you know, in a year, perhaps. To me, that wouldn't inspire confidence. That just keeps, like, stalling. Like, oh, a year. Oh, okay, another year. Like, it's already been quite a while for the metaverse to be out here, and what it has is very lacking. So to keep pushing everything, like, a year or 2 years down the line, it's like, man, what the fuck am I supposed to be excited about?
Legs.
Legs! I know you've been waiting for this.
I think everyone has been waiting for this.
Pretty epic. You see Mark Zuckerberg stretch those puppies out? That was like a 55-inch vertical leap right there that Mark Zuckerberg did in his room. This guy is an athletic freak, a specimen to be studied for his raw athletic nature. But yeah, legs are now in the metaverse. Yeehaw.
Yeah, so that's where we're going to bring legs to Horizon first. And we're going to keep bringing them to more and more experiences over time as we improve our technology stack.
Oh yeah, also, they mention at the end, legs are only going to Horizon right now. It's not even across all of the shit, I guess. So, you know, they said sometime, you know, at some point, the legs will make it to other shit in the metaverse, I suppose. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because it's just another... There's a mystery afoot, so grab the Scooby snacks and let's get to work. A pool at a Quality Inn has been mysteriously turning green 12 separate times. This isn't how God intended. This is not natural. They suspect this is intentional sabotage at this particular Quality Inn, but when authorities check the surveillance camera footage, they find no evidence of any culprits going to the scene of the crime or anything like that. How is that possible? Are they being attacked by an invisible man? Is this a situation out of The Happening where the plants are fighting back and they're responsible for the pool turning green 12 times? What's the motive? And most importantly, who really is behind it? It's very clear that there is a supervillain loose here, and only I'm qualified to crack this case and get to the bottom of it. When it comes to mysteries, I'm like L from Death Note. I figured out what happened to D.B. Cooper. I even solved the mystery of who shit in my pants when I went to Halloween Horror Nights in middle school. There's nothing I can't solve given enough time. But luckily in this case I didn't need to. In fact, the authorities pieced the puzzle together and it is so fucking wacky I can't wait to share it with you.
Cops pull up to a shocking sight. A pool where the water has turned neon green.
What in the world? What is that?
Sandra Woolston, the co-owner of this Quality Inn and Suites in New Jersey, was baffled when her motel pool mysteriously turned from clear water to this.
The voiceover for this one makes it sound like an old infomercial. Turned from clear water to this! Ew! But luckily with OxyClean, we got it right back to a clear blue. I don't know why he's, like, exaggerating all of the statements in this manner, like with his intonation, but it's really enjoyable. It makes it, like, even more gripping, in my opinion. But anyway, that's the story in a nutshell. This Quality Inn, for some reason, keeps having their pool turn green. And the only way to fix that is for them to keep draining the pool, which is extremely expensive.
I watched it turn green in front of my eyes.
Somebody is sabotaging my pool. My pool is yellow as my guests can go inside the pool.
I broke down. I didn't know what to do because with all these kids waiting to use the pool, but they couldn't go in.
The pool had to be drained and refilled with clean water. 2 days later,
the vandalist is back again. Our pool is green as a grass.
It happened a total of 12 times.
So either this place is cursed where they've built it on top of a Hulk burial ground and he's getting his revenge by turning the pool green with gamma radiation, or there really is a practical jokester that's really taken a liking to turning this pool green for some reason. That's all the information we have to work with so far. There are some more clues we'll get to in a moment, but let's start to piece together potential narratives together as a thought experiment. Perhaps whoever is responsible for sabotaging this is a previous guest at the Quality Inn who recently had a negative experience with that pool. Now, if I was on scene during this investigation with my monocle, magnifying glass, and pipe that I was smoking, the first thing I would ask would be if I could have access to the guest registry over the last couple of weeks, and if there'd been any reports of complaints from the guests about the pool. Assuming, of course, the Quality Inn keeps records on their complaints, it would give me a narrower list of suspects that I could focus on. I'd then set up an interview with each name on that list, and I'd do a little game of good cop, bad cop, where I'd be the bad cop and the good cop would come in with like a soda from McDonald's. I'd invite them to drink the soda. When they take a sip, I would then inform them that what they just consumed was truth serum, which means they could no longer lie. Then I'd finally finish it off with the brain buster, the most important question, did you do it? And then I'd gauge their response from there.
This is every damn day, man! Look at the pool!
That's like neon yellow color.
It was just, and the entire pool was engulfed.
What was turning the pool green? Here was the first clue. An object she found at the bottom of the pool.
I'll be honest, that object looks like some kind of extraterrestrial being. If you put a picture of that object on the r/alien subreddit, they would gobble that shit up as true evidence of like an alien brainstem or something. That would give me no clues here. I'd start really thinking paranormal about this. Like, oh, maybe there's not a person behind this. Maybe it's a cryptid or something. I don't know what the fuck that is. That looks disgusting. Whatever that is. It must be whatever turns the pool green. Some kind of like dissolvable mesh or some shit maybe that, you know, distributes the green dye to the rest of the pool. But yeah, that shit is yucky.
But when police reviewed the motel surveillance video, they found nothing suspicious. Here's Stephen Fabian.
So how did the pool turn green? Well, cops say the culprit used a drone like this to hover over his target before releasing a concentrated packet of dye.
The dye is actually a life-saving device used for ocean rescues.
When they broke the magician's code and revealed how this was most likely done, it blew my tiny little brain. I realized at that moment I would never cut it as a detective trying to piece together a complicated case. That whole idea never even crossed my noodle as a possibility. That the reason someone didn't show up on surveillance camera yet the pool still turned green was because it was transported via drone outside of the security camera's, field of view. That would have never been something I thought of. That is actually so devious. It's admittedly a pretty clever plan here, because then the actual person responsible for it is a long distance away from the scene of the crime, so there's not a ton of breadcrumbs to follow. This is one of those galaxy brain maneuvers that you see fictional villains do in media. But somehow, the cops did catch him. So I'm not only impressed by the method they used here in order to distribute the green dye to the pool, but also the fact that they got caught.
So, who do police say was behind the attacks? They arrested 45-year-old Patrick Spina, who owns a heating and air conditioning business close to the motel. The motive? Cops say he's a prankster. He didn't have much to say when we caught up with him.
There he is, that scoundrel. So, they've got him. Apparently, I will say that they didn't do a great job of explaining how they really connected him to this. So apparently he owns a business nearby, but when I first heard that, I thought it'd be like, oh, it must be a competing business and this is his way of sabotaging a competitor, trying to take them out of business or financially harm them. But apparently they believe the motive is genuinely him just being a quirky little jokester. I also needed to dig a bit deeper in here to figure out how exactly they connected this drone to this individual. So apparently they had spotted it over the Quality Inn on September 1st and then just followed it back to where he was and then arrested him. So they did catch him red-handed with his hand in the cookie jar here, but the motive of just being a prankster is incomprehensible to me because this is not a prank. This is a dozen times. This is just genuine vandalism and trying to ruin that business. Because it's super expensive to keep fixing that. Not only did they have to keep draining the pool and refilling it, but now they're going to have to refinish it too, since the green dye is harmful to the pool as well. So the frequency and all of that makes it seem like it's not really a joke, because what's the haha moment? It's just this fucking goofball. There's no way he's treating this like a joke. There had to be a deeper motive to it that I don't think is pranks. Though I guess I could be totally wrong here, since pranks in the modern age are just legitimate degeneracy and actual just harming people half the time. So maybe it is possible that this is just his idea of what a prank is, but it really took a big toll on the motel's owner because it is super expensive.
I just hope that this bonehead pay for what he did and he never ever do anything this dumb and so stupid to impact other people's livelihood.
The suspect is charged with criminal mischief and faces fines as much as $30,000. The hotel owner says that prank cost her at least $20,000.
Yeah, so the mystery has been solved. He is facing a charge for this and hopefully will be responsible for paying for all the damages caused to the motel. A happy ending here, but what a wild little adventure to go on because, again, I don't know how you'd ever really piece this one together if you never saw the drone in the surveillance camera or anything. They must have just got lucky that they saw the drone over the Quality Inn at one point and then just followed it back to home base. Yeah, so now we can comfortably close the books on the mysterious case. I know that every single one of you watching this video right now has that one piece of content that you saw at some point in your life that is just burned into your brain and you can never forget it. Now, it might not be something that you obsess over and dwell on, think about every single day of your life, writing it on the walls or something, like you get crazy with it, but it is a video that you've watched that you'll never forget. For a lot of you, that'll be the basic things like 2 Girls, 1 Cup, or Goatsy, but for me, these videos are usually like public freakouts that just really make me mad thinking about. So then sometimes when I'm in a bad mood about something, I'll think of them and make myself even more upset, which is super stupid, but it is what it is. And there's one video in particular that pops up every few months that every time it gets floated around again and reposted, I watch in its entirety and then I go through and get upset about it all over again as if for the first time.
Grab the water too. Thank you. Hey, can I ask you something, by the way? No, it's just that every time I come here, at the late night hour, I don't know why, you're very, it's not even me, because I know it's not just me. I'm sure you're this way with everyone. You just are very impatient. If you don't want this job, you don't have to be here. Like, I'm just letting you know, like, you literally rush my order every single time, and I hate having you.
This video is just the final raid boss of public freakouts that ticks every single box that just steams my ham. It gets me so heated every time. It is an asshole filming it themselves, filming their actual worst moment, which is always just baffling to me. They're being a piece of shit to someone in the service industry, specifically at fast food, which seems to just be the Thunderdome for degeneracy with these fucking weirdos that go there just to stir up a controversy. This is a premeditated embarrassment. He went there already filming the window, ready to confront this guy, because he said that he rushes his order. Brother, it's a fast food restaurant, you stupid fucking worm. You fucking imbecile homunculus. Why are you whining about your food being rushed? That's the entire point of fast food. It's the entire reason the establishment exists, to deliver the food quickly. And he's complaining about it. It's crazy. Like, the 3 little neurons in his dumb little spongy fart brain couldn't process that the reason the worker is giving him his food quickly is because that's his job. That's the whole point of it. But then, to top it off, the guy filming is also drunk driving. He's a self-admitted drunk driver. He literally reports himself in the video. It actually rolls up everything that makes me mad about public freakouts into like one video. So this is just like the full complete Christmas package of things that just grind my ass.
And I mean, I'm sure my word means nothing to you, but I'm just telling you, you have the choice to have a different profession. This isn't a profession. I'm sure you're just very incompetent and you have to work here.
It's better than your lack of profession, where you still treat mommy and daddy like coin blocks in Mario for you to jump up and hit for your allowance that you use to purchase your truck with. I remember when this video surfaced, I went fucking super sleuth on it because I had to know if there was a follow-up. He filmed it himself, so surely he would see everyone clowning on him. And sure enough, at the time, he did issue an apology on Facebook, and I didn't forgive him then. And I don't forgive him now. Fuck him. He's also a drunk driver, which I will never have any level of forgiveness for. But he's also a fucking turbo dweeb who tries to lecture him on why his job doesn't matter and it's not even a profession, and says that the reason he has it is because he must be incompetent. Oh, you slimy fucking weasel. You goofy little bowl of horseradish. It is unreal that a drunk driver that wasn't employed at the time of the video, maybe he is now, and it would be poetic if he is also working in the fast food industry, and now maybe we'll understand the pain of horrible people like him coming through. But I'm already getting lost in some erotica fanfic about justice existing in the real world. Point is, this absolute unhinged dork then takes time out of his night to try and shit on this guy who's just doing his job and doing it well. That is just downright despicable behavior. It's so fucking embarrassing, and he filmed it himself too, so he's also a delusional, stupid asshole too.
But I'm not being ignorant either. It's just like, I come here to get food. Who cares, like, if I've been drinking or doing whatever? Like, I come here at a late night hour, I get food. Every time I have you, I fucking hate it. It makes me sick.
I'm so sorry about that.
Huge save by clarifying that he's not being ignorant. Wouldn't want anyone to get confused here. I also love that all of this starts by saying, hey, can I ask you something? And then he goes into this monologue shitting on the guy and explaining why he hates him. Because he gets his food out too fast. He's too good at his job. Thus, this absolute fucking stupid moron is like, you're a bad man. You must not want to see me. He has a personal grudge against me and wants to get me out of here, shoo me away like a stray animal. He hates me for some reason, so I hate him. He gives me my food too quick. Damn it. I also imagine that he carries this energy with him everywhere. So, Godspeed to the waiters and waitresses that have been unfortunately subjected to this plague of a person that sweeps through asking and demanding some kind of certain service. Like, excuse me, harlot, you didn't smile at me when you took my order. You fucking hate me. This isn't even a real profession. This isn't even a real profession. You must just be incompetent. Like, I imagine this is just him. Like, this is just him, fully. Like, this isn't just an isolated incident. But anyway, I'm gonna replay this just in case you missed it the first time. He says something very important here.
I come here to get food. Who cares, like, if I've been drinking or doing whatever? Like, I come here at a late night hour, I get food. Every time I have you, I fucking hate it. It makes me sick.
I'm so sorry about that.
Full-blown self-report here. He just says, who cares if I've been drinking or doing whatever? So you've been drinking and doing whatever frequently and then come here to get food. So you're a constant drunk driver. You're a menace. I'll tell you who cares. Every innocent person on the road will care if you've been drinking and getting behind the wheel of a vehicle. It's dangerous to everyone around you, including yourself. I will never, ever sympathize with a drunk driver. And it's certainly not one like this. This guy's just a turbo douchebag. This is next level douchebag shit. I feel so bad for the worker here. Like, he just sits here and listens to this whole spiel over nothing. Like this whole temper tantrum hoopla.
No, I'm sure you're very sorry about it. I'm sure you're very sorry about it. But you are very shitty to me every time I come here.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sure you're not actually sorry, and you're just saying that because like whatever's happening or you're being recorded. So, yeah.
This warrior is a patient saint because that window should have closed far earlier, but he let this guy continue to vomit out a bunch of fucking nonsense, upset over nothing. The service was too efficient, I guess. I suppose that this guy really thinks he's the main character of life, and everyone should be trying to communicate and talk with him. When he's just at a fast food place, clearly you're just getting your food and leaving. That's the whole point of it. I don't know what he was expecting or what he wanted. All this worker did was get him his food and send him on his way. He did nothing wrong. He did nothing to warrant any kind of hostile response. He just keeps blabbering on about how getting him at the drive-thru makes him sick because he's impatient and rushes his food. Like, it's still 2 years later makes me upset. And it popped up again this week, so I wanted to talk about it. Like I said, it gets reposted like once every few months, and every time it does, I get angry all over again. I have like arguments with the driver of this truck in my head from time to time. I don't know how someone ends up that much of a monstrous asshole. I don't know how you end up so entitled and shitty. I don't. It doesn't make sense. I'm sure all of you have seen at least one of those extreme over-the-top PSA commercials where it delivers its message in the most frightening way imaginable. Like it's fucking Michael Bay directing it. So like the most popular one I think is the be careful with speeding, and it's a car that like breaks it out in front of another car and then starts tumbling because it was going so fast, and then it crashes through some bushes into a child's birthday party and just fucking splatters like 8 kids, gets like a goddamn Kilimanjaro Halo 3 style with like just this car blasting through them. It's like, you could have not killed all these kids if you just were going the speed limit. Or another really popular one is workplace safety, and it's this lady who has this giant pot of boiling water, and she's like, I'm about to have a workplace related accident, and then she slips like it's fucking Looney Tunes on a banana peel, slips, throws the boiling water on her face and lets out a blood curdling screech, and her face is melting like Harvey Dent. It's just fucking putting the fear of God in people with its message. Well, I'm sure we've all seen that, but what if we had that level of extreme nature, but for sadness? And unintentionally. Let me show you the most recent Metaverse commercial that's airing during the Super Bowl, apparently. The Metaverse is just getting sadder and sadder with every advertisement. I've got to mute the music here because of DMCA, but it's Don't You Forget About Me. But let's just imagine they were playing like 2019 Guy or a Boner Jam like that here. Yeah, but full-blown Five Nights at Freddy's security breach style shit here. Imagine thinking this is a good idea to get people excited about the metaverse, to make the most depressing scenario imaginable. This is like an ASPCA commercial, but for cyberspace. I think the audience is supposed to relate to the dog and project their life onto the dog's sad existence here, like, man, look how happy that dog was. I remember when I was happy too, singing and dancing, having a hoot and a holler, and then everything just slips away. The melodramatic existence cycle continues. You know, we're just a cog in the wheel of time. The machine keeps turning, life's passing you by, you're down on your luck, falling out of the back of a pickup truck, living on the streets, and then all of a sudden you're caught in a goddamn hydraulic press ready to end it all. I just truly can't wrap my head around this idea at all. Who is this even marketed towards? Emo 18-year-old furries? Like, I don't get the idea here. And the song in the beginning, Don't You Forget About Me, is even more of a tearjerker because it's like Metaverse already knows people are starting to write it off as a joke. So it's like a last-ditch effort. Like, this is very meta of the metaverse. Like, hey, we know you guys don't really appreciate us, and we just took like a 50% nosedive in the stock market, but check out this animatronic dog that's about as depressed as we are. Who's hyped for the Metaverse Quest 2, huh?
Closing time. Get out, please. Stop playing, please. Let's go, folks. Come on. Let's go.
Hoorah! The day is saved thanks to the Metaverse. Some kind stranger just strapped a fucking VR headset to a mascot dog at what I think is a car dealership. I don't even know. Comic-Con or something. I don't really get it. I don't know who would even do that. It's not like a prank or anything. Maybe this dude knew that the machine had a soul. So he's like, here, might as well just lock them in this sarcophagus of the metaverse here. It just makes no fucking sense. Now this poor guy's forever trapped in VR chat, or like the Roblox Meep City, whatever the fuck's going on here in the metaverse. Because he can't take it off. It's not like the dog has any means of getting that headset off, so this is just going to be his tomb. So if it ever runs out of battery, or God forbid a power outage, he's going to be trapped in eternal darkness there. So it's actually a pretty cruel existence. I have to mute the audio again because Don't Forget About Me comes on full blast for its encore. Don't forget about me, more like, please forget that this commercial ever existed. So the takeaway from this advertisement, as I understand it, is the only way to escape the meaningless tedium of existence is to retreat into the metaverse. Hooey! Let's go! Metaverse is here to stay! How exciting! Wow, I mean, if that doesn't make you feel good, I don't know what will. Everything Metaverse is doing is like the worst thing it could be doing in every given situation. Every little bit of detail and information they show or talk about with Metaverse makes it more and more of a joke. It's crazy. It's almost like there's someone on the inside purposely sabotaging at every single step. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. And yeah, I just wanted to share this because this was one of the more confusing ads I've seen. This is up there with like that Coke ad where it's like professional gaming for World of Warcraft PvP, and for some reason instead of finishing the championship battle, they all throw down their axe and drink a Coke instead to be friends. At least that has like a feel-good message. This has nothing. It's like, yep, you're miserable? Might as well go to the metaverse so you can be miserable less, because you've escaped it now into a fantasy make-believe world. When was the last time you heard about the metaverse outside of it being the punchline to a joke? It's a complete disaster, an all-around failure that only exists to be point and laughed at, ridiculed and insulted. But it really is the comedic gift that just keeps on giving. It's kind of like the Morbius of technology, where certain companies are being gaslit into thinking that it's popular and a worthwhile investment. So every now and then you have these delusional suits that try and make the metaverse work, and try and capitalize off it and monetize it for their own company. And that's what just happened, where they tried to have a fashion week in the metaverse, but nobody showed up, and it was a just downright catastrophe. Luckily, CNN just ran a story on it, so we get to see exactly what it looked like, and holy shit, it actually looks like something out of Transformers Beast Wars from the late 90s. It is repulsive. It is so awful to look at, and they're huffing this copium that it was like a success and that the only reason it wasn't more popular is because not a lot of people have adopted the technology yet. It's too cutting edge. Our simpleton minds can't really grasp the magnitude of this technology. That's why it's not catching on like wildfire.
Bold, bespoke, and entirely digital. This is high fashion that you can't touch. Fashion Week in the Metaverse as brands turn to the internet for haute couture's new horizon.
This shit looks like a fan-made event in Second Life, but this is haute couture's Fashion Week. Hopefully I didn't butcher the pronunciation of the high fashion brand, but I swear to God, the costume contests in City of Heroes back in 2005 looked better than this. And also, you can see the attendees there, all 4 of them. That's the whole crowd to look at the avatars walk through and then emote. It's so shitty. Like, even worse than I would have imagined it. This seems like they threw it together in 5 minutes and tried to capitalize off of some kind of like metaverse hype that is completely non-existent. There hasn't been hype in the metaverse for quite a long time now. Even the parent company is trying to kind of like bury the metaverse and focus more on AI these days. It's just so sad and pathetic.
We change how we dress for different things, right? It's the same in the metaverse, and it's the same in social media. We dress differently to represent these things. These are the armors of our life.
Last year, participants bought 7,000 wearables for their avatars, averaging around $10 per sale.
I love how they're not even bothering to do the bare minimum of the fashion in-game. It's the fucking digital landscape. You can make anything happen there. You can have fucking 5 laser titties on the dresses going fucking wild if you wanted to, but instead they're just making boring, normal dresses. Like, take a page out of Left 4 Dead Modders playbook where you can have, like, Shrek teaming up with 5 T-Rexes or something and then have them walk across the metaverse runway. Like, they're just barely doing anything at all in there, calling it the armors of their life, which is super cringe. So they sold a few thousand wearables, and I guarantee every customer right now is spitting and shitting in rage at how worthless of an investment that was. Luckily at $10 each, it wasn't life-ruining unless you bought a ton of them, which hopefully no weirdos thought was a good idea. But yeah, I guarantee all those wearables have done nothing but collect dust and have seen no use at all.
An e-outfit can easily cost as much as a real-world dress, even if it's still far less than the price of haute couture. But this year, unique visitors and sales were down nearly 50%.
That's probably being generous. It's probably a lot more than 50%. There is nobody left in the metaverse. That shit looks like the Fallout 3 wasteland. Like, there is absolutely no signs of life in the metaverse anymore. It is completely flatlined. I also love how, even in this segment here, they can't get the fucking thing to run at more than 3 frames per second. It looks like they're playing the metaverse on the Nintendo Switch right now. Like, they can't even bother to get it to be a smooth video here to showcase the haute couture fashion.
Organisers blamed the lackluster turnout on the relative newness of this online world. In only its second iteration, the virtual event faced criticism about its user experience, its value, and whether digital fashion is really necessary.
I'll go ahead and quickly rapid-fire answer all of those questions for this soulless, stupid company here. There is no value. It's completely worthless. It's not relatively new. This actually looks like something out of Roblox, but significantly worse, and runs far worse at fucking 2 frames per second. And then that final wacky question and criticism about if digital fashion is even necessary, the answer is a resounding no. To extend that topic to a broader point, there is obviously a place in the digital landscape for cosmetics. Take, for example, CSGO skins. I always use this as an example. The skins are purely cosmetic. They are there. They are expensive because they look cool and they are rare. But they're part of a larger ecosystem. They're part of a game, an incredible, timeless game. So when you're playing that game and you have these cosmetics you spend a lot of time opening cases for, or if you saved up and bought on the marketplace, you can use them. You get value out of them for your own user experience. However, in haute couture's runway wasteland, you get nothing. You buy a fucking dress, then what? You can't do anything with it. It's not a game. There's nothing to do with it. You are actually just flushing money down a toilet. That's it. Except it's far less embarrassing to just flush money down a toilet as opposed to spend it on a fucking worthless Victorian-era dress in a dead game, in a dead universe.
Even Mark Zuckerberg's Meta has recently shifted its attention from virtual social spaces to artificial intelligence. But some brands and content creators are continuing to experiment regardless, alongside some of fashion's biggest names.
I don't know what content creators are doubling down on the metaverse. Even the ones that were really on board with it initially are no longer, at least not from what I've seen, but maybe I'm completely ignorant to a blossoming community of metaverse fashion enthusiasts somewhere out there. But even still, there's clearly not that many of them, considering what a flop the fashion week was in the metaverse.
I think it's about bringing some utility to what they have been creating in the crypto virtual space. So for example, the They are not presenting their own creations, they are presenting the result of a creators competition. So I think it's like really reversing the discussion about, okay, what you guys are creating, how we can take that as our food for creativity.
So you're making furry fashion here with this showcase. This is the opposite of utility. It's the absence of utility. It's actual just greed to make a fast buck off people that are buying into this fantasy of the metaverse being popular or the future. They're basically just trying to capitalize on fear of missing out, constantly driving home the idea like it's really new and it's really early, you might want to get in here and get some of these cat dresses, or whatever the fuck all of that was, space cat line, I have no fucking clue. It's all literally just there to be a predatory monetization model for an idea that didn't pan out.
So I think everybody became more comfortable saying, well, maybe this is the way we communicate. So definitely from a customer adoption, we saw that. People trying on filters, be more comfortable, testing NFTs.
This poor lady's brain must be trapped in some kind of time dilation. She's perpetually locked mentally in 2021. She just dropped NFTs unironically in a positive light. Like, it has nothing to do with people being comfortable in the metaverse or wanting NFTs. NFTs are pretty dead and buried for the most part as well. That whole trend is 6 feet under for the most part. The metaverse has already come and gone, and it never even came in the first place. It never even got there. Like, there isn't this world, this ecosystem that she thinks there is there. Clearly, like, they didn't have incredible sales off rip, and then they experienced a 50% drop at least in the following year. Like, that should be a very clear sign that this was not the direction the industry or humanity is going right now.
For designers too, more at home working with silks than lines of code, it's been a new arena, some reimagining old designs digitally.
One of the things that we were encountered with was that the train, for example, couldn't be longer than proportionately four or 5 feet or something like this. And that's the dress right behind us being brought out.
The story then interviews some of the fashion designers who have taken the plunge into the hellscape of the metaverse. Some of them are taking old designs and pumping them into the metaverse, and then some of them are making designs in the metaverse and then trying to recreate them in the real world. Either way, it's still fucking worthless. Like, the metaverse dresses and all of that, they don't have any value because there's no game, there's no anything to do with it, there's no world there. There's nothing. So it's just completely pointless.
Powered by blockchain technologies, metaverse fashion in spaces like Decentraland still require a huge amount of energy to run. Neither will the metaverse likely eradicate our demand for fast fashion, but some hope it will bring about positive change.
This is just a horrifying segment here. Not only does the game look like a PowerPoint moving in like an actual flipbook speed, but it is just horrifying to look at. If someone recreated me in the metaverse and I looked like that, I'd be shaking my fist in anger and researching how to send a cease and desist notice. Because, good lord, that is criminal how fucking unappealing the game looks. I don't even know how you make a game run this shitty or look this bad in the modern age. That takes a special level of incompetence.
I think that it will become a space where people will be able to buy and wear clothes that they may not be able to afford in real life, and I think that's one way of bringing our fashion to the masses.
I've heard that sentiment a few times from a few different places. I just don't see that happening because, again, you don't have anything there besides just buying that dress and having no reason to ever equip it or any use for it, because there is at its core no game and no world and no people. So what is the point in spending the money on that dress? If it's a lower price point than the real world equivalent, it doesn't matter when there's nothing to use the dress for. The reason people buy the expensive dresses in the real world is a status symbol for their friends or people in public and people around them. Like, they buy those items because they want to be seen in those items. Whereas in this game, no one will ever see it, thus why would anyone ever want to purchase them? The whole thing is so nonsensical. It's once again just desperate clinging to this idea that the metaverse isn't dog shit. But unfortunately, the reality is it's very shitty, and there is no value in the metaverse currently. Alright, it's time to clear out the pool. I'm diving in right away. I know most of you found me thanks to my acting career. I starred in The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I wasn't the lead role, but I was the most important role. I was the glue that held the entire franchise together. My character was District 8 Hospital Helper, a character that is still celebrated and studied extensively in the theatrical arts universities to this day. And this is an old wound, but I'll pour salt in it briefly. I was snubbed for the Oscars that season due to a little behind-the-scenes corruption. I know we can never forget the riots that year due to my absence from the category of Best Actor. District 8 Hospital Helper is still a timeless performance, and I'm getting a bit lost. I don't usually like to bring this up because it feels rather vain and even a little braggadocious to be tooting my own horn and discussing my acting achievements, but the reason I'm mentioning it now is because it's applicable to what I want to talk about today. Hollywood's full of fucking weirdos. Like, straight up, I'm just gonna feed you the vegetables. Hollywood is just fucking evil. There is so much awful shit that goes on in that industry. I don't even know where to begin. Now, this isn't to say that while I was on the set of The Hunger Games for 2 weeks, I noticed terrible things happening to actors or actresses or anything shady, because I didn't. Everyone I met seemed very normal. Jennifer Lawrence asked for my autograph, which I kindly obliged. Nothing really gave me the heebie-jeebies about the experience, but there was one thing that I always found a little fucked up. One of the scenes I was in took place outside at night, and it was very cold that evening. It was like 40 degrees out, and this scene called for rain. So to simulate rain, they had this piping overhead with holes in it that they pumped hose water in, and just had rain pouring on us. And that shit was like ice. It was fucking brutal. And a couple of the older actors that were on set for that scene had to be rushed inside to the tents for emergency warmth due to a hypothermia risk. I've mentioned that on stream before, but it's always just struck me as like a weird thing that could have been handled a little better. It just seemed a little irresponsible. But other than that, I didn't have any like noteworthy bad experience with the whole situation, even though it was a huge Hollywood production. I didn't have fucking Harvey Weinstein in a trench coat come up to me behind one of the tents or anything. Like, it was just a really normal and fun experience. But I'm not stupid enough to think that my one experience in Hollywood is indicative of the industry as a whole. There is an unholy mountain of evidence about the terrible shit that goes on behind the scenes in Hollywood, especially when it comes to like child actors and shit like that. Like, there is so much deplorable garbage that goes on in Hollywood, it makes your head spin. Almost everything you ever read about like the behind the scenes of Hollywood is so fucked up. You have very well-respected industry veterans coming forward to highlight some awful shit that's gone on over the years, and that brings us to the clip I'd like to show you today that is the catalyst for me wanting to even talk about the whole subject. This comes from an actress whom you might recognize from her biggest recent role in Stranger Things Season 4, where she played Chrissy. Her real name is Grace Van Dien, and she streams pretty regularly on Twitch under the name Bluefy. A couple days ago, before starting her Valorant stream, she was just talking to chat and mentioned that she's recently turned down 4 acting projects due to a horrible experience or experiences she has had in the industry with her bosses. So I'll go ahead and play you the clip right now. Well, there's a clip that's going viral, but I want to play you the entirety of that section so you get the full context instead of just the 60 seconds.
In the last 2.5 weeks, I've turned down 4 movies. Because here's the thing. I've seen that some people are upset with me for turning down acting projects and deciding to stream more, but the fact of the matter is the last few projects I've worked on, I didn't have the best experiences with some of the people I had to work for. And with streaming, I get to choose who I hang out with, who I talk to, etc., etc. Yeah. One of the last movies I did, one of the producers asked me to, like, he hired a girl that he was sleeping with, and then he had her ask me to have a threesome with them. So, like, that's my boss. And then I didn't, and I cried, and I was so upset. But it's like when people are like, how is streaming better for your mental health? That's how. I get to stay inside my home and play video games, and I don't have my boss asking me to have sex with them. So that's how this is better for my mental health.
That's absolutely horrible to hear, and it also really fucking sucks that I'm not even surprised to hear it. With all of the information that surfaced about the behind the scenes with these Hollywood elites, the amount of exploitation, especially sexual exploitation in the industry, is just completely unforgivable. And just judging from her story, it feels like this wasn't the producer's first rodeo doing this, of trying to solicit sex out of his employees, or try and coerce employees into sexual encounters. It seems like by having the girl that he hired to fuck be the one to ask her, it was supposed to be like this layer of like plausible deniability. So if Grace did speak out, he'd be like, oh, whoa, no, I would never do that. That was that girl. She's a real loose cannon. That wasn't me. Absolutely not. And now you're blacklisted in Hollywood for even saying that. Now, of course, I don't know who this producer is, so I'm not able to pull up like the scouting reporter resume, but I would wager a guess that they've probably done this before on up-and-coming talent to try and give them like this push to do it, because the perception is, this is my boss. If I say no, I might get let go of the project. This could have wide-reaching ramifications for my career going forward. Like, this could cause me problems in the future, so I guess I'll just go along with this sexual advance from this guy. Clearly awful, evil shit. I think it's no surprise that Grace would choose to focus on something like streaming where she has all the power, as opposed to a slimy, fucking pathetic subhuman worm like this producer that she's mentioning here. And this is just the publicly available information. I can't even fucking fathom with my tiny little smooth reptile brain the number of actors and actresses over the years that have most likely quietly suffered behind the scenes. Very similar to what Grace Van Dien's gone through, but they haven't had a voice to talk about it. It's an awful thing. And I would like to make it clear, because I do see people bring this up, this isn't something that's exclusive to just women in Hollywood. This happens to men too. Quick examples right off the top of my head: Terry Crews, Brendan Fraser. Like, it is something that is just a widespread problem in Hollywood itself. Now, of course, I'm pretty sure women are the main victims to these evil Hollywood elite fiends, but it's not exclusive to just women. Men, as well as children too, are very real victims that are being preyed upon by these monsters that are abusing their power and taking advantage of everyone they can. It's sickening. It really is. Like, it's a horrible situation, and it totally makes sense why Grace would focus more on something like streaming when she's had these experiences in that industry. Like she mentions, in streaming, you are your own boss. You choose your hours, you choose who you play with, who you talk to, what you're playing. You respond to the chat messages you want to. You're not obligated to. Like, it is totally in your control. Whereas in acting in Hollywood, you don't choose your coworkers. You don't choose anything about what you're doing, and you have to play along. And especially in Hollywood, where if you don't play along, this fucking ring of evil vampires is connected so tightly that if you are someone that rocks the boat, you get blacklisted and you won't land future roles. That has been well documented as well, that there is like an actual Hollywood blacklist for people that are maybe a little too forthcoming with what's happening behind the scenes. Like, it's a scary spot full of scary, powerful people. Grace Van Dien doesn't mention this producer's name, and I think that's a very important thing to notice. And it's not like she did anything wrong by keeping his name a secret. But I feel like the reason she wouldn't name and shame this person, and she would have every right to, is because the person has so much power in the industry. Whether that's lawyers or general industry pull, where if she did out them publicly, he would pull strings to ensure she never works a day in her life again in that field. There is such a huge risk to her should she speak out against these people. I imagine this is the primary reason why a lot of these people are still in those positions of power, because their victims feel like they can't speak out, or else it's a huge risk to their own safety, their own financial well-being, their career. Like, there's just a lot of potential problems that could arise from them just even speaking out about it. It's terrifying. It really is. And it's horrible what Grace has gone through. It fucking sucks to hear that. It's awful. And my heart breaks for everyone in the industry that's had similar experiences to Grace. It's honestly, Hollywood is just so fucking corrupt. There are so many awful people that operate in that industry and have openly operated in that industry for quite some time now. Now, I'm not saying everyone in Hollywood's bad, of course. There are going to be some good people in Hollywood, absolutely. It's not 100%. But we can't dismiss the fact that there is an outrageously large amount of scum and fucking terrible things that have been happening behind the scenes for years. Ask any gamer who the ultimate evil is, the boogeyman hiding under their bed, poisoning their water supply and making their dick smaller. All gamers will say the same thing. Electronic Arts. EA Games, it's in your ass. EA Games is known for two things, murdering beloved game studios and loot boxes, and recently they were called into court to defend loot boxes, the ethical nature of them, because it's kind of illegal to get children hooked on gambling, and that's exactly what loot boxes are, a form of gambling that children can partake in. So EA sent an almost human android to the meeting date to discuss the ethical nature of it, and the results may shock you. Number 7 will leave your jaw on the floor.
Do you consider loot boxes to be an ethical feature of your games?
Introducing the gamer's champion, directly confronting the EA menace, asking them the hard-hitting questions right to their face, and even he can't help but giggle at the answers she gives.
Kerry?
Well, first, we don't call them loot boxes. I think that was...
Whatever term you wish to apply to them, do you consider them ethical?
So what we look at as surprise mechanics. But I think it's important to look at this. So,
introducing the champion of the reptilians that work at Electronic Arts, they're trying to peddle loot boxes as surprise mechanics. It's their rebranding attempt because loot boxes now have negative connotation. It's not too dissimilar from the energy department rebranding fossil fuel as molecules of freedom and freedom gas. Anyone's gonna laugh at that. It's fucking silly. It's honestly starting to sound like some dystopian future shit here in terms of its silliness, like North Korea propaganda levels of garbage, you know. Kim Jong-un doesn't fart, he just passes winds of peace. These aren't loot boxes, they're just surprise mechanics.
If you go to a, I don't know what your version of Target is, but a store that sells a lot of toys, and you do a search for surprise toys, what you'll find is that this is something people enjoy. They enjoy surprises.
She's not wrong. People do enjoy surprises, as long as that surprise isn't just taking money out of their wallet. Surprise, you've been robbed, which is kind of EA's slogan.
And so it's something that's been part of toys for years, whether it's Kinder Eggs or Hatchimals or LOL Surprise.
So the robot lady tries to compare EA's disgusting loot box system with pre-established surprise toys that children have been getting for years, such as Kinder Eggs, and it's not really a good comparison. It doesn't really work, and I think anyone with a high-level intellect that watches Rick and Morty regularly can discern the obvious differences. With a Kinder Egg, you're not paying an upfront charge. You are buying the Kinder Egg, and granted, you're not buying the Kinder Egg for the shit-ass chocolate that surrounds the toy. You might as well just eat dirt or fucking chow down on cow vomit. It tastes about the same as the Kinder Egg chocolate. You're buying it for the surprise. But that Kinder Egg is about $2. There's no upfront charge. You don't have to buy something previously before getting to that surprise. With an EA game, you're buying a $60 retail game, and then you're buying your Kinder Eggs that come with surprises that are completely fucking random, where you can get genuinely nothing for it. So it's not exactly the same. A more appropriate comparison would have been buying a set of Kinects or Legos. Let's say you buy the Star Wars Kinect set that has the Millennium ass beater on there, and you want to make that. So you bought that set. Well, you paid for that set, but you got a randomized set of ingredients that can't complete that set. You didn't get the necessary parts for it, so now you need to keep buying micro sets to try and complete that set initially. You see what I'm saying? You're not getting all the parts to what you paid for. And thus you have to keep buying the parts to keep chipping away at finally being able to complete the set you initially paid full retail for. That's a more appropriate comparison, in my opinion, because you're paying a full retail game, and then you're getting little bits and pieces locked behind microtransactions. It's not just cosmetic anymore. With EA games, you're getting actual progression locked behind microtransactions. Thus, you have to keep paying for it over and over again until you can finally get the complete game or make a competitive team in FIFA.
We do think the way that we have implemented these kind of mechanics, and FIFA, of course, is our big one, our FIFA Ultimate Team and our packs, is actually quite ethical and quite fun, enjoyable to people.
Well, yes, I do say, my good sir, it is actually quite ethical and quite fun, if we EA do say so ourselves. Nothing will make people believe something is unethical and unfun quite like telling them it is fun and ethical. If you have to tell someone that it's ethical and fun, it's most certainly neither of those things. I can 100% promise you no one is having fun opening microtransaction boxes and not getting the rare shit. And most of the time you're not getting the rare shit, you're just getting the same duplicate common shit over and over again. I want you to find me one lunatic that's not thrown in Arkham Asylum that says, yeah, I really enjoy just getting Pot of Greed in every Yu-Gi-Oh card pack I open. What they want is the rare cards, the rare shit in the microtransaction box. That's when it's fun because they finally got what they wanted, which was locked behind thousands of dollars worth of microtransactions and going through the chore of getting duplicates and getting fucked in the ass and slapped in the face and spit on by EA because the roll rate on their shit is so low that they have to keep spending money on it before they get something they actually want.
We agree with the UK Gambling Commission, the Australian Gambling Commission, and many other gambling commissions that they aren't gambling, and we also disagree that there's evidence that shows it leads to gambling. Instead, we think it's like many other products that people enjoy in a very healthy way, and like the element of surprise.
God, you gotta love that argument right there. We disagree with the evidence that says it's bad. Oh, you disagree with it? Oh, okay, then yeah, that's fine. That makes you right. That means the evidence is wrong because you disagree with it. That's some flat earth logic shit right there. That's exactly what they do. They disagree with the evidence that proves the earth is a globe, so they're going off their own fucking insane beliefs. Yeah, we disagree. Alright, that doesn't make you right. It just means you're a fucking idiot and that you're disagreeing with something to promote your own agenda. It's a non-argument that's really fucking dumb. This whole surprise mechanic shit is absolutely silly. It's so easy to ridicule that statement. You know, a man goes and flashes his penis in a park. Hey, officer, it's not a crime, it's just a surprise penis. People love penis, people love surprises. You do the math.
Okay, so just to be absolutely clear, your loot boxes or surprise mechanics, you have no ethical qualms whatsoever with.
So I think you're recharacterizing my language. What I said is I think the way we've implemented our FIFA Ultimate Team packs is ethical.
Okay, other than FIFA?
Dude's just flopping his cock on the desk, just asking her point blank. I like that he's not mixing words, he's just like, do you think they're ethical? And for some reason she breaks down and says he's recharacterizing her language. His question was quite literally, you think they're ethical, right? And she's just starting to sweat and fucking squirm in her chair. And, oh, well, you're recharacterizing what I said. I said FIFA packs are dope as shit and you should buy some. I don't understand. She could have just said, yeah, they're ethical if she truly believed that. But even she knows, even her programming knows, that it is not ethical. It is getting kids and already susceptible people hooked on gambling. That's exactly what the loot boxes monetization system is all about, getting people coming back to keep spending money on a game that they've already paid for, full retail price, so that way they can keep making money off of it.
And other games that you provide, are you equally comfortable and relaxed about?
For all of the games we have on the market that have a randomized content mechanic, a surprise mechanic, a loot box, I have no qualms that they are implemented in an unethical way.
We got her. She just sank her own battleship there. She has no qualms that they're implemented in an unethical way. So they're unethical, and you're okay with that, is basically what that statement says. I think you fucked up your words there, but I'm going to take that as a confession that EA knows they're unethical, because, I mean, obviously, they have to know. Even the soulless suits at EA have to laugh to themselves like, haha, we're extorting these people for money. How dumb are these consumers? Why are they still buying FIFA? Haha, we're releasing the same game and still monetizing it like fucking assholes. But it's working, so whatever. Really silly shit, and I think everyone can easily make fun of EA and their whole surprise mechanic thing they've tried to pull here. So I just wanted to kind of pile. Facebook used to be the cool social media platform that came and slapped around MySpace and put it in its grave. All your friends were using Facebook, everyone posting their status. If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Posting pictures, talking to each other. It was the place to be. And then your parents and grandparents found it and it stopped being cool. Then it started to be all about how 5G reptilians faked the moon landing and the government's putting chemtrails in the sky that's destroying our sperm cells and shit like that. Over the years, Facebook has just become like Arkham Asylum for the criminally insane. A fucking disaster of a platform. And today, Facebook made its biggest announcement since it was revealed that they're selling all of your information to everybody ever. They announced that they're changing their name to Meta. Zuckerberg bot gave an inspired 40-second speech where he was once again devoid of even the most basic human emotion. He announced that Facebook is rebranding itself to fit more in line with where it sees itself in the future, and that future is the Metaverse. I'm sure you've all heard of the Metaverse by now since a lot of people have been talking about it, and a lot of older people seem really afraid of it. They're treating it like the next Y2K. You'll have like old Cletus and Ruth like, I'm fucking getting rid of these computers, god damn it, I knew they were from the devil. I'm strapping myself in, getting the shortwave radio out with my old double barrel meat cannon. Bring it, Metaverse, because they think they're going to be fucking vaporized by it. But there's nothing to fear here. Just take it from Mark Zuckerberg himself. Let him explain it to you.
Today, we're going to talk about the Metaverse, starting with the most important experience of all, connecting with people.
Sorry to immediately interrupt here, but why would they have Mark Zuckerberg of all people talking about the human connection? This guy hasn't connected to a human being in the better part of a decade now. If I was part of the upper echelon of Facebook, the very first thing I would do would be to forbid Mark Zuckerberg from appearing in any promotional material involving Facebook. He just makes it seem like the company is run by actual robots and is completely soulless, which it absolutely is. But I mean, still, why have him be like your public speaker for the company? Talking about connecting to people. The only thing Zuckerberg is connected to in the last decade is the electrical outlets to charge his batteries.
Imagine you put on your glasses or headset and you're instantly in your home space. It has parts of your physical home recreated virtually. It has things that are only possible virtually.
Hey, are you coming?
Yeah, just gotta find something to wear. Alright.
I love how the in-game avatar looks more human than the real Mark Zuckerberg does.
Hi.
What's up, Ma? Whoa, we're floating in space? Who made this place? It's awesome. The Metaverse will be like. Imagine if you could be at the office without the commute. You would still have that sense of presence, shared physical space, those chance interactions that make your day all accessible from anywhere.
Yeah, if you've played VR chat before, you basically know what to expect with the Metaverse here. That's the impression I get. Obviously, there's a little more to it, especially when it comes to the augmented reality elements, and I do think it's pretty cool, to be honest. Like, I think it's a cool idea if it was anyone but Facebook doing it, but I love the idea of you going to work and you have like a Ugandan Knuckles or Big Chungus skin, and your boss is like, what the fuck is this? And you're like, hey, I'm in my ideal workspace, baby, I'm connecting. I also absolutely love the idea, like the wet dream, of Mark Zuckerberg and his team having a serious meeting in the Metaverse, and 4chan raids it like they did back in Habbo Hotel with the pools closed. They just come in, shut that shit down. Zuckerberg scrambling like, oh my god, get your meta blasters, we're going to war. And it becomes like some kind of all-out, like, absolute Metaverse catastrophe. In the real world, there's not a huge chance that a Facebook meeting gets invaded by people wearing a Shia LaBeouf skin. But in the Metaverse, I feel like that could happen at any moment. Facebook's not exactly known for their optimal security and privacy, so I feel like it's just a matter of time before people figure out how to, like, go into other people's work, kind of like how they already do on Zoom and just crash it. So that'll be pretty wild, and by far the most exciting part about the Metaverse is being able to be advertised to right in your fucking shit. Like, right up in your shit, you'll be getting ads. Whether it's ads for, like, in-app purchases, like he even mentions in the press conference, like, yeah, you won't even need a full TV, you can just buy like $1 TV and put it in your house. So just like all of these constant ads for all of these different items and utilities, as well as just different products. Shopping in the Metaverse is probably going to be the most intrusive advertising of all time. I don't exactly know how that's going to look when it launches, but I'm guessing it's going to be fucking rough. Just picture this, you're kicking back with the boys in the Metaverse, you're watching basketball, you got a dope-ass house, you got it placed in the middle of Mordor, and then all of a sudden, football game goes out, bang, it's Zuckerberg, and he's got something to tell you. It's just like, fucking picture a Goatsy, he's like, hey Charles, we saw you visited Goatsy recently, you like spread buttholes, here's some butt plugs, you know, and you have to like exit out of it or wait 20 seconds for them to play their ad or something. It's like, damn, just ruined the whole mood. I was trying to watch football and now I'm just getting blasted with ads. I imagine it's going to be big on advertising since this is a way to feed an ad directly to you. It's really easy to ignore ads on a screen, but when you are in there, like in the fucking trenches, living it, I think it's going to be a lot easier to convince people to buy things they don't need. Like, just look at it in the real world. You can sell something to someone's face far easier than you can just passing out flyers or putting on like a commercial. So I think it's going to be a lot more successful from like brands and shit. And I feel like people are going to spend far more money in the metaverse than they currently do on Facebook. That's just a guess. I'm just speculating, but I do imagine that's going to be pretty huge there. Like I said though, overall, I love this future-y idea where we're all just really jacked into the fucking cyber mainframe. I think it's cool. I've always thought that would be cool and be able to do things in a virtual reality space. Though I don't know if Facebook is really the company to lead the charge and make it the best it can be. Facebook is probably the company I have the least amount of respect for. So it's not like I'm super happy that it's them that's leading this charge. But yeah, I can't call them Facebook anymore. They're Meta. Which, you know, maybe that name is scary enough to get people off of the platform. I know, like I said, old people are already afraid of the metaverse. So perhaps they'll just up and abandon Facebook entirely. It's like, oh my god, it's Meta? They're revealing the true colors. It's Demon 666 Meta. It's evil. We gotta get the fuck out, quick. So maybe just them changing their name to Meta was enough to scare people away. That'd be pretty fucking cool. But I mean, yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this real quick because I found it really fascinating that a company as large as Facebook would change their name like this. Now, of course, they're in so much hot water with all the crazy shit going on with Facebook right now and all of the trouble they're in. So I imagine maybe rebranding from Facebook to Meta was a way of like pushing all of that under the rug. So it's probably more than just like, hey, we believe in the metaverse so much. It's more like, hey, this is pretty helpful timing. Let's just change our name and hope people forget a lot of the stuff we are now being outed for. So that's probably the most likely scenario, the more I think about it, honestly. But I thought it was worth at least talking about anyway because, you know, everyone's heard of Facebook and now it's... I hope you've got your dancing shoes on, partner, because I'm about to hit you with a story that's so beautiful, make you so happy, you won't be able to stop yourself from getting up and busting out a boogie. The laughable catastrophe of the metaverse has lost the overall parent company nearly $700 billion and has begun taking a toll on Mark Zuckerberg's personal net worth. Zuckerberg could plant his entire tongue in my ass and it still wouldn't leave a worse taste in his mouth than the ongoing failure of the metaverse. It is just the gift that keeps on giving. It's like every single day we're visited by Santa Claus who leaves us a nice little treat in the form of bad news for Facebook that you just can't help but be excited for. It's just such a wholesome moment, honestly. It's a very short list of people and things that I'm always praying on the downfall of, but at the top of that list is Facebook/Meta. That shit sucks so much dick, it is embarrassing. That shit sucks more dick than my mom on Xbox Live Call of Duty lobbies. Now, I want to make it clear, I actually don't think the whole idea is trash. Marcus Brownlee just made a really good video about VR and AR as it currently is, as well as the potential it could have for the future. And it is very interesting, and I do see some practical usage for it, and I've always said I think there is a time in the future where it will be pretty impressive, but that time is not now, and it's certainly not with the metaverse, and I really don't feel confident in Meta being the company to lead this charge when they have so little to show for most of their work right now. Let's take a look at their stock price real quick. I went over it on stream and I let out some real primal celebratory noises I didn't even know my vocal folds were capable of producing. I sound like a little kid who just tried pizza for the first time and I'm making happy noises. Looks so good. Oof. Oof. You can't help but just celebrate. It's so joyous to see the incredible delusion on display here from Zuckerberg and the entire Meta team who's continuously pouring billions of dollars into this shithole called the metaverse and just flushing it all down the toilet. It'd be more effective to just burn the billions of dollars. You'd get more value out of just burning the money as opposed to putting it into the metaverse. It is such a dog shit product. It's worse than Roblox. There's no reason to ever hop in the metaverse like with Horizon World or anything. Why not just go into Roblox? It's like a better metaverse experience. Like, the metaverse is 10 years behind VR chat. I made a video recently about their big conference where they announced they're going to have legs for their avatars for the first time, as if that's some kind of new innovation, like a breakthrough in technology. Even though we've been able to do that for like a decade now, and you want to know what's even sadder? It was a lie. The demonstration of the legs for the avatar was fake. It was pre-rendered. They couldn't even get it right for their own fucking conference. They scammed them. Like, they didn't even actually have the leg technology ready yet. It is so mind-boggling. They've poured billions and billions of dollars into the metaverse only to have less to show for it than a team of like 30 people with VR chat. The metaverse is just barely above Second Life from almost 2 decades ago. Like, Second Life might actually be technologically more impressive than the current metaverse, honestly. It is such a joke, but it's a beautiful, costly joke because it is just wiping value out from the parent company. $700 billion just sent straight to hell over the last like year or so. How can you not be happy to hear that? Facebook is awful, Meta is awful, but Metaverse is the key. Facebook is a disease, and the Metaverse is the cure, and the cure is just killing the host. Like, you know, once Facebook's dead, all the problems go away. You know, it's a pretty impressive solution. The Metaverse is just that plague to finally just wipe out the trash that is Facebook, which I think is beautiful. Of course, I'm being exaggeratory. I don't think Facebook's going anywhere anytime soon, but it is on an incredibly remarkable downward spiral, a death spiral. But they have their fingers in so many pies they might be able to recover in other sectors, perhaps. But Metaverse is doing everything it can to bankrupt them as quickly as possible. It's doing the speedrun any % dead business route. And it's doing an impressive split right now. It's going for a gold split. Now, I think it's important we shout out a couple of heroes of this story. So, big hats off and a salute to all of the developers that are hosing Facebook and Meta for all of this investment money. I don't know how you can pour billions of dollars into a project like this and have so little to show for it. They have to either be hiring the most untalented developers the world has ever seen, like literally going to local middle schools and asking who wants the code for Meta, because they are not getting shit done, or they're going to developers that are overcharging for almost no service and laughing about it in their face. So I'm thinking it's the latter. They're just going to the developers and they're just overcharging the fuck out of this, scamming them, and giving them nothing. You could give like 10 grand to like 3 people on Twitter and they would probably be able to put legs in your VR game before Metaverse does. I also think I should clear up some confusion here because the company themselves does a horrible job of explaining what exactly all this shit is. Unironically, Marques Brownlee's video is a better presentation for the Metaverse than anything Zuckerberg or that entire team has put together. When I'm talking about the Metaverse, I'm more specifically focusing on Horizon Worlds, since that's Meta's really flagship Metaverse title. And that's the one where you walk around without legs. You walk around like SpongeBob with the anchor arms. It's fucking laughable how dated and behind the times it is. Honestly, Horizon Worlds as it is right now feels like a little mini game that would have been at Disney Quest back in the late 90s. Disney Quest being that old arcade thing in Orlando. Used to love that place, God rest its soul. But Horizon Worlds would have been cool there back then. It's not cool now. It's just embarrassing. There's one thing that Twitch chat brought up when I was talking about this that I actually didn't even consider that would have been a really smart play here from the get-go. Why didn't they just buy VR chat or like purchase the whole team and build upon that game? They're so tardy to the party with the technology itself. I don't see why they wouldn't have started instead of like at ground level, why they just wouldn't hit the ground running and start by purchasing the VR chat team and game and building upon that for their vision. They're so busy playing catch up with things VR chat's had for years. Why wouldn't you have just considered purchasing VR chat in the team? I'm glad they didn't, because it's great watching the entire company crash and burn like this. It's a beautiful spectator sport, but I'm just a little shocked that they didn't consider that option as all. Because they are very, very much behind. Like, it's not even close right now. Maybe it will be in the future, who knows? But so far, every single Metaverse presentation they've done has always just been, we don't have any of these features, but we're thinking about it, and we might have them in the near future, maybe next year or the year after. Their presentations are always just telling people they might be coming in a year or two. That's not exciting, that's not hype, that's just sad. If you haven't seen any like actual gameplay from the Metaverse, I implore you to take a look. I feel horrible for the community that's already there, all 9 of them, because they're getting a significantly worse experience there compared to any other alternative. Compare any of the worlds in Horizon Worlds to anything in VR chat, and the difference is absolutely shocking. It's night and day. VR chat is just so far above Metaverse in every possible aspect. I just don't understand how for billions of dollars invested in this project, they can be this primitive and this bare bones. But anyway, it's great to watch from a distance. So It's been a busy week for Mark Zuckerberg. He's become the face of the metaverse, and in return, he's become the punching bag for it as well. When Mark Zuckerberg's not busy sucking the blood from the necks of unicorns like Voldemort, he's making horrifying promotional pieces for the metaverse where he's interviewing people, and it's frightening. It's genuinely, like, startling. And I just wanted to share the most recent one where he's talking about gaming. And this fucking thing sounds like 2 aliens having a conversation with one another, but they're trying their best to blend in as humans, but they don't know enough about our culture. They read a single book like 50 Shades of Grey and assume that's how all humans behave. It is startling how not normal this feels. And I get that it's low-hanging fruit to make fun of Mark Zuckerberg, but god damn it, he's such a goofy goober, and all this metaverse shit has been so wacky, I can't help but talk about it.
Keep creating. Now, Deb from our studios team is joining me. Deb, do you want to take us through some of the exciting games in the pipeline for Quest?
Absolutely.
I hate to interrupt so early, but Mark Zuckerberg is genuinely made of binary code. I can see the numbers being crunched and the algorithms being run to try and make it appear like he's human. He's like smiling at the weirdest times. It's like an NPC that's glitching out during a conversation in a video game. Unfortunately, the smiling code just isn't complete. This doesn't look human. Like he'll be talking and then throw in a smile randomly, but it looks like this. This is not a normal smile. This is that kind of shit that you fake on Christmas morning when you get socks that you didn't want, but you don't want your parents to feel bad. You don't want them to know that you're not happy with the gift, so you give them one of these.
Over the years, we've had the opportunity to work with incredible developers, like Vertigo Games, the studio behind fan favorite Arizona Sunshine.
I love Arizona Sunshine. That game basically got me and my friends through the first few months of the pandemic.
That's awesome. If you enjoyed that, Mark, I think you'll be excited that we're partnering with Vertigo on 5 more great games.
One thing you'll notice throughout the entire interview is the woman that Mark Zuckerberg is interviewing is using a lot of hand gestures, and I'm convinced it's a cry for help. Like she's trying to spell out torture with her hand gestures, kind of like YMCA, but torture. Very reminiscent of that time that soldier was caught in the Vietnam War, and during a press conference he started blinking torture in Morse code. I think that's what's going on here. I can't prove it, but there's definitely something fishy afoot here. There's no reason for her to be like fucking popping and locking throughout the whole interview. There's gotta be a reason for it. Also, that Mark Zuckerberg just told the second biggest lie of his career, right behind the time he said that Facebook wasn't selling user data. Him saying he knows what Arizona Sunshine is and it got him through the pandemic. There's a 0% chance he's ever played that game. You can tell by the way he answered it. Oh, Arizona Sunshine. I do love that video game.
From Deep Silver and others. We'll share more about this lineup very soon.
Nice. What else is coming?
Well, the metaverse is constantly evolving. So one of the most important aspects will be live service games that launch updates and new downloadable content regularly, like Echo VR, Beat Saber, Onward, Pistol Whip, and more. We're focused on this a lot right now.
I don't know if those are hype announcements or anything, like someone right now hearing that and fucking pumping their fists like, yeah, Pistol Whip, let's go. The only game I know there is Beat Saber, and that game does slap for sure. I don't know exactly what's going to change about Beat Saber in the metaverse that isn't currently in Beat Saber, but god damn it, I mean, that sounds cool. But I think a cooler way to announce that would have been by doing literally anything else besides this. This just sounds like 2 Skyrim NPCs having a conversation.
Making sure games can build out active communities. Beat Saber has a passionate community.
Oh, I love Beat Saber.
So do I. And Beat Saber just passed $100 million in lifetime revenue on Quest alone. It's a great example of a game that keeps releasing fresh content.
This has the same energy of the Chris Pratt is so cool thing from Nintendo. Mark Zuckerberg just saying, oh, I love Beat Saber. I'm like, okay, Mark, whatever, I guess.
They've actually been working on evolving the way that you interact with the tracks and feel the music. Also, the team has been working on something really cool. Check this out. I can't wait to play this.
Oh, Jiminy Cricket, I cummed. Wow, I see why Mark Zuckerberg gave Beat Saber his stamp of approval with an announcement like that. Hooey! Like I said, I like Beat Saber as much as the next guy. I think Beat Saber is great. A fucking talented mapper once mapped the entire Shrek movie in Beat Saber to play through, so I think the game's incredible. But what the fuck is this?
And they keep partnering with incredible artists to release new music packs all the time. Did you play the Billie Eilish music pack last month?
A little more than I should have. I probably should have been working more on this Metaverse presentation.
Well, they have a great lineup of artists for 2022. And there's one more epic surprise before the end of the year. So stay tuned. Okay, have you played Population 1?
I mean, yeah, I love the game so much that...
For those who haven't...
Ooh, shit! She just cucked the Zuck. Interrupted him as he was about to lie about liking another video game. Apparently he's a huge Billie Eilish fan, and she just came in and then fucking slapped the dick out of his hand there. He was about to go in like, oh yes, actually, Population 0, one of my favorite games ever created. Of course, you know, a masterpiece by all accounts. And she said, no sir, not on my watch, putting the kibosh on that shit right away. Interrupted him, and he never tries to get back in the conversation. She just takes it. She takes control.
Population 1 is a thrilling battle royale that is only possible in VR. Since its launch at Connect last year, it has become one of the highest earning games on Quest and the biggest multiplayer FPS on the platform. You can have up to 24 people in at once for a match.
I won't play any more of this. You get the idea. It's a very weird conversation that just doesn't sound normal. Mark Zuckerberg has this incredible ability to make not only himself but everyone around him sound and act like robots. I bet she does not normally talk or move like this, but just being in the presence of Zuckerberg like fucking lobotomized her and had her like a puppet on his strings. She was the marionette, he was the puppet master, and this is the result. She was probably directed to act this way, like be as human as possible. So then she ends up looking like some kind of crazy cartoon character doing all exaggerated gestures and shit. It's just so weird. Every time Mark Zuckerberg tries to promote the metaverse, or really any... Have you ever been angry? Have you ever seen a grown man's penis? We're about to talk about 1 out of 2 of those things. Anger. It's such a weird thing. Sometimes the simplest shit can just set it off. Human emotions are cringe. Let's just face the facts. I just read something that immediately it grinded my gears, I'll say. It made me very upset. And it really shouldn't have. It was something super small and I know better, but I just couldn't help it. Still have that little Neanderthal brain where sometimes something just sets me off and I can't help but just go, hey, I'm not happy, not feel good, and I start bonking a stick on my table. And it was just over a single word in a news article I was reading. So let me paint you a picture here. I'm not going to pull up the video, but I watched a video of a random assault that took place in New York, which is basically the home of random assaults. And what happened was a guy was on an escalator and then just decided to turn around and kick a woman in the chest, sending her tumbling down the escalator. Full-blown This Is Sparta style, just blasted her down the escalator for no reason. And in typical New Yorker fashion, there was another person on the escalator who completely ignored her. In fact, the lady got kicked into her. It was like she was in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, where she got yanked back on a rope because the kick was so powerful. It sent her down like 4 steps into another lady who had to dodge her, like physically dodge her, as if she was in fucking gym class playing dodgeball with her peers. Dodge her, and then she keeps tumbling down the escalator behind her. She turns around and then just goes about her business, casually rides up the escalator as if nothing's wrong and this is just a normal occurrence. It was the most New York shit I've ever seen in my entire life. I was surprised the lady didn't reach into her purse and pull out a pizza and take a bite, and then also put on a Yankees hat, and then, you know, kick a rat on her way up the escalator. I'm getting sidetracked. But anyway, it was an assault on an escalator with no fucking context, and the article written about it called it an alleged assault. And that shit sent me into a frenzy. I was ready to fucking kick my desk down an escalator. Like, what do you mean alleged? I just watched this guy do it. And I understand the definition of alleged. I get it. I'm not a fucking idiot. I'm pretty stupid, but I can also use Google. Like, I understand the definition. I understand why it's used in these things. But my God, it doesn't make it any less frustrating when you actually see all of the pieces of the puzzle. You see the assault. You can physically see the guy crank his foot forward and blast her and then go about his business. It's all captured on video. I can't say it's in 4K because all of New York security camera looks like it's negative 160p. It's like I'm watching an old fucking sex tape from the 1960s. But you can still make out the majority of what's happening. So when you see alleged tossed in there, it like makes it almost sound like there's room for argument, like, well, actually, she may have deserved it. Or it's not conclusive whether or not this was truly an assault or not. Like, there's wiggle room here. Even though you know the assault takes place, you watch the assault. Again, I understand why they use alleged and say, like, allegedly this happened. But my God, it doesn't make it any less goofy when you actually watch it. You could just say, like, this assault took place, but the guy hasn't been tried for it yet or something. I don't really know. It's just a huge pet peeve of mine, and I know it's not that big of a deal. It's a super small thing, but when I'm reading something like this and then that comes up, it's like, oh, you think I'm stupid, don't you? Like, I feel personally insulted. It's like, oh, okay, fucking ace journalist Jim Buttkiss over here thinks Charles is an idiot, huh? He thinks I'm so fucking dumb I still believe in Santa Claus, doesn't he? Okay, alright, big guy. Like, it's an irrational thing and just a big pet peeve. So after my little tantrum and calming down, drinking some warm breast milk to just settle down a bit, I started thinking, what other pet peeves do I have? Because I don't often in the moment think of them as just like a pet peeve. And I just started brainstorming a little bit, having some brain blasts. Also, before going into the other pet peeves, there was a follow-up to this story that I read. Apparently they had a single interaction on the escalator where apparently the guy pushed by her and she just said, "Excuse you," or something. And that's what triggered this response. So it wasn't completely random. There was a single sentence, not even a full sentence, spoken to him that set him off to do this. So anyway, still a giant asshole, and hopefully the assault charges stick. I don't see why they wouldn't, but they are still alleged from what I've read. So the next little small thing that always makes me a little grumpy is something that happens on stream pretty frequently when it comes to a new game. It's not so much backseat gaming, which I expect. It's Twitch, of course. But it's backseat gamers that haven't played the game or give the worst advice with such confidence. So, for example, I'll be playing a new game, and there's 0% chance the person in chat has played the game, but they still caps lock their suggestion when I happen to not fucking speedrun the game or play as optimally and efficiently as possible. So something like Dying Light 2, I actually got to play that a little bit early. Not like a review copy or anything, they just sent me it a bit early. I don't even know if it was by mistake, but I got the game like 2 days early. And there were still some people in the chat that were telling me how to play the game or where I was supposed to go and fucking spamming it with caps lock. Like, you don't even have the game and you are still like ordering me around as if you're like the authority on Dying Light 2 expertise. What, do you work for like Prima Games and you wrote the strategy guide? You one of the QA testers or something? Like, there's a 0% chance you know what you're talking about. And then in like Elden Ring, I played Elden Ring the millisecond that shit dropped. And there were still people telling me exactly how it's supposed to be played with advice that doesn't even exist in the game. It's like, Charlie, you actually have to mash these 3 buttons in order to activate the triple jump. Kind of like in Super Mario 64 with the, the Wahoo. It actually translates to Elden Ring. And they'll spam it like 10 times. And then eventually I'll cave and be like, okay, you know what? I'm going to try your advice. And it never works. And when it doesn't work, they don't say shit. They don't say like, I'm sorry, or yep, I was wrong. They just don't say anything. And then they'll say something again like 10 minutes later with more advice that's also wrong. It's just shameless. It's fucking shameless. And it's such a minor inconvenience. And that kind of naturally leads into the next pet peeve, which also comes from streaming. And it's the people that will come to the stream just to say they don't like the game I'm playing or whatever activity I'm doing. It's like, you stupid son of a bitch. You can see in the title or like right under the title what I'm playing or what I'm doing, and you'll still come and whine about it and then demand that I switch games or do something else. Why? Just go somewhere else. I'm not your fucking dad coming in there with the belt forcing you to watch the stream if it's not something you want to see. Go watch what you want to watch, man. I'm not fucking holding you hostage. Why? It blows my fucking mind because they will sit there for hours, and I'm not exaggerating, hours, complaining about the game or whatever I'm streaming if it's something they didn't want to see. Why? Why are you wasting hours doing that? Like, I know you're not a bot. There's a pulse on the other end of that keyboard, a sentient human being that is manually typing this shit for hours, saying that I have to switch games because of you, because you personally don't like it. Fuck, it's so silly. And both of these kind of feed into another pet peeve of mine that's a little broader. I hate people that just can't admit they were wrong about something. I hate it. I hate mental gymnastics in order to justify some shit. I always admit when I fuck things up. I think it's a really valuable skill to have. To just have self-awareness and be like, yeah, oop, that was a big ol' oopsie. That was a big ol' stinkeroony there. Missed the mark. I was wrong. There are so many people, especially on the internet, that are so consumed by ego that they just cannot let themselves say they were wrong about something. They just can't handle it. They'd fucking melt down and explode if they'd try. Their mouth would just catch fire as if it's poison leaving it. It just blows my mind how desperately people will fight to avoid just saying they were wrong about something. It's not just internet specific, though it happens a lot on the internet because, and I think everyone knows why, internet creators all have followings that just tell them, yeah, you know, you're the fucking best, you know, doesn't miss nothing but W's over here, dubscaroonies. So they've convinced themselves that they're always right, so when they're wrong, they just can't really admit that to themselves or to their audience. Maybe they don't want to seem weak. I'm not a fucking therapist or whatever. But of course it happens a lot on the internet, but even just in general, there are so many people and friends of mine that I know that cannot just say they were wrong about something, even something simple. Like, oh, you know, IHOP closes at this time, when in reality, you idiot, IHOP doesn't close. Damn, I said that with confidence and I could be wrong. Hold on, let me double check. I'm pretty sure IHOP's 24 hours. I may have just made an oopsie and may need to apologize. Hold on. Okay, IHOP's not 24 hours. You know, time to demonstrate the skill. I was wrong. Bad example. IHOP does close. But you know what I'm saying? Actually, I'm not wrong. There are some 24-hour IHOPs. Point is, someone will be wrong about something, even something trivial, and if you decide to go out of your way to prove it, they will still do everything they can to justify that they weren't actually wrong. It was a misunderstanding. Like, oh, so this is actually where my head was at. I was thinking back, you know, like a couple of years ago, which is when I was right, and you're also right. So we're both kind of right. No one's wrong here. It's like, no, you were wrong. Just say you were wrong. And that brings me to the last pet peeve that I could think of and identify, and it's people that dodge questions, even just point-blank questions. You'll ask someone something, and they'll just tiptoe around it forever. Literally forever. I saw a video of, I think it was like a Canadian council meeting, where there was a guy that just kept saying, how much does a house cost in Ottawa? And the guy that he was asking it to would stand up and say, we've created a lot of jobs. And this went back and forth for 3 minutes. Him just saying, how much does a house cost? And the guy just saying, we created a lot of jobs. The economy is recovering. We're doing great. I hate question dodgers. I hate it. Just address it. You know, you can beat around the bush fucking fine, do a whole song and dance, but at least answer the question at some point in your long-winded statement. That shit makes me tight. I hate people that just can't answer a question. You know, it doesn't compute with me. I understand being indecisive, like, what do you want to eat? I'm super indecisive, so I'll be like, oh, I'm actually not really sure. But that is still me answering that question. I just don't have a good answer for it. I'm acknowledging what you said, and I'm trying to, like, get a good answer for it, but my tummy's confusing me. I don't know what it wants from me. So I don't have, like, I can't just say what I want to eat. But I do try and address the question, and I think about it and try and give an answer eventually. But it's the people that'll just dodge it and like completely veer off course or change the topic entirely that just make me upset. And I guess to a certain lesser extent, the people that'll take everything and then make it about themselves. So if you're having a conversation with someone or a group of people and there's that one douchebag who's like, oh yeah, whatever. My experience was actually a lot better. Oh, you had 3-day-old shrimp from the gas station across the street? I actually had week-old shrimp from that same gas station, and I'm still cooking, so what's up? I'm better. Of course, the one-up shit, no one likes that. I think that's just a pretty common pet peeve, if you can even call it that. It's just human nature to hate that kind of person, because that shit is trash. But, again, these were really all the pet peeves I could think of, And it all stemmed from just reading one article about that assault. Another day, another out-of-touch dog shit metaverse presentation, desperately trying to get anyone, anywhere, even somewhat excited about the metaverse. I swear to God, there was more hype around getting the bubonic plague than there has been for the metaverse. People get more excited getting fired from their job than anything involving the metaverse. I bet couples would prefer that their significant other cheat on them rather than join the metaverse. Everything around the metaverse has just been a catastrophic failure at every turn. It's like a star going supernova, but instead of a star, it's a septic tank. And instead of an explosion, it's everyone laughing it out of existence. It is such a joke of a concept at this point. Every single thing the metaverse tries to show or do is immediately mocked because it is so unbelievably out of touch. Today, they did a last-ditch effort to try and appeal to athletes, so now they have Coach Nat entering the metaverse in order to try and get basketball players excited about metaverse possibilities, and it's fucking abominable. This might be their worst one yet. I would rather watch my car get stolen in front of me than watch more of these metaverse presentations. It is baffling. Let me go ahead and show it to you.
Coach Nat, rather than communicate by Zoom, to come down on the stage and demonstrate to everyone what you're able to do at these clinics.
Hello, and thank you, Adam.
Yeah, that is Shaquille O'Neal's voice, and I love Shaquille O'Neal. He's like the Keanu Reeves of sports. He's just so fucking likable. How can you not be a fan of the Diesel? Shaq could beat the shit out of me, spit on me, and leave me stranded for dead in the desert, and I'd still ask for an autograph afterwards and say nice things about him. He's definitely the best part of this awful event here, but you can tell he's phoned it in. It's just a paycheck for him. Now, all of the astute observers out there will have noticed that in the Zoom call, there was a lot of big names. Probably the biggest amongst them was Obama. I don't know why Obama was there. Maybe he was like the chief engineer behind the Coach Nat programming. I couldn't really tell you. I don't know why, but what a power move. Maybe they're crediting Coach Nat for Obama becoming president. Like, without Coach Nat, Obama would have never been elected to office, which would be a crazy selling point, but my God, that would be pretty fucking hype. But I don't know exactly what the Zoom call was about. Maybe they were all brainstorming like, how can I get better at basketball at 80 years old? You know, what does it take? Oh, Coach Nat, the local geriatrics athlete instructor. All right, let's see Coach Nat app. And then they bring him out on stage. I can't find the whole clip. Not that I've looked that hard because I just really like this part. But either way, I like to just imagine Coach Nat is credited for everyone in that Zoom call's success, no matter what it is.
Holy cow. I mean, we'd heard a lot about him during the pandemic, but I'd never stood next to him.
My role is to help coach, train, develop the next generation of NBA talent. I know all the best moves and am untethered by one single dimension. I can even make a free throw.
I don't know what it is about the metaverse where they have to choose the absolute laziest character design of all time, but they just have Coach Nat looking like a zombie, like a reanimated corpse of a basketball player at some point. And it's the same thing from like their Super Bowl commercial where they didn't even bother putting legs on any of the avatars. Second Life does a better job than Metaverse. Fucking VR chat does a better job than the Metaverse. It is baffling how unbelievably lazy and out of touch the Metaverse is. I don't know too much about the modern NBA. I haven't kept up in quite a few years, so I don't know exactly who's introducing Coach Nat, but he looks like Jeff Bezos on a keto diet and somehow more robotic. He's like a failed android. I wouldn't be surprised if the presenter is actually part of the metaverse as well, just some kind of failed cyborg experiment that they've manifested through a 3D printer to go on stage and unenthusiastically introduce this metaverse coach. It's just so weird. It's like there's no human beings that actually work for these companies, and they just don't bother trying to hide it. Just totally shameless. This dude has about as much emotion as a mannequin. He delivers the world's most unenthusiastic holy cow. He said it with about as much enthusiasm as me putting away clean dishes from the dishwasher. It's just, why even have this guy presenting your product? It's gonna like kill any potential hype it might have accidentally garnered, because you have this guy who just doesn't seem like he gives a fuck about it at all. And you have Shaq clearly reading off the script, and this guy doing his best to memorize his lines like a child in middle school for a presentation. It just doesn't work at all. Like, how the fuck can this be your best foot forward for the metaverse?
Before you leave, anything else you can do that you want to show the audience?
I can even be the real Superman.
god, he was flying! Oh fuck, oh my god! Like, what reaction do they expect from that? It's a fucking video game character. I would expect it to be able to fly and move around or something, because it's not real. You can do anything you want. You could have taken his head off his shoulders and put it on his dick. Like, you could do anything. Like, why am I supposed to be impressed that the character's moving around? I don't know if it was supposed to be like a joke or something, but it went on for like 10, 15 seconds. It's so fucking weird. What do they expect? Because it's not like a good joke or anything like that. It's silly. It makes no sense at all. It's a fucking video game character. The whole idea of Coach Nat doesn't make sense to me either from a conceptual standpoint. It's supposed to be like a virtual coach through the metaverse to make you a better basketball player. If you are relying on a goddamn app to make you good at basketball, you've already failed. You're not going to make it as an NBA player or even a moderately decent high school basketball player. To be good at the game, the sport, it is a physical activity. You need a real coach to be correcting you real time as you're actually playing the sport. I don't think there's a reality where you can log into the Metaverse NBA Jam with Coach Nat and expect whatever you're doing there in the video game to translate into the real world. I don't see how that would happen. Unless it's like some kind of shit where Coach Nat also gives you some fucking microchip in your skull that is like the ball from Space Jam after he sapped all the talent from the NBA players and given it to you for, $15 a month or whatever he costs. I just don't see the future of the NBA being in Coach Nat's hands. I don't think the best players are going to be suckling from the infinite wisdom of Coach Nat's bosom. It just doesn't seem plausible to me. I was really good at Guitar Hero, but I fucking sucked at the real guitar. Like, there is just a difference between being good in a video game and being good in the actual physical world in the same, sport. I just don't see how that's going to change. Even if Coach Nat's giving, genuinely decent advice, like keeping your elbow closer to you when you're shooting is good advice. But you can already find that advice for free on YouTube from just watching, general basketball tip videos as opposed to paying for the Coach Nat tutoring in the VR metaverse. And again, if you're going to pay for coaching one-on-one, why not just get a real world human being to teach you? Because then you can be in person and they can correct your form in real time. So you don't develop bad habits and they can actually give you the advice and show you how it's implemented as opposed to just being in this VR game. You can be ranked 1 in the Metaverse basketball program, but actually suck stinky shit in the real world at basketball. Because I don't think VR gaming ability is going to work on the court, right? I just don't see it happening. So yeah, this is just another fat L for the metaverse here. I don't know why they can't get anything right about it. It is shocking. Every new presentation, every new ad is somehow worse than all the previous ones. It just keeps getting worse for it. Hey. Hurricane Milton came through like Krampus last night, paying me and many other Floridians a visit. And I wanted to talk about it a little bit because pretty much every comment on every video I posted for the last 3 days is talking about how ridiculously stupid it is that I'm not evacuating Tampa. During every stream recently, it's like calling me the Milton maniac for refusing to leave against the orders of the state, this and that. And I want to clear up some confusion here. First of all, I appreciate that you care. That means a lot that you care and value my safety to try and let me know that I need to be evacuating and, heeding the warnings of the state and all of that. I am shocked anyone had this impression that I'm some kind of death-defying Florida man who was going to take Mother Nature head on, hunker down, grit my teeth, puff my chest, and challenge it to a fucking boxing match or something. Hit it with Duke Nukem lines, I'm here to fuck Milton and my butt, and I'm all out of butt. I was never in a dangerous area that Milton was going to be devastating for. Not in an evacuation zone, not in a flood zone, nothing like that. There was never, no one in my neighborhood evacuated, none of my family, friends, or anyone evacuated because we were not in that path. But I understand, reading, all the headlines and all the posts on Twitter and all that, it would have you believe that Florida was about 2 hours away from being wiped off the face of the fucking globe. I get it. I totally understand it comes from a place of care. But you have to remember, I am the guy that clutches the railing on every staircase I go up and down just out of fear I might hit, a little water, lose my balance, and slip like a cartoon character on a banana peel and die on the staircase. Me. Who, if a piece of chicken sits out for more than 5 minutes, I won't eat it because I'm afraid of a foodborne illness killing me. I am the last person that would go against an order to evacuate if my life was in danger. I am the last person that would be gambling with my safety on something like that. So I wasn't doing anything crazy by staying. You have to remember, I've been in Florida my whole life. Across the 30 years I've inhabited this corporeal dimension, I've gone through probably 30 plus hurricanes. I am more familiar with hurricanes than I am some of my cousins. So I know when to leave. I evacuated during Irma because I lived in downtown Tampa in my apartment at that time, which is a huge flood zone. That shit turns into Atlantis even during a light drizzle. So I evacuated during that, and even though a storm like this is exceptionally rare, a direct hit to Tampa hasn't been documented for 100 years or something, a full century, like we're talking like Yu-Gi-Oh at this point, it's been 100 years since the Shadow Games. It was still something where I wasn't in the most devastating path of it. That's more of downtown Tampa, which I haven't lived in for 10 years now. There were much worse parts of Florida that were at risk for Milton, and I was not in them. I understand everyone's concern, and I appreciate it, but I just want to clear up the confusion here that I wasn't doing anything unhinged by staying. Now, I'm sure a lot of you saw that there was someone doing something pretty unhinged. Lieutenant Dan, he became an overnight Tampa celebrity. He also, for Hurricane Helene, did the same thing. Was just kind of floating out there in the bay on his little boat, saying that he was just going to ride it out. And he did. Lieutenant Dan survived. Tampa got very lucky. It doesn't seem like we got hit by the worst parts of the storm surge or anything. There wasn't a whole lot of flooding in the areas that typically flood during hurricanes. So overall, Tampa did get lucky. I haven't seen all of the damage to the rest of Florida yet. The biggest thing I've seen nearby is this.
Extreme damage. There was a report we saw online earlier of a fire, and we were waiting to confirm that, and now we just made it up to the 5th floor.
That's our baseball stadium for the Rays, Tropicana Field. It's often considered one of the worst facilities in all of major sports, so I'm not super surprised to see that the roof got eviscerated here during the storm. I'm actually more surprised that Tropicana Field is still standing after kids throw rocks at it all the time. It's just not a good facility at all. But this was the biggest, most visible piece of damage I've seen so far. Really, the worst part of Milton was the tornadoes that were spawning after it made landfall. I know quite a few people lost their lives from the tornadoes, as well as a lot of damage from places tornadoes came through, and that is horrible. I'm wishing everyone affected by the storm the best going forward with repairs and recovery and everything. I know there's tons and tons of Floridians without power, which happens for pretty much all hurricanes. That's just something you can't really avoid. All you can really hope for is that it get fixed soon. Right now I have power because I'm on generator. I know a lot of people had the impression that I was going to be raw dogging this hurricane with nothing but a tent and a couple of sticks that I could whittle into spears or whatever. Not the case. I prepped for hurricanes. I stayed, so obviously I was going to prep for it. Boarding the windows, putting the hurricane shutters up, and I do have a generator. Growing up, I did not. My parents didn't for a very long time, and one of the big things with hurricanes is you're going to lose power, and it sometimes takes quite a few days to get it back. And that's kind of hard for a family. So when my parents were able to, they got a generator. So I do the same now. Another thing to keep in mind is evacuations aren't as easy as a lot of people like to pretend they are. When I evacuated for Irma, I almost didn't make it to Orlando in time, nearly getting caught in the fucking hurricane on the way there. It is a hard thing to do, and not everyone can just get up and leave. There are a lot of reasons why some families won't be able to do that. And I think an important thing to keep in mind is, in Florida, people know hurricanes exist. So it's not like the people who build houses and buildings are building these without the idea that a hurricane might come through at some point. It's not made out of Legos and Lincoln Logs or anything. When a house is built, or a business or whatever building is built, there is a code that is followed that has hurricane force winds in mind. Of course, nothing is ever 100% hurricane proof or anything. It's always going to vary. But the point is, it's not like Milton would come through and de-atomize every house that it touched because they were built poorly without the notion that a hurricane could pop up at some point in the future. my parents just recently got their windows replaced a couple weeks ago because their windows were old and rotting. And the new windows that they had replaced them are graded to withstand up to 165 mile per hour hurricane force winds. And I think that for a lot of modern houses and modern buildings, like that level might even be standard to a certain extent. I don't know, but the point is, things built here are built with storms like this in mind. Maybe not this exact kind of storm because of how unbelievably fucking rare it is with the way that it came in, but hurricanes in general. Now, of course, the biggest problem is flooding. And in this case, Tampa got pretty lucky that the flooding wasn't nearly to the level they were expecting. There's nothing you can really do about flooding. You can hurricane-proof a house till the fucking cows come home out the wazoo, but it's not going to help with flooding. And those areas of Tampa that are very susceptible to flooding are the areas that were mainly under the big evacuation order with people needing to get out. Because you can't do anything about a huge storm surge flooding your house. You are in huge danger there. Keep in mind, Tampa's not just like one fucking slab where everyone lives. Tampa's pretty spread out, actually. So while downtown Tampa floods like a motherfucker, where I am in Tampa, not so much. Not really a flood threat at all, really, unless we got fucking 500 trillion gallons of water dumped on us. Or, you know, it has to be something crazy for this part of Tampa to flood. So I just wanted to explain here that I wasn't putting myself in like the biggest risk by staying. I wasn't in the evacuation zones, and I wasn't in a place that had a lot of danger of, you know, like trees flying around or anything like that. I and my family and friends were lucky enough to not be in one of the major affected areas that Milton was going through, so we decided it was probably alright to stay. Anyway, though, I'll go ahead and stop serving up this yappy meal. I'll stop blabbering on about it. Wishing my fellow Floridians the absolute best going forward. To anyone affected by the hurricane, I'm hoping power is restored quickly and effectively. Hopefully all the repairs are getting made quickly and effectively as well. And yeah, just stay strong, Florida. That's really about it. Just kind of wanted to explain that contrary to popular belief, I didn't do something crazy and wacky. Yesterday I talked about AI, today I'm talking about AI, tonight in your dreams I'm going to be talking about AI. Sleep in fear, coward. It's all around us. It's like oxygen at this point. It's starting to get into every possible aspect of human life. The flesh is cringe, binary is the future. Open your third eye and you'll start to notice everything around you has become synthetic. Your friends, fake. Your dog, artificial. Your mama's titties. Well, I'm happy to say them honkers are real. But aside from that and a few other things, AI has started to become a part of all of our day-to-day lives, whether we recognize it or not. And today, I saw a bit of controversy around a piece of technology I didn't even know existed. Robotaxis. So I knew automated cars were very deep into development, and I knew that there were some that had rolled out, but I didn't know there was entire companies that were already launched and successful based around autonomous ride-sharing taxis. It's a service called Waymo. And in San Francisco, they just had a really wacky story blow up about how every night at 4 a.m., these robo-taxis, when they were pulling into the company parking lot, would just start fucking blaring their horns and waking up all of the residents around there.
That sound of honking is waking up neighbors lately in this South of Market neighborhood.
I get woken up at, 4 o'clock in the morning, and I look down and I'm convinced now it is coming from the Waymos.
Randall, I think you're onto something with that hypothesis there. Also, since I'd never heard of the company before, when I kept seeing the word Waymos tossed around, I really thought these news articles were just dropping slurs.
Neighbors shared videos of driverless Waymo cars filing into the lot and backing into spots, which appears to trigger honking from the other Waymos.
The cars are robotic and they're honking at each other and there's no one in the cars when it's happening, and that's absurd. Would like them to stop honking their horn at 4 in the morning repeatedly.
In San Francisco, Alyssa Gord, NBC, Bay Area News.
Sounds like I'm back in New York City with all that honking. It's really cool to see like this top-down bird's eye view of the parking lot. So all of the Waymos they're like in this cat and mouse game. It's kind of like a puzzle game almost, like back in the PlayStation 1 era when you would have like these shovelware games where it's like can you park your car in this weird location with all of these other cars trying to park in these locations? That's what it looks like here. So these Waymos are automatically trying to park in places that other Waymos are trying to get around. So they end up just getting caught in this fucking Dormammu time loop where they're just honking at each other and not making any progress. My heart breaks for that one Waymo that's trying to crank a 46-point turn that's sandwiched in between the two other Waymos that are just kind of going forward and backwards. It's the worst human centipede ever. And understandably, the residents are really fed up with hearing honking at 4 a.m. every night. Now, Waymo has apparently fixed this issue since the story blew up. The residents have reported quieter nights now, so that's good. But this story got me thinking. I began to ponder. Would I be comfortable getting in a Robotaxi? Like if a Waymo scooted in sideways, honked on its horn, Charles, get in, we're gonna take you to the card shop, you fucking nerd. Would I feel okay getting into that vehicle? Now, public transportation in the States is absolute putrid dog shit. It's terrible. It's just horrible. And in my area, specifically Tampa, it doesn't exist. It's fundamentally extinct here. The closest thing you can get to public transportation here is if you give $50 to like the local crack dealer and he'll give you a piggyback ride to where you want to go. We do have buses here and that can be viable depending on where you're located in Tampa, but for the most part, you either need a vehicle of your own or you need to live close enough to your work that you can walk or bike to it, or you need to start forking over big clams to be doing ride sharing every day with like Uber. Taxis are more forgotten than Game of Thrones Season 7 in Tampa. I don't see them on the road. I even actually tried calling a taxi like 6 months ago because Uber's really far away and I needed to get somewhere urgently. So I tried, to see if a taxi was closer. And when I called them, I didn't get any answer. I just got endless ringing, so I don't even know if the phones are still operational or if there even is taxis anywhere left in Tampa. So autonomous robo-taxis, if they were implemented here, I imagine they'd probably try and be cheaper than other ride-sharing alternatives, which would give people more options for transportation. And when I thought about this, of if I'd be comfortable with an autonomous vehicle driving me, I just don't think I would be. Like, I don't think, like, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. I would still prefer ride-sharing with a human being. I have more trust there than in this technology. For crying out loud, AI tools can't even spit out an image of Mickey Mouse being finger-blasted by Mario without his fingers looking like they're part of a Salvador Dali painting and all fucked up. And I'm supposed to trust it with my life, going 60 miles per hour down a highway? No siree. Plus, I've read those horror stories and had seen a couple of those videos where self-driving vehicles all of a sudden just, like, out of nowhere accelerate rapidly because of, like, a malfunction or something. I imagine a lot of those bugs have been fixed by this point, but even still, that fear is just planted up here. Like, the technology isn't perfect. As you can see here, granted, this isn't, like, a life-ruining, glitch with Waymo's cars honking at each other at 4 a.m. It's a nuisance, yes, but it doesn't, no one's dying from it. Unless, of course, it's ear piercing and it blows up someone's brain or some shit. But it just, like, I wouldn't feel comfortable until even a simple thing like that can't happen. You know what I mean? It's just so many things that can go wrong when there's no one in control of the vehicle aside from the computer. Computers are prone to malfunctions. And of course, humans aren't perfect either, but there's just always this mutual understanding that the person who's driving right now, like I'm ride sharing with, probably doesn't have a death wish and probably isn't going to ramp this car off of a tow truck killing us both. Whereas a machine has no feelings. It can't feel love. It doesn't even know it's alive, that stupid idiot. So if something goes haywire in there and it says, slam into this wall without braking, it might just do it, and then I'm in trouble, and I can't do anything about it. I have no doubt that this technology will eventually reach a point where it's better than every human driver on the road. That's just the way technology works. We can't compete with AI technology and shit like this. That's the cold, hard truth. That's the brass tacks of it. But I just don't think it's at the point right now where I would feel safe in it. From what I have researched here, it doesn't seem like Waymos are prone to accidents and shit. Like, I'm not reading about a new 50-car pileup every time with Waymo vehicles being to blame or anything. But I just, there's something hard-coded in my DNA that doesn't want me getting in a car that doesn't have a driver behind the wheel. It doesn't make sense for my survival instincts. Now, let's talk about in the future when it is perfected, what I feel comfortable. Probably, but it also doesn't make me super excited. When I first heard about this technology, I was pretty excited about it because I do see a lot of potential benefits, especially if it's cheaper than traditional ride sharing. This could be a really good alternative. And also, since machines have the capability of being better drivers than people on the road, I thought there was definitely a chance that it would minimize accidents if every car had like an autonomous driving feature like in it. But when it comes to autonomous robotaxiing, like specifically, I'm just not super hype about that because it's just going to take away even more jobs and replacing humans with AI. It's just kind of scary and sad, frankly. Like, as more and more jobs get replaced with AI, it's going to be even less human-to-human interaction, which is the last thing society needs. Right now, we're more connected to each other than ever, and it's led to people being more isolated than ever because it's not actual meaningful connections. It's human to computer interaction with the understanding that there might be a human on the other side, but with the current landscape of the internet, most of the time it's a bot. So, like, there's already a problem with people not socializing, and by taking away even more jobs and replacing it with AI, it's only going to make that problem worse in my eyes. So I like the idea of autonomous vehicles because I do think it can really help, like, when it comes to minimizing accidents eventually, but I just don't like the idea of all ride sharing going fully autonomous. I really don't. I have a friend who drives for Uber, and it's a crucial part of their paycheck, and I have no doubt there's plenty of other drivers out there in a similar situation to him, and if that vanishes, that's just going to be rough. Like, that's just not good. It's not like the Robotaxi technology is solving a problem. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with the current ride-sharing format where people are driving people. The only thing this does is help corporations save money because now you don't have to hire drivers. You just have to pay for the Waymos or something. So you're saving a lot of money by not paying employees. And the Waymo autonomous robotaxi doesn't need to, like, take a cut of the ride-sharing expense or anything, so it's just much more profit for corporations at the expense of people. And I'm just not super thrilled about that. So this whole goofy Waymo story about them honking at 4 a.m. just had me really going down this rabbit hole about this technology and the future of it. So there's a story floating around that's piqued a lot of interest, and a lot of people have wondered if I've seen it. It's about North Korean soldiers that allegedly have become addicted to adult content online since, for the first time in their lives, they have less restrictions on internet usage while they're fighting for Russia against Ukraine. So, North Korean soldiers that are fighting with Russia, they've apparently gone full gooner after having their Sharingan awakened with this unfettered internet access, at least according to Gideon Rackman, a Financial Times foreign affairs commentator. A usually reliable source tells me that the North Korean soldiers who have deployed to Russia have never had unfettered access to the internet before. As a result, they are gorging on pornography. A classic source, trust me bro moment. However, this guy does have some prestige with that title, I think. I don't know. I'm not an expert on the Financial Times or anything. It's not like he really dove into the lore or explained where he got this information from. He just kind of made it like a mic drop moment and then walked away. So this could just be a guy pulling shit out of his ass. It's very possible. The U.S. Defense Department spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Charlie Dietz, was even asked about it and said that he couldn't confirm any North Korean internet habits or virtual extracurriculars. He went on to say that they're instead more focused on serious aspects of North Korea's involvement, if any, in Russia's military operations, and that the question about whether or not the North Korean soldiers are going auga at their phone screens when looking at honkers should be asked to Moscow instead. Of course, it's impossible for me to know whether or not the claim is true that North Korean soldiers are now gorging on pornography. I'm not there. I'm not looking over their shoulder, breathing down their neck, going, hey, what you watching there? So I have no way of knowing. It doesn't seem like there's any strong evidence to support the claim, but whether or not it's true, it's an interesting thought that I want to talk about briefly. We had a similar topic that I talked about like 5 months ago when there was a story about this remote tribe that had recently got internet access, and there was a viral story about how they've now become addicted to porn and it's destroying their entire community and all of that. So this isn't the first of its kind here, though in that case that was very overblown and dramatic for the sake of clicks, and in this case it's too early to tell, but there's no evidence to suggest that North Korean soldiers are right now in the middle of big-time gooning. On Reddit, however, the front page, they have this photo right here that claims it's a picture of a North Korean soldier that was watching girls dancing all day, but it looks like a really staged photo. I mean, the guy looks super happy. He looks like he's on cloud nine right there. That is a man who is at peace with whatever is on his phone. But it really feels like this picture is not authentic. And then from the same Reddit account, they also posted this, which is a short video of a North Korean soldier apparently watching girls dancing on social media. To me, they just feel more fake than a fleshlight, just very phony baloney staged photos. I don't know why, maybe to capitalize off how viral this story has become. It just, to me, doesn't seem real, but it is very possible it is. But I haven't seen any actual journalists report on that photo or that video, so I don't know if the authenticity has been verified or anything. But putting it through the Charles sniff test smells like bullshit to me. Who really knows? But the idea is interesting because when you grow up with access to the internet, there's a lot of things that become normal to you that are incomprehensible to those that don't have that. There's the obvious, like, information, access to others, videos, like an infinite number of things change drastically with internet access. But since the focal point of this story was porn, I guess I'll talk on that aspect too. In North Korea, porn is Voldemort. You don't say its name, but it does exist. Like, there is a consumption of pornography in North Korea, even though it is forbidden. It's usually through the black markets, purchasing magazines or films and such, but it's not something that's like officially condoned, and it does carry a severe punishment, at least as I understand it. So it's not something most people have access to in an easy way. So as a North Korean soldier, if you go fight somewhere overseas and you have access to it on your phone, that is a game changer experience, because prior to that, most likely the only way you'd ever really see a naked person is if you saw them in person, right? Like, think back. I made this point when talking about this in the last video when it came to the remote tribe. The average person in the world right now has seen more yams and butt cheeks than your entire family tree combined, thanks to the internet. In the modern day and age, you can't even open up Twitter without being inundated with titties, pussy, and spread asshole. And it's become so normalized. Not just on Twitter, on just the internet as a whole. If you go to the comment section right now, I guarantee there is probably 1,000 bot comments with a naked woman or just giant milkers that is a copy and paste of some other comment right there promoting OnlyFans or some other porn site. It's just become extremely common. So if you're someone that's never had access to the internet and then you just suddenly get it, it's overwhelming with the amount of new things that get introduced into your life. And it's big for the brain here. Like, it's so overstimulating, like all the information, and that does include all of the porn that then just gets fucking placed right there on your doorstep. Like, it's something that even if you don't go looking for it, like even if the North Korean soldiers aren't typing in naked booby to blow a load, they will undoubtedly just encounter it because of how prevalent it is just in the internet in general. Like, even if they don't go out of their way for it, it will find them. Again, this assumes the story's true in the first place, that North Korean soldiers are drooling and hooked on porn right now. Even though there's no evidence to support that claim at the moment, the claim itself is believable because of how widely documented porn addiction is. It's a serious, serious problem. And in this case, I'm assuming the soldiers have probably never even seen porn before, considering how difficult it is to get in North Korea. So they're probably even more blown away by it and more susceptible to it, would be my guess. Of course, I'm not a psychologist or anything. I'm not a fucking porn scientist. It's just what I'm imagining would be the case. It's just a fascinating thought, really, because I grew up with the internet. I imagine most people watching this have as well. And even if you didn't grow up with it, you got to evolve with it over time. It was never something that all of a sudden the modern internet just fell into your lap one day. You watched it grow and build into what it became today. In this case, they're getting the internet dropped on them all at once, coming from nothing to everything. It's like fucking Gojo's domain expansion, really, but with internet degeneracy. So I just find it super interesting. Also, this is a bit unrelated and probably a bit stupid, but I do wonder if this is a true claim about North Korean soldiers gorging on adult content. Would the US military try and use that to their advantage somehow, you think? Like start blasting their devices with advertisements for like giant melons, like click here. And they spend like hours doing that, just rotting away watching porn as opposed to fighting. I wonder if that'd be like an effective tactic in general. Like they start just spamming their phones with like those advertisements from back in the day, like, this sexy single's in your area. This woman's trying to fuck you right now. Actually, this very second. Hey, asshole, this woman's trying to put on a show for you, specifically you. It's a private show. And it's like Keister just jiggling around. Click here and watch. Have some fucking respect. Just like this giant effort to keep them glued to their phone watching porn as opposed to like going out to the front lines and fighting. I don't think it'd actually work. Obviously, I'm just kidding around, but it is an interesting idea. Could there be any merit to that?
I hope you've had a wonderful day, because I'm about to make it a little worse. I'm gonna give you something you get very angry about. I'll be like Krampus over here ruining your Christmas. Let me just hit you with the quick Wikipedia plot summary here. There's a professional Dota 2 player named Ninja Boogie, who was recently fired from his esports org because his mom had stage 4 cancer and they were afraid it was going to affect his performance. Yeah, it's as fucked up as it sounds. Regardless of how you feel about esports, I'm sure you can all recognize that getting fired from your job for something like this is beyond evil. Here's his tweet about it. Unfortunately, his mother did pass away, and he did get let go by his org. And that org is Team SMG, who posted this announcement thanking Boogie for all of his hard work and all of that, even posting a little gif of him dancing, making it seem like they're really going to miss him, even though they were the ones that initiated this departure for something outside of Boogie's control. Boogie commented asking them to tell the real reason for the kick, and they've gone radio silent ever since. Team SMG is using a timeless classic here. This is a strategy that's been used since the beginning of time, just putting your fingers in your ears and pretending not to hear all of the screams of people calling for you to address what you fucked up with. When you really make a big mistake, suck a fart out of butt, instead of taking responsibility, just ignore everything. It's worked a million times in the past. Now, I don't know much about Team SMG. I know it stands for Stay Moving Under Gunfire, which is a pretty silly name. It sounds like an Xbox Live randomly generated gamer tag. But I also know that it's run by this guy who has a bored ape for a profile pic. And this is some real bored ape behavior here, firing someone because their mom has cancer. So I didn't know anything about Team SMG before all of this, and now the only thing I know them for is being complete scumbags, and I think they're grosser than shit stains in a gas station urinal. Ninja Boogie went into a little bit more detail on how all of this happened. The way he describes it in these tweets is he was due for a boot camp on a certain day, and then his mother had a stroke, and he was talking with management asking if it'd be okay to move the flights around a little bit to accommodate him so he could spend some time with his mom and see how all of that's going. And he'd still be there in time for the boot camp with, plenty of time to spare. But after telling them what his decision was, hoping that the flights could be arranged a little bit so he could see his mom, they kicked him. What an absolute Sigma grind set. Oh, your family's dying? That's no excuse, pussy. Get the fuck off the squad if you can't focus on dubskis. Family is temporary. The blockchain is forever. Bored apes for life. Yeah, NFTs, yeehaw. Now, for what it's worth, I don't actually think the Bored Ape guy was the one who made the decision to kick Boogie from the team. I'm pretty sure he's just a very hands-off, passive owner who pumps money into this in the hopes that he can sell it for more in a couple of years and doesn't really make any decisions with the org. But I still do like to joke about Bored Ape enthusiasts. There were just so many ways of handling this situation with even just an iota of sympathy and care. He wasn't even missing anything. He was just going to arrive a bit later to boot camp than initially anticipated. He was still going to be there on time, which means he would have still fulfilled all of his obligations, even in spite of all the terrible shit he was going through. And for some reason, they still decided it wasn't good enough and kicked him. They could have given him like a brief leave or something. They could have just given him time off. They didn't have to like go the nuclear option and just fucking boot him off of the squad. He was still going to compete and still wanting very much to compete. Just absolutely foul from Team SMG, and I really hope they do comment on this at some point here pretty soon. I hope they don't just keep burying their head in their own ass and just ignoring it. I would really like to see how they justify this, because I can't imagine a world where Team SMG is so delusional, high off their own farts, that they thought for a single second that Boogie wouldn't say why he got kicked. Obviously, people would ask why he got kicked, and they really thought he wouldn't say the reason, especially when it's this evil. How stupid can an org be? They fired him because his mom had cancer, and he wanted to spend a little extra time with her before going to boot camp. He was still going to go, and they fired him. And they thought that he wouldn't say that? They really expected him to just keep quiet as if it was some kind of like witness protection program kind of shit. Like, how stupid can you possibly be as an org? It makes no sense, and I'm really curious to see their side of this and how they explain all of it. But I imagine they'll never actually publicly comment on this unless, of course, they go for some like dog shit PR speak where it'll be something like, no, you guys have got it all wrong. We didn't kick him because of his family stuff. That had nothing to do with it. In fact, we only wished him and his family well and were supportive during this entire time. We actually kicked him because of many other variables behind the scenes. He got a C on his sociology report. There were just so many things that led to us making the difficult decision to part ways with him, and none of it had to do with his family or anything like that. So yeah, all around just an extremely horrible situation, and the team's name is still moving under gunfire, and I'm very curious to see how they move under this gunfire from the entire internet collapsing on top of them. I wonder how they're going to navigate this minefield here, because right now the strategy is ignore it, but I wonder how long they can continue to do that. And I really have to imagine for the players that are still signed to Team SMG, this doesn't bode well for their confidence in the org, because if something beyond their control happens, God forbid, the org is not going to stand behind them. Their jobs are in jeopardy if something happens in their lives that they can't control, because clearly SMG has no problem cutting people for those kind of reasons. So it has to shake their confidence in their org, which is bad for the health of the entire org altogether, I would imagine. Team SMG showed that they're not afraid to fuck you in the ass. So for players that are currently signed, that's gotta be a red flag that their jobs can be in jeopardy in the drop of a hat. Out of nowhere, they could just get fired for something they had no control over. So, pretty horrible look for Team SMG. And again, I really do hope they say something pretty soon. I held off on making this video for about 9 hours now, just waiting if they'll actually make a comment, and they still haven't, so I'm still gonna post it now, and hopefully pretty soon after they will say something, because there needs to be some level of explanation for what their thought process was. There is another content creator focused charity scandal bubbling over like a pot of pasta right now. It's only been a matter of weeks since the last one with the Completionist and the Open Hand Foundation, with all of the shenanigans that have been going on there for the last decade that got brought to light thanks to Carl Jobst Mudahar spearheading all of that. And we didn't even get a refractory period. We were thrust into Season 2 immediately with yet another huge charity scandal situation in the space. And it's an organization that I'm sure all of you are at least familiar with by name. Soft Giving. Buckle your seatbelt, because this is about to be a wild ride. Soft Giving, for a couple of years now, had been the go-to for charity fundraising streams that a lot of Twitch streamers have used. We're talking the Goliaths in the space, XQC, Hassan, OTK, the list goes on and on with people that have used Soft Giving to raise money from their community for a good cause. And there was a lot of really great events that were run that used Soft Giving, raised a lot of money for some amazing organizations, and it all seemed like blue skies, smooth sailing, sunshine, and rainbows. And then about a year ago, I recalled there was a bit of shit flinging in the direction of Soft Giving, and I can't quite remember what it was about, because it never really blew up, but there were quite a few creators that came forward saying that they're done working with Soft Giving,
and I thought I remembered them shutting down. But that must have been like a Mandela effect thing, kind of like Berenstain versus Berenstain Bears. Although that one is not a Mandela effect, that is a legitimate fact that there must have been some kind of multiversal collapse that shifted our timeline, because I know for damn sure it used to be Berenstain, not Stain. So something went truly awry in the space-time continuum. We're getting down a rabbit hole already, don't wind me up on that topic. But anyway, I thought I remembered Softgiving shutting down. Wasn't the case. It rebranded to something called Brandfluence and is still very much alive. But anyway, there was some controversy that happened with Softgiving a year or so ago, and it died out very quickly. It just petered out like a little wet fart. But a brand new bombshell report came out from Jacob Wolf that blew the lid wide open on Softgiving. And through the investigation, found that roughly 42% of all the money that was raised from 2020 to 2021 actually went to Softgiving instead of the charity that it was meant for, and they never prominently disclosed that to donors. That is an outrageous amount to be scraping off the top here without letting anyone know that that's the case. They're basically treating it like investments in Softgiving at that point as opposed to actual charitable services here. It's fucking foul. Now, since it wasn't prominently displayed to donors, streamers also didn't know that either, at least from all the streamers that have been outspoken about it. It seemed like they were also kept in the dark on that amount of money going to Softgiving as opposed to the money they thought they were raising for the cause that they were supporting. That is absurd. 42% is not the industry standard, as shocking as that information might be to hear. There's no reason Softgiving should be taking that much money, but they're basically just for profit. They're not actually there for the charity, they're there for the big fucking paycheck in their pocket, it seems. Allegedly. So let's strip this down to its birthday suit and weasel our way into its bare butt cheeks. What is Softgiving? Softgiving is fundamentally just a middleman in this equation. So let's say I wanted to do a fundraising stream right now for an organization that will help me get taller. It's a cutting-edge group that's looking for the most effective means in bioengineering and medicine to increase my height from 5'6" to 6 feet. So instead of having my community donate directly to that foundation, fucking pipsqueakpowerup.org or whatever, I would partner with Softgiving to have my community donate through the Softgiving campaign, and Softgiving would take that money that they donated and transfer it to that organization. They would take it and basically just be this conduit for the money to flow through to the organization that the stream is supposed to support. There's nothing in there that would justify taking 42% for that effort of taking the money here and putting it over there. You know, we're not taking Bikini Bottom and moving it over there. We are doing the simplest process ever. 42% is an outrage. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And Softgiving says that it gives you all the tools necessary to make the campaign as successful as it can be, but that's a bunch of hooey. There is nothing there that justifies that amount going to the administration costs or whatever fees that they're trying to say they incurred from doing that process. It's just ridiculous. To really highlight the anomaly of Softgiving here, Jacob Wolf's report talks about its competitors like Tiltify and Donor Drive, which I think are two names a lot of you have also heard of. They're very popular as well. And I'm just going to read this to you. The process of donation funds passing through another charity before making their way to the intended destination is unusual. In the scenario where a third party manages the funds without the charity's oversight, there's far more likelihood of misuse and profiteering, said Zach Wiegall, the CEO of Charity Gamers Outreach. On those services, charities sign up and pay a monthly or annual service fee to allow influencers to set up their campaigns. As part of that process, those charities authorize Tiltify and Donor Drive to assess a pre-agreed upon administration fee after a donation has been received. The money is never held by a third party. Tiltify and Donor Drive simply connect to the charity's Stripe, PayPal, Amazon Pay, or other payment accounts and deduct the administration fee. On top of its service fees, Tiltify, for example, charges anywhere from a 3.5 to 5% fee, according to its CEO, Michael Wasserman, making the sum of fees that cut into the total donation approximately 10% for most charities. So you are looking at an astronomical difference in terms of the percentage cut that Softgiving takes as opposed to Tiltify. It's night and day. No matter how you spin it, this is a smell that smells smelly. Like shit from Softgiving. A bunch of bullshit here, and we've only scratched the surface of Jacob Wolf's report. I highly recommend you check it out if you're curious about how deep this goes. Apparently, when he was trying to get some interviews and statements from Softgiving, he instead faced a lawsuit that was issued to him. So apparently he was sent a letter written by the attorney representing Brandfluence, aka the new Soft Giving, I guess, that demanded they don't publish this piece. But then he said, we believe in investigative journalism and our First Amendment right to freedom of press. So Jacob Wolf ended up publishing it anyway, even amidst this lawsuit that he was issued. So big W move there, because I think this is important information. It is always extraordinarily scummy for anyone to take advantage of others' kindness. Charity fraud and charity scams, alleged charity fraud and charity scams here, are the lowest of the low that you can possibly sink. It is so exploitative and so just disgusting. Now let's take another peek behind the curtain here, because Jacob Wolf just made another report here 4 days ago with the new IRS tax records. And according to this, during 2022, Soft Giving raised more than $3.56 million in donations, according to the tax records filed by the Giving A Foundation, the pass-through nonprofit that Soft Giving partners with. Around 1.92 million of that ultimately went to the intended charities. Nearly 1.65 million, roughly 46% of that money went to Soft Giving in fundraising expenses, the tax records show. Soft Giving, more like not giving, 46%? That is downright dirty barnacles. Allegedly. Or even, is it even allegedly if it's public tax filings? But allegedly, I'll just say it to be safe anyway, they seem to have their finger on the trigger of lawsuits. They seem to like to toss those puppies out willy-nilly. So might as well play it safe. Alleged. That's not okay. That's not good at all. Now, another thing that came out in Jacob Wolf's report is that Soft Giving would also pay streamers to do charity streams. That information isn't new, and it's not exclusive to Soft Giving. I saw a lot of people did talk about that, and it created a bunch of buzz. But that's actually a conversation that's been had even a few years back. There are sometimes events that are run that will pay a streamer to be the face of it and raise money for it. And that's always going to leave a sour taste in people's mouths, understandably so, because if you're a streamer or a content creator that's raising money for a charitable cause, the impression is that you're doing it from a genuine place of care and wanting to help, as opposed to it being some kind of paid brand partnership, because it doesn't seem that sincere anymore if you're getting paid to do it. In that case, why are you paying the content creator? You can just take that money that you're going to pay them and put it into the charity itself, you know what I mean? And if the content creator really does care, they'd run the charity stream with you, is how I would personally view it. I feel like doing paid charity streams is just never going to be a good look, but again, that's not something that's exclusive to Soft Giving or this report. That is something that's been in the industry occasionally for a long time now, unfortunately. That's also a debate that's been had a lot over the last few years since that information became more public knowledge with paid charity streams. I think one of the main arguments in support of that practice was people saying that without a content creator spearheading it and like taking charge of it, it wouldn't have as many eyes, thus wouldn't raise as much money for the charity. And I get that perspective, like that makes sense, but it's still just not really a good look to get paid to do a charity stream, because that money that you're getting paid could very easily just go to the charity as well. I just feel like when it comes to raising money for a good cause, it should come from a good place as opposed to like a transactional thing. But that's just my personal view on it. I don't think paid charity streams are a great thing. But anyway, back to Soft Giving and how much they take out of the cookie jar here. So, with all of this coming out from Jacob Wolf's report, a lot of streamers have been questioned by the communities wondering, well, how much did you know and how do you feel about this? And from everyone that's talked about it loosely so far, it seems that the common sentiment is they had no idea that Soft Giving operated this way. It seems like streamers were just as surprised to learn this as everybody else, because it wasn't something that was common knowledge that Soft Giving was taking this much behind the scenes. I think even the streamers that may have been paid to do campaigns probably also didn't know either, because I don't think Soft Giving would disclose that internally either, because they have to know how shitty of a thing that is, which is why they try and keep it this secret. Alleged secret. So that's kind of what I think. Asmongold on stream said that they're engaged in a lawsuit with Soft Giving over all of this, with this whole massive controversy and charity scandal. So I guess we'll have to wait to hear more information about how that goes and what the lawsuit will entail. But regardless, this is a situation where everybody loses, especially the donators who gave their hard-earned money to a cause they thought was great, and definitely is a good cause for most of these fundraisers, but were absolutely fucking scammed, scammed by Soft Giving by not properly disclosing how much money they were taking. It's a tragic thing to exploit people's kindness in that way, especially when it comes financially. You're not only just taking advantage of people's willingness to help others, you're taking their money on top of it too in this pursuit of trying to help others. It is as low as you can fucking get. So I wanted to just put this on everyone's radar here. I highly encourage you to read Jacob Wolf's report on this for a far more detailed breakdown of everything. I gave you like the bare bones cliff notes of all of it. It is some scummy shit. So just wanted to talk about this a little bit. I am very curious to see what other streamers will come out to talk about their experience with soft giving if they choose to, or if this is going to be something that's mainly going to be fought with lawsuits behind the scenes. Which Ezra Miller got charged with robbery in Vermont. Burglary, you swine. But yes, Ezra Miller did get charged with burglary in Vermont. How? I don't remember it. I forgot. They broke into a house for beer or something. It was something so useless. I don't recall. We looked it up. I mean, I guess I can look it up again, but it was something so unbelievably dumb. Out of all the fucked up shit Ezra Miller has done, what they're finally getting them on is burglary for a beer or something. Yep, missing bottle of alcohol. God damn. Oh, I also forgot about this part. That mom that's been living with them, surrounded by guns, is also an unlicensed cannabis farm, which is kind of wild. I didn't know that. Ezra Miller must be the version of the Flash that's just the shitty person. You're talking about Reverse Flash. Reverse Flash is a real character. It is just some dude who hates the Flash. So he just does everything to make the Flash's life worse. But sometimes it's really petty. No way. Yeah, it's real. You've probably seen him in that viral clip where it's the, "It's me, Barry. You remember when you prematurely ejaculated in front of whatever her name is?" I'll just pull up the clip.
Remember when you were making out with your first girlfriend, and you came right as she touched your leg? It was me, Barry. I jerked you off at super speed so it'd seem like you nutted at just a woman's touch.
Like, that's the one that floats around all the time. It's a real character, though. Granted, I don't think DC's brave enough to have a supersonic meat jerker in official lore, but he does just do everything to make the Flash's life a little worse. In the CW show, he fakes being in a wheelchair to fuck with Barry. How does that even fuck with Barry? So every time Barry sees him, he's just in a wheelchair? How does that make Barry's life worse? Yeah, I guess unless Barry just really hates people confined to wheelchairs, I suppose. So just, like, roll in front of him and maniacally laugh knowing that Barry's uncomfortable. He pretends to be a caring mentor. See, like, that's super lame. In fact, I don't care, Barry, and I'm not teaching you good things. Haha. He's such a goofy character. Why does Reverse Flash hate the Flash? The top 10 worst things Reverse Flash has done. I have to know.
Learning that you're intended to become your idol's greatest rival and a psychotic mass killer isn't really the best day in the office. However, it happened to Eobard Thawne, aka the Reverse Flash.
I know he actually does kill a lot of people.
Chaos. But what are some of the
so this might be a
worst
serious
things that Eobard
top 10
Thawne has ever done over his various and seemingly infinite incarnations? After his research on the Speed Force while at residency in the Flash Museum had gained some traction, Eobard fell in love with a reporter named Rose who had been hired by Central City Science Today to interview him. However,
God, he looks like such a dweeb.
Engaged. So his future self interfered with the timeline, killing Rose's fiance in an attempt to get her to love him, but it didn't work. So he proceeded to kill every man she had started seeing after her fiance, and eventually every man who she had ever dated at all. So
how does that help him, though? This guy's just a fucking idiot.
Friends. However, she continued to just brush off Thawne's romantic advances, eventually retaliating physically when he attempted to kiss her. In anger, his future self traumatized the reporter as a child, rendering her mute and causing her to be institutionalized for the rest of her life. Although, if she was still friends with Eobard, well, knowing full well that...
Who writes this? This actually feels like something I would have read as a child on DeviantArt. So his crush never loved him. So his future self killed her boyfriend. She still didn't love him. So he killed every man on Earth until it was just the two of them. And she still didn't love him. So then his future self traumatized her as a child, rendering her mute and institutionalized. And now they're married. This is incredible. What great lore.
I'm causing a few of you to rethink your relationships, huh? In at 9.
I mean, if that's what a healthy relationship
this
sounds
doesn't sound like a lot, but trust me. During the events of the Flashpoint comic arc, Barry brought back to Batman a letter from his father, who is alive in the Flashpoint timeline as Batman. It's the only contact that Batman has had with his parents ever since they died.
Oh,
So
no.
it would be a shame if something were to happen to it. Oh wait, that's right. Thawne decides to rip it to shreds so that it couldn't even be reassembled. It also didn't help that.
I mean, he only wrote 2 sentences. Like, at that point, just knowing that his dad wrote him something is probably good enough. I don't think this one's too bad. A message sent across time, a letter to your dead son. I'm not the hero of this story. Was it consoling Thomas? Oh, was it consoling Thomas, knowing he would have it? That though he lost you, he could always see you loved him. Did that make you feel better, Thomas? As you burned. I mean, okay.
Either there was an original timeline where Barry's mother didn't die, but he still
So he
became
killed
the Flash,
Barry's mom.
or Joe did a whole other thing. After being stranded in our present after killing Barry's mother due to a lack of speed, Thawne decides that the only way to get back.
Pardon? After killing Barry's mother due to a lack of speed, so she died of being slow? She couldn't run a 4-second 40, thus she died. You're too slow to exist in this timeline, Mom. You're cringe. Oh, you got trapped due to a lack of speed. Ah, okay. So he was too slow to make it back to her. So she died because her son isn't fast enough. Gotcha. Alright, I thought it was the mom who wasn't, like, up to snuff with the track team.
Similar to what Nora does when she helps Barry destroy the Thinker satellite in the season 4 finale, advancing time by 5 years. This time, Thawne advanced it by 6 years. Using the face of another man to train Barry, gain his trust,
this was the
and
fake
ultimately
mentor
use
thing
him
you
to get
mentioned.
back to his own time. These soldiers are accompanied by evil versions of Green Arrow and Supergirl. The evil version of Flash.
They didn't even change Supergirl's costume. The evil version of Supergirl is the same Supergirl, but I guess just with shady morals now. They couldn't even give her a cool evil costume.
The evil version of Flash is missing, however he doesn't
They did?
appear in
Oh,
the
that wasn't
Ray
a
animated
picture of her?
series,
Okay.
which this crossover also technically has a crossover with, but they're just brought into real life. Same, kind of like how they did with the Vixen crossover. But the evil version of the Flash in this crossover, oh, you bet your ass it's Thawne. Wearing Wells' face, no less. Presumably having killed the Barry of Earth X, Thawne helps Overgirl and Dark Arrow lead a group of fascist soldiers on the attack. In the process of killing Barry's mother out of anger since he couldn't manage to kill Barry, Thawne ended up framing his father for the murder and gets him sent to prison. Obviously, this wasn't really avoidable because of how time works or whatever, but this still causes Barry a great deal of pain.
I would imagine.
To be highly intelligent and to have a particular appearance. However, as he grew up, they became concerned about
What
his
in the fuck kind of art is this? My name was Eobard Thawne. I was an only child. Bro, this family, it's like the Jetsons. Wow. I mean, I would have guessed this is a villain already, this whole family.
hoping that caring for a sibling would help Eobard adjust. His
They're from the
parents had a
future?
second son.
Man, even if they are from the future, what happens in the future? Everyone gets hit by an ugly beam? Like, what is going on here? Like, everyone's like their face is elongated and wrinkled, and it's weird.
But then he was caught by Robert, who was an officer in the science police. This caused Eobard a great deal of pain, which is understandable.
Oh, I have to look them up. The science police? What do they tackle that the normal authorities won't? I see you didn't factor in the baseline variables here. You're going to jail. What do they do? Stop people from researching dangerous shit? I guess, but would that not fall under the jurisdiction of the normal police? If they're like researching weapons or something? Arrest flat earthers. So anyone they arrest anyone who has conspiracy beliefs. Alright. I can get behind that, I guess.
Well, given that your brother's altering reality. It is mentioned in Judeo-Christian religions, and it was an ordinary spear before Roman soldier Longinus used it to pierce the side of Jesus Christ after he died on the cross, resulting in its immense supernatural powers. The second season of the...
You telling me Jesus Christ is in DC Comics?
Alright, excuse me, I need to look up, what kind of powers did he have? Jesus of Nazareth, New Earth. He was one of Charles Xavier's mutants. Oh wait, that's Marvel. Whatever. The resurrection of Christ is disproven by science. What a cool story arc. Wubba-lubba-dub-dub. Wow, I mean, they really bring a lot into the fold here. But then, I mean, he is public domain, so they have every right to. Healing, molecular reconstruction, resurrection, weather manipulation, and exorcism. I feel like there's so few instances in comic books where an exorcism is a helpful power. Like, it's such a tedious process. Who else has the power of exorcisms in the DC universe? Oh, Constantine makes sense. You're telling me oh, wait, these are trending pages. Oh, actually, no, wait, these are characters that perform exorcisms. Who the fuck did Clark Kent exorcise? He performed an exorcism on Batman. Bro, I need to start reading DC comics. Holy shit, this sounds unhinged. Wait, he just got, like, ordained by the Catholic Church or something and they gave him the authority?
He manages to kill Barry as a child, as he set out to do so many years ago. Or I guess Will set out to do. I don't know, time travel is weird, man. Anyway,
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Why did he keep targeting his mom? He could have just killed Barry, like, as a kid. It would have been easier, I guess. Like, what's Barry gonna do as a child to fight back? Oh, because he wants Barry to suffer. Right, I keep forgetting it. Like, his main motivation is just to make his life miserable. True. So it would defeat the purpose if he killed him. So why? Why? Okay, why don't I just look it up? Okay, let's see. Why does Reverse Flash hate Flash? He hates the Flash because he was so damn obsessed over him that he started to become like him, only to realize his destiny is meant to be his greatest enemy. So that really ruined his life and made him hate the Flash. To me, that sounds like he doesn't really have a reason to hate the Flash as much as he does.
The Reverse Flash is one of my favorite villains within the DC universe. He's so psychotic, he's so crazy, and his entire purpose is to just mess with Barry Allen, the Flash, one of my favorite superheroes, in which Jeff Johns wanted to reinvent the Reverse Flash to be someone significant within the Flash's life, to be his Joker, per se. And it was at that moment that we got the Reverse Flash that many of you know today, the one that has been in TV shows and in cartoon movies, and in the video games, the psychistic and psychotic things, classic storyline titled The Return of Barry Allen. Thawne becomes Barry Allen, in a sense. You see, in his original origin, Barry Allen went to the future where he found Eobard Thawne using an old Flash costume to commit his crimes. Barry Allen destroyed the suit and...
Why is Eobard Thawne so fucking repulsive? Like, this guy looks like inbred. Every single goddamn panel I've seen of this guy makes him look truly abhorrent. Maybe that's why he's just so goddamn mad.
This led down a long path that would involve Barry Allen running into the future to live there with Iris until he was needed.
I love, this is so old school comic. Get up, you can't be dead. But he is. And Flash killed him. That is vintage.
Because in his second origin, Thawne is still a scientist in the future, but this time he went back in time to replace Barry Allen. He even had facial reconstruction to make it happen, and he stole the cosmic treadmill from an antique shop. He then went back in time and he learned that he was in fact the Flash's greatest enemy, not his replacement. This caused a break in his mind, and he was convinced that he was Barry Allen. Central City had forgotten about him. He battled against Wally and Jay until Wally tricked him into returning to his own time.
Okay.
You see, those were the only two appearances of Eobard Thawne that were
still not like a really strong reasoning to hate him that much. Like, I still, like, I don't see the real drive. Like, yeah, it's frustrating, like, damn. So I can't replace him.
He tries to murder Wally West's kids in front of their mother, Linda Park. The only thing that saves them is Jay and Bart Allen. But he then quickly defeats Jay, and he threatens to kill Bart. He is, of course, stopped, and he proceeds to inform Barry that everything that has ever gone wrong in Barry's life is because of Thawne. Even when he would, like, fall down the stairs into the basement, Thawne tripped him using super speed. When he lost a friend, that was because Thawne messed with him. To seal up...
Like, see, how can you not appreciate that? That's so stupid. When he fall down the stairs, it's because Reverse Flash came and tripped him. That's like some shit you would hear Alex Jones say. Like, the reason why this is in my search history is because 11th Dimensional Alex Jones actually came and framed me with it. That fucking trickster is at it again. This is such a wacky character. Holy shit. Are all comics like this?
Like I said, I haven't really kept up with comics much, but my Jesus. Fucking 50 different timelines and 400 different alternate universes. My lord. Is that fun to keep up with? That just seems like a headache. And it feels like there's never any stakes. I remember I watched a video on the death of Superman on how it actually broke comics, and it really feels like that's super accurate. I really think they need just like one single canon timeline, and they can have all the spin-offs elsewhere, but I really think they need to stick with one actual canon timeline. Condense all of the ideas, take what worked, what didn't work from all of the other ones, and make an actual single line to follow. I just feel like that'd be much, much better. Maybe they do. I don't know. But it seems like all of chat said that this is how they go. They've done that several times, but it always gets rebooted. Then it's completely worthless. This was a fun little rabbit hole. A couple days ago, New York unveiled the 8th wonder of the world, a portal to Ireland. Not so much like a Doctor Strange level portal or anything like that. It was basically just this live stream of New York and Ireland, and you could just look at each other through the screen. Kind of a novel, silly idea, I suppose, some harmless fun, but some ne'er-do-wells had other plans. They brought in some evil degeneracy, which I think everyone in the world could have seen coming.
Reports the project meant to bridge a gap between two continents is now causing some problems.
There's a portal to another dimension in the Flatiron District, except that dimension is Ireland and that portal is more like a live stream.
I guess they really expected everyone to just be upstanding citizens, like NPCs that'll just go through and wave like it's Roller Coaster Tycoon, and they just wave at each other and go about their day through the portal, which is super cute and how naive you must be to think that. In reality though, this was only ever going to end one of two ways, with titties or with penis. And we chose the titty path. There are so many angles of this clip here, you can make a 360-degree video production out of it. In the full video, this one kind of cuts it off. She ends up putting her shirt down after getting no response from the people on the other side of the portal. The people in Dublin were not that impressed or that entertained. So she's jumping around with her bare melons flopping around like it's an NVIDIA jiggle physics demonstration. And no one reacts in Dublin. They just look at her like she's some type of fucking extraterrestrial creature. So she just eventually sadly puts her shirt back down, and then the video ends. So she jumps around saying, "Do you like my potatoes, Dublin?" And I guess she was expecting people to go crazy like, "Wah! Ah, yeah, boobies, whoa!" But then was caught by surprise by getting complete crickets on the other side here. Now, the people in New York, they were laughing at it. They were having a great time with this event. But man, the people on the other side of the portal, they didn't give a shit at all. It is so fucking silly. And this ended up, well, this and a combination of other things that I'll show you in a minute, ended up getting the portal paused. But we know it's getting shut down. I don't think it's coming back. But you know what is coming back? The best goddamn merch the internet's ever seen. We've got brand new Moist Global merch here. So we've got a hat, we've got a hoodie. The hoodie is fucking extraordinary, by the way. We've also got a shirt, we've got some slides, we've also got a satchel, like a bag. We've got a whole lineup here of the best shit you'll ever find in your life. If you wear this entire outfit, complete the entire ensemble here of this new Moist Global merch drop, it's like collecting all of the Infinity Stones. It's like getting all of the Millennium items in Yu-Gi-Oh! You just become unstoppable. I dare say that these are better than titties. So check them out at moistglobal.com.
This screen is a public art installation, one placed on the sidewalk of Manhattan and another in Dublin last week, funded by a private grant.
I think it's a really cool way to express human connection.
New Yorkers and Dubliners can watch each other live, waving, playing games, and even connecting with friends.
It all started with good intentions, and look where we ended up. Sometimes the most destructive forces come from the best of intentions, like in I Am Legend, for example. God bless. Point is, it started with just this idea that people would go through and just do silly little stuff with strangers through this portal. And immediately on day one, it started being used for purposes it wasn't quite designed for. So people were showing some less than stellar videos to those in Dublin, as well as Dublin to those in New York. It wasn't just New Yorkers. It was just one of those things where people just saw an opportunity to do some dumb shit and did it. Like, this has happened a million times, and it's going to happen for as long as human beings exist on this plane of existence. It's just one of those things that's deeply ingrained in our DNA. Like, I'm shocked it even made it as long as it did before someone flashed their titties at it. I really thought that that would be one of the first things that would happen, but it actually had a pretty long run, to be honest. Now, I will say, if it did go the other route, if we had the alternate ending, the penis percentage, if we had wiener route, I think the narrative around this would be far different. Like, imagine I go up to the Dublin portal, and I drop trow, and I start, wiggling my cock around, and I'm like, do you like my almonds, Dublin? I lift up my shaft to showcase my scrotum and maybe, dribble it around a little bit. Because I don't have enormous balls or anything. They do look like some almonds that are in a nice sack. Good shaft, less than optimal nut girth. But the point is, I feel like if I had done that, I'd be going to jail. I would be slapped with some pretty extreme labels as well. And I wouldn't be seeing the sunlight from outside the slammer for a long time, I imagine. But since it was boobies, it's being treated a little bit differently. Which, of course, I'm not over here bah-humbogging, we used to be a proper society. Why can she show her honkers, but I can't show my dick? It's not one of those things. It's just something I find interesting at the very least. It's all fun and games when it's titties, but the second a cock comes out, now it's serious. Just an observation, I suppose. But anyway, the lady responsible here for this incident is actually an infamous woman from a long since forgotten age, 2020. She is a cameo appearance here in 2024. She is actually the woman who went viral for licking airplane toilet seats. During the pandemic, she was licking airplane toilet seats as a COVID statement or something. I actually don't even remember why she was licking toilet seats. But yeah, she was just licking toilet seats. And now, you can see how much she's matured. You can see that she's gone through an evolution of her own into this beautiful butterfly who's gone from the toilet seat to boobies on a portal. And what's not to like about that character development, right? That's pretty cool.
But it hasn't been all fun and games. In the short time we were there, someone was holding up a derogatory sign. And at 5 o'clock, the screen turned off.
I'm surprised it lasted this long, honestly.
Viral of people flashing the screen and holding up disturbing images, with culprits at both ends of the ocean.
If we were to get pretentious for just a moment, I could argue that this art installation still served its initial purpose. It connected us in a way that few things have before. It has shown us that those in New York and those in Dublin are more alike than they are different. Both sides love to take the piss all the same. When the opportunity is presented to a human being, regardless of where they are in the ocean, they will take that opportunity to make the silliest shit out of it. And honestly, in a way, that's kind of wholesome, if you really stop and think about it. People in Dublin trolling those in New York trolling those in Dublin. I mean, Portal kind of did what it set out to do, to be fair. Now the lady behind the breasts is bragging about it. She's going on her own little press tour here talking about it, and she seems extremely pleased with how all of this has panned out for her. "I'm a hero," she added. And apparently it's been a very successful business move for her, because she claims she made around 8,000 euros in new subscribers to her OnlyFans after this event. She said, "Dublin showed New York City the Twin Towers, so it was only fair I showed them my Twin Towers to save our city from harassment." She's referring to another viral video where apparently someone was playing a video of 9/11 through the portal. The creator hopes that Irish guys will be tempted to buy her OnlyFans content, adding, "I've gotten thousands and made a lot of money because everyone wants to see what Dublin saw." So, I mean, it turned out to be a good business move for her, I guess. It boosted her OnlyFans performance. And, yeah, that's kind of where this... Hey, guess who's got COVID again? This is number 4. I'm like Patrick Mahomes, but instead of 4 Super Bowl appearances, I've got 4 COVIDs under my belt. Yeehaw. So, I've been spending the last day or so watching Warhammer 40k lore videos. I've even purchased quite a few minis. I've been looking around online for like professional painters and sculptors for even more. I'm deep. And this morning, I was perusing 40k content again, but I actually got recommended a video that had nothing to do with 40k. It was news coverage of some asshole rolling up in his truck and stealing some kid's entire lemonade stand. And it turns out, this isn't the only time it's happened. There's actually been 2 cases of this in the last month, though the previous one was stealing the money from a lemonade stand in front of the kids. This guy just came up and stole the entire kit and caboodle here.
This boy is heartbroken. He can't believe what just happened. Someone has taken his lemonade stand. The youngster has been selling lemonade for more than a year at an intersection near his home outside San Diego.
That kid is grinding, selling lemonade for a year. He's got himself a full-time job after school. Multiplication tables in the morning, business in the afternoon. Like, I remember when lemonade stands were popular when I was growing up, you'd do it for like a summer, maybe at most. That's very impressive from this kid here. His lemonade stand has lasted significantly longer than Concord.
It happened when Liam walked away from the lemonade stand for just a few minutes to get cups. That's when a gray pickup truck drives by, reverses, and heads back to the lemonade stand. First, the table goes into the back of the pickup. The driver throws away Liam's sign and then loads in the chairs. Just as he drives off, Liam returns and sees his lemonade stand disappearing into the distance.
I don't think even the Grinch would stoop this low. There is no way this degenerate asshole didn't know that that belonged to somebody else. There is a sign there, presumably about the lemonade on the, at the stand. And he picks up the sign and throws it to the side before putting in the chair and table. He knew, he just didn't care. He was in such desperate need of a plastic table and plastic chairs, he was fucking frothing at the mouth just seeing his opportunity to steal it. I'm willing to bet this guy didn't actually care about the table or chairs. He just did this because he had an opportunity to do it. So he did it for the love of the sport and the thrill of just stealing someone's shit. Like, he's gonna go home, he's gonna jerk off to an old Sears catalog, and he's gonna pass out, and he's not even going to do anything with that chair or table. I already know that.
You can hear his plaintive wail. Liam's mom, Carrie, and dad, Leonard, say there could be an innocent explanation.
My initial thought was, maybe he thought it was free, because a lot of people, they leave things up by the road. I was hoping it was a misunderstanding.
I think it's very wholesome that she'd have this perspective of trying to immediately give someone the benefit of the doubt and seeing the good in someone, like, oh, this could all just be a misunderstanding. Sometimes people leave like furniture on the side of the road that's just up for grabs. Maybe that's what he thought here. But that fails to take into account the sign that he picks up, looks at, and then throws to the side before putting the shit in his truck and driving off. I don't think this is a case of confusion where he just thought, someone was playing Sims and left some furniture out and about that he could pick up and take home without issue. There was a sign there. There was a sign that this guy, maybe he's illiterate, maybe he couldn't read. That's very possible by taking just one glance at that guy. But even still, there is a sign there. And he looked at it and threw it to the side before putting it in there. Now, I'm no crack shot detective here. I wouldn't exactly be the one to, solve the Jack the Ripper mystery or anything. But looking at all the clues here, when he looked at that sign, he then looked around to see if anyone was nearby watching him. That's something that someone who knows they're up to no good does, checking to make sure the coast is clear before loading up his truck with these items. I think he did this knowing full well it belonged to somebody, and he just didn't have anyone around to tell him no or stop him, so he went hog wild with it. Because he's a piece of shit.
The incident has echoes of that case in Virginia where a driver swiped the money jar from kids selling lemonade right in front of their house. Now this.
This episode had a crazy cliffhanger where it revealed this isn't the only lemonade theft in the last month. So I had to learn more about this guy who just ran up and took the money jar from some kids in their lemonade stand. That is also unhinged behavior.
Follow up now on a story that's been trending all day about the man who stole from 2 kids running a lemonade stand in Chesapeake. The video is leaving a sour taste in people's mouths. This guy, smiling as he approaches a kid's lemonade stand, snatches the money jar and takes off.
Like taking candy from a baby. He makes it look easy. This is an Ocean's 11 style operation executed to perfection by this man. Rolls up, parks, gets out, acts friendly for like 2 seconds, and then takes the money from the kids before waddling back to his car. Gone in 30 seconds. You never even knew he was there. What a degenerate scumbag. So in total, he made off with 40 doubloons. He stole $40 from these kids who were selling lemonade, and I already know that was the most exciting thing that's ever happened in his life. This does not seem to be a desperate person. Like, this is just someone who stole for the sake of stealing.
Here's the surveillance video. The car slowly approaches, and the man comes out of the car. Rebecca, who's 10, told me she started to pour him lemonade, and he quickly grabs a jar with their money and takes off.
We already got $40. It was seeming pretty good. And then the guy came. He acted really nice.
I wonder how long he planned this out for, or if it was just something that he just decided in the moment. I bet this dude marinated on this idea for days. Like, those kids are selling lemonade. I could probably steal from them. I must plan it out thoroughly, though. So anyway, he rolls up. He pretends to be nice for a couple of seconds. The kids start pouring him lemonade, and he steals the money, and then, I don't know, like, pencil dives his way back to his car. I don't know, like, he's clearly not an athlete. His hands are like stiffly by his side as he walks back to the car, and then he fucking spins those tires. Like, he hits that gas, he throws that bitch into fucking fourth gear, and he takes off. Like, he probably thought he was in an action movie with all that excitement that he was feeling from that heist. That probably engaged the nitrous oxide boosters as well to escape the cops. I think he got a 5-star wanted level from it all. Interestingly enough, the guy in the video actually confessed to officers that he was the one behind the theft. It was a 19-year-old, which really surprised me because the guy in the video looked to be pushing 40. I definitely thought it was a guy on the older side of things, but it has been positively identified as a 19-year-old named Esteban, and he's facing misdemeanor charge for it. And the happy ending continues because the two kids ended up getting like $6,000 from community support because they felt so bad that these kids just got like blatantly robbed in front of their face. So the community came together and they gave them like a lot of money because they were saving up for some items that they really wanted, which is super wholesome to see a community come together to support like this. I think that's great, and I'm sure it meant a lot to the kids. The guy turning himself in, I think, is also a great thing as well. So yeah, overall, the story has a happy ending. The first one, though, with the guy just stealing the entire lemonade stand, he's still at large, so, you know, be careful if you got lemonade stands out in public. This guy might just swoop through and snatch them all up. But yeah, at least this one had a nice resolution. I'm just surprised. This is an emergency. There is no time to waste. No time for dilly-daddle. Go check your butter right now if you've purchased it from Costco recently. There is a chance that your life is at risk. In fact, if you're watching this, then I'm already dead. Nearly 80,000 pounds of defective, dangerous butter has been recalled from Costco in an effort to save as many lives as possible in the wake of this catastrophe. Costco was selling butter without the label containing information, vital information to the consumer, that butter contains milk. And because of this, so many American lives have been put in jeopardy. Because how are they supposed to know that butter contains milk if it's not put on the label? So they've recalled 79,200 pounds. The FDA is doing their best to save us from this unlabeled butter menace. But it may already be too late for some of the stupidest fucking people on the planet. I highly doubt there's been a single fatality here from the unlabeled butter villain. I would be shocked. But if there is a single person who has dropped dead from it, they probably weren't going to make it much longer anyway if they were too stupid to fucking realize that butter contains milk. Their goose was already cooked. I'm not going to pull any punches. No reason to sugarcoat it. They weren't going to last long in the first place. The only people that have an excuse for not knowing that butter contains milk are toddlers, like actual 6-year-olds. But they're not going to the grocery store to buy themselves some butter. Like, every adult should know this by now. But I feel like we're reaching a point where there's people that unironically believe that chocolate milk comes from brown cows. So I guess I shouldn't be as surprised as I am. But when I saw this headline, I was stunned. Absolutely stunned. I thought it was fake. I thought it had to be. But no, it's real. The FDA has recalled 79,200 pounds of Costco butter due to the undeclared allergen. the allergen being milk. Now, to bring us back down to earth real quick, I actually do think there is a positive to take from this, aside from like the obvious silliness of people not knowing that butter contains milk. I do think there is something good here where we have strict labeling protocol and rules around labeling because it is super important. It's life and death in some cases. If you don't have like strict protocol in place for labeling, you'll end up with like fucking Pink Sauce 2.0, where you have the dumbest label of all time that looks like it's AI generated from Cleverbot, right? Like, the ingredients need to be accurate. People need to know what's in the products they're buying because there could be something in there that could cause them harm. So labels really do matter in a huge way. You need to have these labels be accurate, and in this case, it wasn't. It didn't say contains milk. I don't think it needed to, but it didn't, so they recalled it in order to get the label perfected. So that way everything is accurate. So that is good, but it's still extremely sad that butter even needs that in the first place. Like, you should know, butter has milk. It's embarrassing that this was viewed as an emergency that needed a big recall, so that way the butter could have the contains milk label on it. Like, that is something that I don't even think needs to be present in the first place. People should know butter has milk. It's just unnecessary. But since it's been standard protocol on the labeling for so long that butter has the contains milk label, I suppose it can be viewed as a positive thing that they're taking it seriously enough to recall it to put it back on.
Costco is recalling nearly 80,000 pounds of butter because of an undeclared allergen. The butter was sold in stores across Texas and includes the Kirkland Signature salted and unsalted sweet cream butters. Apparently, the company did not list milk as an ingredient, which could lead some people to think it's dairy-free. If you do not have an allergy to dairy, it is okay to use, but if you are allergic, you need to toss it out and contact Costco for a refund.
And then once you finish that, promptly contact your local education center for a refund on all the wasted years you spent in class, because it clearly did you no good, you bumbling imbecile, and then go check yourself into Arkham Asylum, because you are fucking insane for not being able to recognize that butter has milk. The only time you will ever find dairy-free butter is when it is labeled dairy-free butter, as some kind of like vegan alternative. That is plastered all on the branding. There's never going to be a time where you see just normal butter somehow not have milk in it. It's impossible. I can't even imagine a hopeless world where some consumer is so mindless and just such a fucking drone that they go to the supermarket and pick up butter, an item they've been familiar with their whole life, look it up and down and notice that it doesn't say it contains milk. So all of a sudden they believe it doesn't have milk, and then they go home and die because it turns out they're allergic. Like, that's what kind of place is this? The recalled products, which were both produced and distributed in Texas, include 1,300 cases of unsalted sweet cream butter and 900 cases of Kirkland Signature salted sweet cream butter. So none of the butter was safe, because all of it was missing the crucial contains milk label on the butter. The products all come with Best Buy dates between February 22nd, 2025 and March 29th, 2025. Sleep in fear. If you've had Costco butter sitting in your fridge recently, you might be harboring a fugitive. You need to check right now, or else you'll be tossing and turning all night wondering, do I have one of the violative products in my fridge right now? In the trading card community, misprints are worth tons of money. But in the real world, when it comes to real products, misprints cost people lives. You are not safe. If you have any Costco butter, please proceed with the utmost caution. I would recommend perhaps dressing in a hazmat suit before handling your Costco butter as you investigate the Best Buy date and try and locate whether or not it says contains milk. Vital allergen information for your butter. I love how they're displaying the Costco butter here in the articles, by the way. It looks like the wanted posters from One Piece. Like, they got the butter up there like there's a bounty for it, like a reward. And I guess there kind of is. You could easily just get some free money from Costco if you have some of this faulty butter. You could just say like, oh, I didn't know that butter contained milk, and they'll give you a refund, I guess. So, I mean, that's kind of a little free money glitch there if you want to use that. But I will say, if there's anyone that genuinely bought this butter thinking that somehow it didn't have milk, you need to be put on a list for dangerously stupid people. I know I've said that a few times, and I'm only half kidding, honestly. I do feel like there actually is a level where someone is so dumb that it is detrimental to the people around them and could actually just be dangerous. And I think this would be like a perfect way of identifying those kind of threats. Absolute fucking morons that are outraged, like, How could you have let this product slip through the cracks without the contains milk allergen information? You almost murdered my whole family with this. Like, if there's anyone out there like that, that is someone that needs to be monitored because they are so fucking stupid that it is going to be a problem soon, if not already. Now, they're taking this pretty seriously from what I can tell, and normally that'd be something to be happy about, that they're being, like as diligent on it as they can. Like recently with the Listeria outbreak from Boar's Head and all that. Like that's something extremely serious. That's an emergency that needed to be taken seriously. This is a fucking joke. This is embarrassing, is what it is. That it's like an all hands on deck red alert situation because butter went out there without the contains milk label slapped on it. Because they must think every American is so fucking stupid that if it's not posted on the label, they might be liable for a lawsuit because someone might be dumb enough to think that somehow this butter was in the clear and they'd be allergic to milk and die from it. Like that, do you know how sad that is? Do you know how fucking sad that is? So the FDA has not put out information on what to do if you have purchased these recalled items, nor has it shared if there have been any illness or adverse reactions from consuming the product. The usual course of action is to either discard them or return them to your place of purchase just in case. So yeah, anyway, you've heard of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and even the Darman universe. But there's one that for some reason no one ever really talks about, and it's one that I think is far better than both of those combined. It's the Staples Cinematic Universe. And yes, it is that Staples you're thinking of, the retail store that sells office supplies but is always mysteriously out of the one thing you went to Staples to purchase. Yeah, that place. In 2019, they changed their logo and they wanted to do an over-the-top announcement showing it off to their company and their investors and their employees or whatever. So they did this fucking crazy trailer for it. I swear to God, they had to lay off probably 1,000 workers just to afford it. Sounds like they got Hans Zimmer's working the background track like he does the score for the trailer. It's super goofy. Now, I'm of course exaggerating. It looks more like someone whipped it up in Windows Movie Maker, but the fact that they went this hard, they had like a full conference just to play this trailer, puts a massive smile on my face and a wet spot in my trousers. And I just wanted to show it to you all because I think it's great. That's fucking right, baby. It's Interstellar meets Office Supplies. The ultimate battle between good and evil, coming soon to theaters. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a certified fresh. I'm sorry to keep coming in here and giving you blue balls, but god damn it, I love every fucking second of this. They take the boring, stupid Staples logo, and then they start very slowly bringing the L up until it looks like a staple. And then the big bang happens, the universe is created thanks to Staples, and now it's a journey through space and time, baby. You heard that woman having a heart attack in the front row, losing her mind? Ah! And god damn it, the hype is real! They turned an L into a staple. This is the most powerful standing ovation I've ever seen. People fucking flying out of their chairs. Oh my god! Ah! Staples! Whee! Oh, you came to celebrate! Yeah, Staples! Did you see their new logo? Did you see their new logo? I know, it's a whole fucking staple. I don't know if the people were paid to like get hype about it or not, but I can't imagine someone showing me a logo and me just losing my mind over it like, oh my god! Like that is such a foreign concept where workers in particular would be that excited that their place of employment changed their logo. This whole thing could have just been an email they sent like, hey, what's going on, Staples fam? Decided to change our logo, here it is. Alright, have a good weekend. Like, you know, like it would have been that easy, but instead they went the extra mile. They brought everyone together for this little like 2-minute trailer here for what seems to be like a pretty standard logo. It's just a staple and then the word Staples next to it. It's not like, you know, an innovation or, you know, a renaissance of logo or design or anything. It's pretty simple.
There you have it. Here's what I love about it. First, this new typeface modernizes our brand, and yet it's also a nod to our past. The font is actually inspired by the original typewriter font.
So then they invite a bunch of people up on stage like, hey, it's all thanks to you that this is possible. It's coming out of your paychecks. Yeah, let's fucking go. Then the fart smelling begins like, oh yes, actually the font comes from Leonardo da Vinci's forbidden text, his scriptures, we copied it, and, well, the staple is, of course, symbolic of our creation. You just wouldn't get it, I understand. I genuinely love this shit when people make a big deal out of nothing and then get, like, super excited over nothing. I think it's a lot of fun. Like, this is the biggest nothing burger to celebrate, like, hey, my new company's got a new logo, or my company's got a new logo. Woo, like, what do you expect me to rip my shirt off and start twirling it over my head? Like, oh my god, this is the best moment of my fucking life. I get to go to work per usual, but the logo up top is different. And finally, my prayers are answered. You know, like, I don't know what they wanted from this besides just, I don't know, like, real goofy environment. It's kind of like when Walmart had the whole We Are Walmart thing, where they tried to get everyone hyped by doing like a We Are Walmart chant before opening on Black Friday or something. I don't know, it just seems weird.
The staple icon is simply representing who we are. And as you'll see, the icon can be used as a standalone with confidence. It represents so much of who we are and who we will be to our customers. We hope you love it too. Please, everyone, follow us now to the brand showcase on either side of the trucks. Enjoy your dinner, enjoy your teammates, and this beautiful environment.
Thus concludes the Super Bowl of logo reveals. Like I said, I love it. I think it's great. I like to see people happy, and you know, if they're really that excited about it, all power to them. But man, what a weird thing to get that excited over, like a logo change. But anyway, I just wanted to share this because I thought it was super over the top. I haven't seen it. Yesterday there was a fight that almost happened that had more hype than Mayweather versus Pacquiao, than Muhammad Ali versus Tyson, than Joey Chestnut versus a plate of 60 hot dogs. It was a fight that took place almost in an unlikely Thunderdome, a very odd octagon, a Senate hearing. We were so close to witnessing the glory of what it must have been like to live during the medieval ages when disagreements were settled with a duel to the death. Two consenting adults, a challenge was issued, a challenge was accepted, but unfortunately, they didn't get to exchange knuckle sandwiches. Their tummies were left empty because they put the kibosh on it. They weren't allowed to scrap, they weren't allowed to get after it, unfortunately, and damn it, what a shame. Somewhere out there in the multiverse, there is a dimension where this did happen, and it broke all of the viewership records for fights. But unfortunately, we don't inhabit that reality.
Today is quite different, but after you left here, you got pretty excited about the keyboard. In fact, you tweeted at me 1, 2,
so fire.
3, 4, 5 times. And let me read what the last one said. It said,
I thought that was Adam Sandler.
CEO who pretends like
Kinda.
he's self-made. Sir, I wish he was in the truck with me when I was building my plumbing company. Myself and my wife was running the office because I sure remember working pretty hard and long hours. What a clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy.
And the gauntlet's getting dropped.
Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big
No,
guy.
no, stop it.
Is that your
All right.
solution every
Hold it. No, sit down. Sit down. Okay.
Oh, boo! Let him fight.
Active.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
Let him fight.
Hold it. Hold it.
Oh, Jesus. The gavel comes out, and that's where it ends, unfortunately. They should have settled it the old-fashioned way. Pugilistic fisticuffs. Let it ride. Stronger man wins. God, it could have been so hype. There's also a guy in the background here whose expression really sums it all up. This guy right here. Biggest fucking smile on his face. Just like all of us, he wants to see this unfold. That's hardcore, though. This is a time. This is a place. Do you want to settle it now? He starts taking his wedding ring off. That actually was hard. Armstrong, is that you? Yeah, fucking nanomachine, son. Seemed like a consensual duel. Exactly! It was a consensual duel. Like, there's gotta be some kind of, like, old rhetoric in the Constitution somewhere that still exists, because, I mean, there's still shit in there from, like, the 1700s, that says if two senators or two men in a Senate hearing agree to a fight, it must unfold. And it's illegal to break it up. There's gotta be something in there like that. Never thought we'd see a on-site moment at a Senate hearing. Dude brought the receipts, too. He came in with the fucking tweets, and he's like, let's just do it. Let's run it. Stand the fuck up. Or, excuse me, stand your butt up. I like how they keep saying butt. Like you're about to fight, you can at least say ass. I think that's warranted. I do hope they schedule some kind of fight. Like, shit. I'll host a boxing event for them or something, or cage fight, street fight, I don't know. I want to see this happen now. I don't know shit about Mr. O'Brien, and I also don't know shit about Senator Mullen, but man, this would be a crazy fight to see. They look like they got that old man muscle. Put them in a real MWL fight. Oh, that's kind of fire. Yeah, wait, that's pretty good. Our first Senator match. Actually do it. Do either one of them have their DMs open? They're clearly very active on Twitter, since this is where it all stemmed from. Let me see. I'll see if either one of them have open DMs. Senator Mullen does not. What about Sean O'Brien? Neither does Sean. Unlucky. Every election cycle, there's a Senate street fight. That'd be so good. It's what we need. You did not want to feel the burn here, unfortunately. Let them fight. They both agreed to it. Everyone was excited. Just let it happen. This guy's excited. This guy's excited. He's kind of indifferent. You missed the best part. He challenged him to a charity match at the end. Of this? Wait, did he?
Oh, hold on.
Big
No,
guy.
no, stop it. I have the mic.
said.
I'm sorry.
They don't like
work. Mic. You have time.
All right.
Make your statement.
Then let's do this, because I did challenge you, and I accepted your challenge, and you went quiet.
No, I didn't go quiet. I was
Okay, in my defense, this is where the Twitter clip ended, like when Bernie broke it up. So I assumed nothing happened here except Bernie lecturing. This is big. Wait, huge development.
You challenged me to a cage match, acting like a 12-year-old schoolyard bully.
Excuse me. Hold it. No, excuse me.
I will say exactly.
Senator Mullen, I have the mic. We're not here to talk about physical abuse.
You brought.
We're not talking.
It's not abuse. It's a consenting fight.
Let me show you his hearing, because I want to expose this thug to who he is.
If you don't point at me, that's disrespectful.
I don't care about respecting you at all. I
don't respect you at all.
So,
all right, hold it. Hold it.
It's like an Xbox Live lobby.
You're one of
Yeah, hold it.
the most
Hold
elite
it,
people
please.
acted.
Please. All right.
Oh my god. So where was the challenge to a charity match then? Where was that? Still pretty cool though that they kept going, but I didn't see anything about a different time, different day charity match. What I initially thought was fanfic from that chatter about the charity match turns out is real. So I found this in an article about it. The two traded angry insults for several more minutes, each called the other a thug, with Mullen at one point suggesting they fight for charity at an event next spring. Literally a WWE moment here, like, see you at WrestleMania, bub. Be there or be square, Buster. I'm gonna make Hulkmania run wild on you. And then he repeated an offer he made earlier this year on social media.
O'Brien declined, instead suggesting they meet for coffee and work out their differences. Mullen accepted, but the two kept shouting at each other until the next senator, Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan of New Hampshire, started her questioning by talking over them. It's looking unlikely that they're actually going to fight, but I'm going to keep my fingers crossed as a just in case, because I'd love to see it now. I went into this Senate hearing with no information on their stats, what's their background in combat sports, but I don't care. I think it could be a really fun event. I can't recall the last time we saw a good old-fashioned Senator Smackdown. There's just something in me tickling me, telling me they might actually be good at fighting. Like, they might have that dog in them. I think it could be a really enjoyable fight. Not only from, like, the pure entertainment spectacle of it with these two older gentlemen that have no business being in a fight like this in the first place, duking it out. I actually think there's going to be a hidden element of surprise about, like, how competent they are with fighting. Just something in me tells me that, because they were more than willing to just let it rip on this day. At that location. That's confidence. That's a scary level of confidence. So, I do think it could be a fun event. They should put it together, make it a whole community thing, make it a charity thing, turn it into a nice, big, positive event. I'm sure it can be done. But yeah, there's a character called Bruno Excelente that's a sex offender, and that's it. Well, is he supposed to be a hero? Because that's kind of a hard guy to root for. Oh, Bueno Excelente. Yeah, look him up. Is it DC? Bueno Excelente was a perverted sex offender whose skills earned him a place on the hero team, Section 8. This is real? I mean, this would probably be my least favorite member of the team. I don't know a whole lot about him, but I find it hard to root for a sex offender. His only ability is intimidation. His only heroic ability is to scare people with the threat and act of sexual assault. And he's part of the... heroes. Okay, it's not exactly a hero team. Okay. So he's part of a team of villains, then. What a character. He only ever spoke the words bueno and excelente. It is implied that Kyle Rayner was once drugged and sexually assaulted by Bueno Excelente. Man, it's such a shame they retired such a classic character in 2000. There's a Batman comic where Batman abuses his newly adopted son because he misinterprets what his PC says. Thinks it says son, but instead it was sun, S-U-N. Man, what in tarnation? Andrew talked about that one? Did he? I don't recall. Andrew knows a lot about, like, the wacky lore of some of this dog shit. But, like, all of it starts to blend together. Comics sound like they're in a pretty cool spot. Who's Dog Welder? I don't know, I'll look him up. Dog Welder, New Earth. He was a member of Section 8, which we just learned also had the convicted sex offender whose ability is intimidation and sexual assault. So this is a team of superstars. Dog Welder spent his time trapping and killing dogs in alleyways. Abilities, dog welding. Sometimes called mechanical construction. Okay. He has a strong compulsion to weld dogs to people's faces. Damn, and to think he also retired in 2000. What a sad year for DC Comics when they retired Bueno Excelente and Dog Welder. Like I said, I was never a huge comic reader by any means. And now it's in such a weird state. Oh my god, there's a Dog Welder too. The second Dog Welder was similar to the first one. Oh, this guy's got like actual lore. One day in an antique store, he was possessed by the original Dog Welder's welding equipment, becoming the current Dog Welder. His wife and family wanted to help him, however, he was too compelled to weld dogs to people and welded the family dog to his children. This guy's a menace. As a result, his wife divorced him, and remarried a year later. Let's go. Dog Welder secretly watches his family. How do you remarry that? He welded the family dog to his children, and his wife's like, I can fix him, I guess. He watches his family from afar, shows a desire to speak with them, but decides to leave instead. While in Gotham, he encounters Constantine, who reveals to Dog Welder that he can communicate vocally by using dead dogs as puppets. Later, Dog Welder attempts to reconcile with his family. However, his children are still very traumatized by their last encounter with him. His ex-wife, seeking to defend her kids, threatens him with a knife and urges him to leave. Realizing he is frightening the kids, he decides to leave with Section 8 and they head to the pyramids of Egypt. There, Dog Welder learns the truth of his power. Bro, what power? He has welding equipment, kills a dog, and tries to weld it to a person. That's not a power. Like that, you have all the powers of a man. And modern welding equipment. While they are attacked by mummies, Dog Welder lights his torch and is immediately transported to the Dog Welder afterlife. What does that What does that even consist of? Paradise, I guess. Wow. Here he encounters the previous Dog Welder and learn their origin. The power of the Dog Welders is derived from a curse created by Anubis. After their conversation is concluded, Dog Welder returns to his friends. Man, that Anubis is always up to no good. I've said it since I was a kid. You can't trust him. Back in Gotham, they learn that stars Sirius A and B are expanding. When they touch, they will explode and destroy Earth. Dog Welder has an epiphany that he is meant to weld the stars together. As Sirius is the dog star. Are these written like are these supposed to be jokes or is it like serious? Are these like actual stories? Like, do they take themselves seriously? I cannot fucking tell. I don't know. I'm getting mixed reviews. It's supposed to be serious, 100% serious, and the comic series is a joke. I can't tell. Most people are saying serious. It's obviously not very serious. See, like, that's what I would normally say, but Reverse Flash is supposed to be like a serious villain, and some of his crimes, while some are heinous, some of his other ones are he trips Barry when he's a kid. He pushed Barry down the stairs when he was a kid once. And that's like a serious villain. Like, that's one of their, like, big villains. Constantine reveals that Dog Welder has a lot of untapped power. As a result, he may be able to fix Sirius. Section 8 then knock out some NASA astronauts, steal their suits, and hijack a space shuttle. When they arrive in the Sirius star system, Dog Welder leaves the ship and harnesses the power of all previous Dog Welders. He's able to weld Sirius A and B together, stabilizing them. He says goodbye to his friends, knowing that the stars will expand, killing him. Though he was content, as this would prevent the curse from afflicting other people. Section 8 returned to Noonan's, where they all mourn the loss of Dog Welder, whose world-saving sacrifice will never be known to the public. Fuck me. I'm a Dog Welder fan. I need to see these, like, comic panels. Damn, he is not very popular. This is a whole video on the Section 8, the one with Bueno Excelente, the sex offender, and Dog Welder. Who else is part of Section 8? Here's one guy whose spit tastes really bad, so he spits in people's mouths. Team leaders, 6-pack. Sydney... Okay, so this is definitely a joke series. It clearly... Okay. I see. So it's not supposed to be taken, like, in earnest. Flim Jim? Oh my god, this guy actually just spits. Holy shit. I just tried to think of the most useless power and I fucking nailed it. Wow. Wow. Well, I feel real good right now. I was a little off though. I thought he would just spit on people and it tastes bad, but it looks like his is kind of like acidic. Friendly fire. Wait, this guy might actually have a power. He accidentally shot off his own head while also fatally injuring the defenestrator. So he has energy projection but can't aim. Jean de Baton. Alright, pretty cool, pretty cool. So he throws a baton. And then last one is Shake. Alright. Well, I'd say the Section 8 squad is probably up there with the Justice League. They've got all the heavy hitters here. I'm guessing they didn't perform super well, considering their run only lasted like 20 issues. But I think we're overdue for the reboot. This was created by the guy that made The Boys. Oh, no fucking way. Wait, what? Oh, Garth Ennis, you're right. Holy shit. Yeah, he's the guy that made The Boys. Wow, okay. I don't know why they don't credit The Boys here. I'm guessing this is just DC-related properties because we're on the DC fandom. But yeah, Garth made The Boys. Also, The Boys is a fucking terrible comic. Like, it's not a very good comic, but it's a great premise. The show did such a great job adapting it. Yeah, it's just shock for the sake of shock in a lot of places. Wow, I think there might actually be a real chance that they at some point try Section 8. With the success of The Boys, they really might. And I think it could slap. They'd have to tone down Bueno Excelente, I think, though. I don't think having a sympathetic sexual assaulter would go over super well. But aside from that, I think everyone else would probably see moderate success. Bueno Excelente is the soul of the team. Yeah, true. He's really... I mean, at the end of the day, it's only him and Six-Pack that survived the mini-angled ones, whatever that means. So the world is left with just the alcoholic and the guy who rapes people. So he is one of the stronger members. But Dog Welder's the one that saves the world by welding stars together instead of dogs. By the way, apparently James Gunn actually considered Dog Welder for the Suicide Squad, and there was even a fan petition to include him. They should have. He could have just been one of those people that die, like, immediately on the beach. Six-Pack fixed his life after going to Alcoholics Anonymous, but then Superman ruined his life again for no reason. I kind of want to read this. I tried to read a little of The Boys, but I guess that's a bad example because it is just, like, actually a bad series. Like, the comic series is trash. Yeah, I hear a lot of great things about Invincible. I haven't read it, though. But basically what we, like... I just think a lot of comics just aren't super fun to read, which is why for Godslap we've been focused. Last night on stream, we spent like 45 minutes going over all of the drone sightings in New Jersey, and now the drones have spread out beyond New Jersey like locusts. It's like this plague that's sweeping through with all of these unidentified drones, and all of like government officials are kind of talking around it and saying things that like they don't know what it is, and no one's like giving any real information, so it just keeps like festering, like more and more like paranoia is brewing about all of these drones. And this is a real thing. This isn't like some kind of like made up nonsense mumbo jumbo about some crackpot conspiracy cooked up by a galaxy gas addicted weirdo who's talking about how they know for sure that leprechauns are real and they just spotted 5 gnomes that ran across the interstate on their commute to work. This is a real thing. Tons and tons of residents are reporting drone sightings, and tons of videos exist of all of these weird aircraft that are floating overhead. Now, there are so many videos that are being talked about that are claimed to be like these mysterious drones that are actually just airplanes. Like, I read a story about how some people shined a laser at a FedEx flight thinking that it was a drone, and then they're still saying like they lasered a drone. It's like a lot of it is planes. Full stop. We're starting to regress right now, like, you know, uncontacted tribes when a helicopter flies overhead and like everyone's like really confused and like wondering what the fuck is going on. That right now is happening to a lot of people in New Jersey. Anytime like a plane is overhead, they start freaking out, like wondering what's going on with the sky gods up there. But it stemmed from a real thing and is still a real thing with all of these fucking drone sightings. So I'll play some clips from the stream, and I also contacted some experts about it that have like real understanding of this kind of subject. So I got them on the horn to kind of get their perspective on it too, but I'll start with the stream clips. So what's up with the drones? Brother, I actually don't know. There's so many drone evidence is the wrong word, because like there's videos and stuff, but then there's also equal parts reporting that people are like shining lasers at FedEx flights. So like people are now just confusing drones with like actual planes and shit. So it's so weird. But they are everywhere in Jersey apparently.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? All right, this is going right over us
Mandrake.
right now. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? A drone? Welcome to the New Jersey suburbs, where big mysterious flying machines appear over our heads at night. All we know is they weren't all there before. They're loud. It is just nuts. They've been going in different directions. What are these aircraft?
That's just a plane. See, this is what I'm fucking saying. Like, there are some real ones like drones, but then some of these are just a fucking plane. This is the problem. Like, there are like real things like this
that then start just muddying everything, so people just get so fucking paranoid that everything becomes that thing, right? Like, everyone knows planes. We've all grown up knowing planes. But because of like one weird thing, well, it was actually a few weird things with the drones and the lights. Now all of a sudden, anytime there's something in the air with lights, people are like, oh, more fucking government surveillance, drones, and aliens.
Craft, it continues to be a mystery. State and federal officials are investigating and say they don't
Pretty much,
pose
Kaz.
a credible threat. But
You're telling me we don't know what the hell these drones are in New Jersey are? Is that correct?
That's right.
It's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. That's madness.
And then this from a Pentagon spokeswoman.
At this time, we have no evidence that these activities are coming from a foreign entity or the work of an adversary.
So no, we don't know what they are. But I do know a bit about them after spotting them, talking to residents and experts.
I'm so curious.
Yes, some of the videos show aircraft that look like planes.
Yes,
and some
most of them
definitely are regular planes.
Yep.
But experts who have seen the reported drone footage categorize it into two buckets.
Exactly.
Quadcopters and fixed-winged aircraft.
Exactly.
I didn't see one of the quadcopters. What I saw did not look...
Shoot one down. So here's the thing. There was one of these bitches that crashed, and I think it was the authorities said that you're not allowed to go to the crash site. You have to call it in so that they can go handle it. So it just adds to the mystery. So that's why people get like so lost in the hysteria that all of a sudden now they're shining lasers at just airplanes. I'm in New Jersey and they are VTOL UAVs within Transwing Technology Terradynamics. What the fuck was that sentence? They have a contract with the Navy and are testing out of Philly and Maryland since November. I don't think it's aliens or anything. I think it's very weird though, because you could absolutely just come out and say something about it that it's military testing exercises. Like that was like the standard protocol for old UFO shit. But the fact that they're not just continues to let this snowball and people are getting more and more fucking paranoid about it. Like pretty soon they're going to have people like fully converting to like gang stalking.
At a New Jersey briefing on Wednesday, officials said the drones fly for 6 to 7 hours at night. They believe they're coming in from over the water.
These are apparently very, as I understand it, very sophisticated. The minute you get eyes on them, they go dark.
With all the attention,
no, they really don't though. Like everyone's still getting tons and tons of eyes on them. Look up the Terradynamics XP4 drone. They're saying drones are like normal quadcopter configuration during hover, then transform into winged aircraft. The XP4 has this exact same patented technology called the Transwing. Let me see. XP4. The XP4 from Terradynamics. Wait, oh my god, wait, what? Hold on. This is the perfect still image to stop on because look at this. The very first drone on their website is literally that drone. That is 100% the same aircraft. So who is Terradynamics then, Poke? You seem to be pretty knowledgeable on this company. What are they? It's an alien front company. Yeah, they're testing their new drones on our planet. What if one of those drone racers chased one and initiated a high-speed drones... That's a good point. Why haven't anyone, like, tried to chase him down? Cops tried chasing him down with their own drones, but these outran them. Oh, really? So that's already happened? Do we have a dash cam of that, perhaps? Does your dad have any good theories about the drones? Interestingly enough, my mom is the one who's more intrigued with the drones. She actually just texted me tonight and said... Hold on, where is it? She said, those drones, ... Have you seen what's going on? ! It's weird. There are so many different theories for the true nature of the drones and all kinds of conflicting information sometimes about the drones. So it is messy right now trying to get like an actual real explanation for what's going on here. And that's because none of the government officials are talking about it, and the ones that do address it are saying they don't know. So you can't really pin the tail on this donkey here, so all you can do is really speculate. Which is why I decided to call up the experts here like I'm fucking Rick from Pawn Stars. I got the most knowledgeable people I know about this subject on the horn in order to kind of weigh in on the New Jersey drones. My parents. So what do you think about all the drones?
Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that, number one, it's obviously not aliens, okay? Either shoot the fuckers down or find out what the hell they are.
Well, what do you think they are?
I don't know what they are. I don't know, but I gotta tell you what, I'm so glad they're not here because I think they're freaking freaky.
Well, I mean, they're spreading out. Apparently, they're going to more places than just Jersey. They might be here.
They could be here. If you see them on the sky, you know, people will be looking for them, trust me. So, I don't know. I don't like it at all. They aren't even making any attempt that I know of, unless they're suppressing everything, that they're not trying to find out what the hell they are.
Right.
And who's sending them? Where are they coming from? That's what I want to know. Where are they coming from? And they follow. They lead and follow things and stuff. It's just the weirdest shit, Charlie. I'm sorry. I think the whole thing freaked up.
Yeah. What about Dad? What's he think?
Well, Dad's right. Here, Dad's here. He just got a shower. Dad, Charlie's asking about the drones. What do you think they are, and what do you think about them?
I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's too sketchy.
This case has stumped even the brightest minds in this field. My parents don't have an explanation for what's going on with these drones, though both of them expressed their surprise that more drones haven't been, like, shot down or anything. In Florida, we just recently had a guy shoot down a Walmart delivery drone, so I guess that's fresh in all of our noggins up here. Us Florida folk, I suppose, are more surprised that people aren't just going out in their backyard like Yosemite Sam, just blasting up in the air, shooting down all the drones in Jersey. But yeah, me personally, I subscribe to the belief that this is some kind of like military program that for some reason they're just doing in plain sight and they don't want to speak on it, so they're being very hush-hush about it. That's my guess. But I have no like evidence to back it up or anything. There's really so many different explanations that are being offered by tons and tons of people that there's just no way to know exactly what it is right now.
Is it this? From 2 years ago? Sub 1K views? Now that sounds like a good video. Good lord! It's Heisenberg!
You'll never shut me up! You killed oh, there's the killers right there! You killed Jesus! You killed Jesus! I'd love to! No, you won't!
Oh, I'm leaving this alike.
You killed Shame on you! God's gonna kill you!
This is what happens when Reddit meetups try and happen.
God's gonna kill you! You killed how many
It's like every Twitter argument ever personified.
How many have you paid for?
No, he's casting voodoo magic!
It don't work.
Block it with a holy force field.
The man who has risen up for the children. You'll never shut me up.
Can someone get this man's doctor out here? He's gonna blow a fucking valve.
Shame on you. That's the word of God.
Slap him with it.
Oh yeah, you don't want the word of God because it says you're wicked. You're wrong.
I don't know whose side to take. They're both making good arguments.
You need to be worried about God. Go get
This Jesus guy is interrupting his mission for his 5th hamburger of his lunch.
Why don't you shut me up? I am. You can't. You never will. You and your sin. I'm not afraid of you.
Kiss!
You need to be
Fucking make out in holy and unholy matrimony.
You need to fear God. I love children. I love women. I love my brothers and sisters. I love it all.
Oh God.
You love your penis. You love
no! He doesn't love his penis. You'd have to be gay to love your penis.
That's why you're upset about this. No. You don't want the
No! I hate my penis. Tell him to shut up again.
Yeah, thank you. Scream. Wicked.
Twist his fucking nipples off for saying that kind of shit.
Kiss my ass.
Make him kiss it. There we go. Much better. Now we're getting in the groove again.
Look at those demons.
He is annihilating him right now.
Never gonna happen.
Fucking hero.
Never.
Oh!
The Bible says the fear of God.
You shook the hornet's nest and you're not gonna like what comes out.
The Bible's in your ass.
No! Show him where the Bible really is.
You killed Dr.
Even that car in the background just stopped to watch this.
You piece of shit. You ugly piece of shit.
Take him over your knee and spank him. Put the discipline of Jesus right in his ass cheeks.
Shame on you. You pervert.
He lost. He's walking away. He lost. How many times is he gonna walk away and come back? He's like on a runway fashion shoot.
I know who you are.
This guy looks like Fred Durst, the Jesus guy, not the old guy. The old guy looks like he was just late to bet on some horse races.
You killed Dr. Shut up.
Yes! Take that! Ah! He's not only killing this Jesus man, he is killing Jesus himself with those shut-ups. Call him gay again.
You ISIS supporter.
Don't take that! Turn around for the 5th time! Turn around!
American old fool.
Turn around! No! He lost!
Murderer.
I hope he comes around in like a fucking golf cart and sweeps their leg. Yeah, that'll teach you. Now that is how... It's been a pretty interesting couple weeks for recalls. I just talked about the Costco butter stuff, and now Mattel has had to pull thousands of its Wicked dolls from the shelves because they sent them out with the wrong URL on the box. The URL that got shipped on the box goes to an adult website, which apparently had this site going plus ultra as they experienced a huge surge in traffic that they hadn't seen in 12 years at least. The porn site it links to is called wicked.com, and I talked about it on stream. I'll show some clips from that where I dive in a bit deeper, but initially when I was reading the story, I didn't recognize the site. I thought it was just one of those millions of nonsense, completely barren wasteland porn sites that spring up, you know, fucking quirkyperky.com. But when I actually visited it, I had a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. Like, synapses were firing. I got transported back in time because I remember it from the early 2000s. Wicked porn has been around since before the Big Bang. It's older than dirt. It's the porn equivalent of Galactus, just this primordial being that always has been. It was established in 1993, which means the porn is older than the book that the musical is based on. The book came out in 1995 and the play was in the 2003 era. So the actual porn site that it links to is like the OG genesis of Wicked. Of course it has nothing to do with the play or anything, but I just found that to be so interesting. I didn't realize how old it was. I knew it was old as shit, but this blew my mind. Anyway though, let me dive in a little deeper on exactly what happened with this mishap. Did you see how Mattel put the URL to a porn site on all of their Wicked movie dolls? Mattel is pulling all the dolls from the shelves. Is that real? Or is that like a conspiracy? Are you serious? No way. What? Mattel apologizes for link to porn site on Wicked movie dolls. Come on, is nothing sacred anymore? I can't even buy a doll without having melons in my face anymore. Give me a break. Jeez Louise. As soon as I'm done with this ad, I'm sure I'll get to see a great news segment covering this. Here we go.
For a Wicked mistake, a web link on the packaging for 2 dolls promoting the new movie Wicked was actually a link to a porn site. It was apparently a typo that left out some letters from the movie's website. Mattel said, "We deeply regret this unfortunate error. Parents are advised that this misprinted, incorrect website is not appropriate for children.
What was the website?
Discard the product's packaging or obscure the link."
Wait, so it just left out a couple of letters and it linked to porn somehow? What was the site? The package for the dolls were printed with a web address to an adult film site with the same name as the upcoming movie musical starring Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo. So the site's just... Oh, it's just wicked.com. Sarah Ganau, popular YouTube creator who makes videos about Legos, told ABC News she first heard about the printing mishap on Reddit and went to Target to see it for herself. Thought it was really funny initially, but I was also concerned because this went under the radar. Dolls have been on the shelves for weeks. Oh, these are now officially labeled as misprints. Huge collector's item now. The Mattel Wicked doll porn packaging. It was supposed to be wickedmovie.com. I doubt anyone actually going to punch in that exact URL. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I feel like most people don't.
Since this misprint oopsie was made public, Mattel has taken all of the dolls off the shelves and all the major retailers no longer list them. There was a statement from Mattel saying, Mattel was made aware of a misprint on the packaging of the Mattel Wicked Collection dolls. Man, I've said the word Mattel so many times it's completely lost meaning already. Wow, fucking speed ran that one. Primarily sold in the US, which intended to direct consumers to the official wickedmovie.com landing page. We deeply regret this unfortunate error and are taking immediate action to remedy this. Parents are advised that the misprinted incorrect website is not appropriate for children. Consumers who already have the product are advised to discard the product packaging or obscure the link and may contact Mattel customer service for further information. I do wonder how many people would actually call that Mattel emergency hotline in this case, like freaking out, having a panic, just having a conniption. Oh my god, so it turns out I have one of the Mattel doll porn packages, and I don't know what to do. What do I do? What's protocol here? Like, the solution should be super simple. Like, the only further information you should need from Mattel is if you can get a refund, because, I mean, why not try, I guess? But otherwise, just fucking throw away the packaging. Or if you're a collector, just put it on the shelf with the back of the box facing the wall, so that way your kids can't look at the URL. Or, like the article says, you can obscure it, you can put like a piece of duct tape on it, I guess. Or, and this is a crazy one, forgive me for my huge, brave, bold hot take here, you could just be a good parent. If your goose is already cooked, the ship has sailed, your kid already saw the wicked.com on the box, you can just tell them, don't go there, and you can make sure that they don't. You can even make up like a really cool story, like if you go to wicked.com, that's where the boogeyman lives, and he's taking all your allowance, and he's gonna give you bad dreams and drain your Roblox account of all of its Robux. There's a million ways where you can ensure that your kid doesn't go to that website if they happen to have seen it on the box. But calling Mattel for further information to see if you can get a refund, I do think a lot of people will probably do that. Like, hey, my kid saw this, I'm pretty mad about it, I want my money back. That's probably going to be the main people that call there would be my guess, but who really knows? All I know is this is an interesting misprint. I don't think I've ever heard of a toy company accidentally linking its consumers, kids, to porn. Now, as mentioned on stream, I also don't know how many kids or just human beings in general see a URL on something and then manually go home and type it in. Like that's probably not super common, and in this case it definitely doesn't seem all that common because these toys were on the shelves for weeks before anybody even noticed it. So probably not a ton of people that got bamboozled and schmeckeldorfed by the wrong URL here, but even still it is a problem that needed fixing. That's all I really have to say about the whole Mattel fiasco here, but I do want to give you a little bonus because this blew my mind that anyone believed it. Someone sent me an email this morning saying that they had irrefutable proof of the paranormal that they saw on Twitter. Of course, that immediately raises some alarms there. That's definitely a bit of a red flag if you're getting your evidence from some random shitpost on Twitter, but I was curious. My curiosity was piqued, so I took a look at it. And it's this video right here, where it says, some people believe that rich politicians keep such creatures in their houses' secret rooms so as to get power and money. Your thoughts on this? And this is the video. It was immediately clear to me that this is an AI-generated video. But even if it wasn't, why would you instantly believe this? It comes from an anonymous source, and there is no real substance here to any of it. If it's not AI-generated, then the next logical conclusion you should draw is that it's a staged little horror short. But for some reason, the person who emailed me seemed to really believe this, and I looked at some of the comments, a lot of people seem to really believe this. It's crazy how desperate people are to believe in anything at all. Let's just read that back real quick. Some people believe that rich politicians keep such creatures in their houses' secret rooms so as to get power and money. So you're telling me some rich politicians are keeping I don't even know what that is, a goblin sea otter? Some kind of weird fucking Magic the Gathering card looking creature in their secret rooms for power and money. How is that little mythical fucking Bimgus going to be giving the politician power and money? How is it accomplishing that goal at all? It seems to just crawl around on a bed. If this was even real, which it's not, it's an AI-generated video, but like even suspending that disbelief, how is it doing that? Like, if it was fairy godparents, like if we're talking about Crocker here, then I get it. Crocker's keeping fairy godparents locked up for power money. Fine. That logic checks out. But this... what? It's just sad more than anything that anyone would believe that. Like, the story associated with it isn't even close to believable. It's nonsensical. But yeah, I just had to at least briefly mention this here because I saw that in an email this morning with a hard believer of that being... The ET Max goes 70 miles per hour.
On the mountain.
I couldn't imagine
Really nice, guys. It's one of my favorite things about
actually going 70 on this. That is shockingly fast. One pothole and you're dead. That's what I'm saying, man. I could never, ever ride an electric unicycle or a motorcycle for that matter. No matter how good of a driver you are either, it just takes one bad driver you have no control over and you just insta-dead. It's just life on ultra nightmare mode. I couldn't do it. There has to be, there's no way. It's gotta have something to prevent you from just eating shit on like a rock. I've never seen anyone on the road with these. Are they, so they're street legal, they have to be, right? Considering the cops aren't just blasting him. Like, I think this would be super fun to ride on like a closed circuit. An isolated spot. On a public road, that's fucking madness. They actually have races for EUCs. Let me see. I bet crashes in these are devastating.
Mario Chacon followed closely behind.
Here we go,
and
here we
Zach
go.
Darnell behind him.
Oh, shit! Oh my god. Ouch. Oof. Help. Is the other guy alive? Man fucking shattered his hip and they're just leaving his corpse there. Hell yeah, new stuff to bet on. Oh, this could be the next big wave. Electric unicycle betting. Waiting for the blue shell to hit. Well, they're saving it for the last lap. Pro class electric unicycle race at 55.
Or X Games something. Who knows what's coming.
Oh, imagine. The electric unicycle X Games event. Holy.
We have Show from right behind Show. Doug, about 5th position.
Oh, I thought this guy had his hands behind his back. That'd be so badass. That'd be like some anime shit. Riding that with your hands behind your back like some kind of master samurai.
Not a big deal. EXN 100-volt wheel far in front of the pack.
Oh, wait, they are doing hands behind their back.
Second, me battling it out.
That's so cool. That looks awesome. Actual Naruto run.
EXN, Master Pro, takes a seat.
When do they start drifting these bitches? Alright, I'll see. I just want to see the ones from races. Holy shit. Wait, so they do like actual, like, jumps and everything with them. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying right there. Like, you take these on a public road, you have these fucking things all over the place. There's like manhole covers or just like little rocks or changes in the concrete, the asphalt. And it doesn't seem like there's any, like, nothing even crazy's here. It's literally just a manhole cover. And bang. You know what I mean? Then you're down $4,000 exactly, and you got boo-boos. If you survive. Assuming you're not going 55 and just blow up on impact. Yeah, no suspension. No, they have to have some kind of suspension. There's no way they'd be street legal without some kind of suspension, so I don't believe that. But I just feel like it's totally going to vary from rider to rider on how effective that's going to be, you know what I mean? Of course, I'm talking about my ass, but who knows? You see, like, that cannot be... Like, that cannot be, like, safe, right? Like, look at, that's not even a pothole. That's, like, the tiniest discrepancy in the elevation there. It drops just so slightly, like a centimeter, it looks like. And then it immediately gives him, like, the wobbles. That's a non-suspension wheel, so those are death traps. Oh, so, like, this particular one? Yeah, because that's like nothing. Like, you'd walk over this with your actual bare feet and wouldn't even know. But this, it's like hitting a landmine. Okay, that was adorable. That was like the cutest little wipeout I've ever seen. And then he was in battle armor. He's got the knee pads, the elbow pads, the pauldrons, the helmet, the jetpack. Man, this guy, he is ready for war with the Tyranids. He said, I'm getting on my electric unicycle and god damn it, I'm not even gonna let a bazooka hurt me on it. Electric unicycle experts, does that right there, like that kind of spill, does that break the unicycle? I imagine it does, right? Nah, they're built like fucking tanks. Are they? Because it looks like the hole's been cracked here. That's a leaf. Is this a leaf? It looks like a giant crack. Oh, you're right. That is just a leaf. Never mind. False alarm. Oh my god. I like that attempt. He started like pushing Mongo on it to try and get back on. You're right though. These are beefy. Holy, look at this mammoth. It looks like he's riding on like a lawnmower. Oh shit! What a disaster! The Razor scooter wins again! This video looks AI generated. It looks like taking a spill on one of these is like taking a spill on ice. You just come down hard. I'd ride one, but again, I wouldn't ride it in like an actual street. I'd ride it like on a... I'd probably be more inclined to ride it on like a trail or something. And I certainly wouldn't be going like 50. That's... There's not many tricks you can do with it though, is there? I'm trying to think. Because you have to keep your legs on it. And you can't really spin with it, can you? It's too heavy to like grab like a skateboard, right? So you're not going to be doing like any fucking 360s, I don't think. Well, I guess you could kind of... No, you couldn't even really do that, could you? Could you... How electric unicycle freestylers, how easy would it be to do like some 360s and all that?
Available PEV that can do it. And since you encounter curbs probably every day when you're riding your UC, let me tell you how to do it. Before clearing,
looks like you give it like a little ollie.
Is below 5 km the curb by itself.
That's cool.
The more you jump before the curb,
jumping.
There are basically two methods to.
Oh, so you can ollie with it.
Around with the wheel. One bit with your toes as well. To get
Let's see a spinaroo.
You spinning as well. I just call.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute.
And you can make them in several ways. You can.
Nice. That's cool. So there's a freestyle community that's brewing. They're cooking a little bit. Look up a video called EUC Freestyle Blind Spin. Okay. Okay, yeah, you guys have already got your Rodney Mullen. I can already tell. You don't need me here. This guy's got it. Oh! I did not expect that transition there. That's cool. That must feel amazing. Imagine seeing this on your way to work. I mean, yeah, I imagine that'd lift your spirits real quick. Damn, this is like a fucking tricked out electric unicycle. This thing's looking mean. It's like a little Gundam. Inside Edition has a video on EUC where they interview an EUC gang called Are Electric Unicycles Safe to Ride? What's an electric unicycle gang like? I bet they're probably the sweetest people ever.
Once upon a time, unicycles were pretty much ridden by clowns under the big top, but today's unicycle, it's been redesigned, it's been electrified, and some
it feels like it was a jab.
Miles an hour. They can be a lot of fun.
But that hasn't stopped these guys who call themselves the Unicide Squad. These unicyclists call
That's
themselves
so good.
True to One. And our Lisa Guerrero was there when
I love that.
Times Square. Their leader
whipping in and out of traffic around cars. Couldn't somebody have gotten hurt today?
That is entirely possible. And really, if you're seeing a unicycle guy in the street, chances are he's highly skilled.
What about the Maxis?
That, I don't know much about that guy, but that's such a good answer. If I was part of the Unicycle gang, I would 100% be doing that too. Like, listen, we're a group of great guys, but if you see us in the street, just know we can kill you with our bare hands. We're just saying, we wouldn't want to do that. Push comes to shove, true to one, we're breaking your neck. You know what I mean? Like, I'd start spreading the myth.
This because how do you stop it?
Well, really, stopping.
You can't stop us. You can only hope to contain us.
It is a skill, and how we can stop
through traffic on their unicycles.
I will say, if I lived in New York, I would probably use this as well. This actually does seem efficient. Maybe not this. Maybe I would just get like a normal e-bike, to be honest. This I'd probably actually die on pretty much day one. But I think there is an argument to be made that this is pretty helpful in New York. A scooter would make more sense. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm probably doing e-bike, to be honest. But I see the reason why you'd use these in a place like New York.
The penalty for riding a unicycle in New York City is a $100 fine, but the guys we spoke with say they've never gotten one.
Yeah, because the police are afraid of them. Unicycle Squad and True to One, they run that city. Gotham is theirs. I think the police are gonna fucking give them a fine. Get out of town. Cops can't even catch up to them. Unironically, the cops probably could not catch them in New York. What are the cops gonna do? Oh, let's check out Carton Arc.
Because I'm a documentary filmmaker, I'll tell you right now, I don't give my...
Oh, those documentaries are definitely anti-vax related and on Facebook.
Because you don't call me a slime ball either, so I'm a nice guy. Oh man, what's going on here?
He sounds like a
I don't
minion.
know why you're being so angry when I'm clearly in the right and you're clearly in the wrong.
Get away from this nice guy. Oh god, she's got a taser.
Left your cart in the middle of the spot.
She is outsmarting him right now. This is like a League of Legends counter pick. iPhone versus iPhone.
It's for your social media business.
No, actually, what this
You're right.
is
His whole show is about cart narking.
Let their cart blame why that's...
Who are we?
We are the cart narcs. We and other agents of the cart narcs.
Really? Do you get paid by the
My agents.
Now let me explain why that's a bad
It's an unholy cult. You wouldn't understand. We're very powerful, more than you could ever imagine. Ooh, she's gonna wait there all day with the cart out of place. What are you gonna do about it? You gonna kiss her?
These carts roll and ding people's cars. We see it all the time.
The employee's like, guys, can I just put the cart back for the love of God? Fucking cart narc, fart shark coming in hot, baby.
No, ma'am,
I have to put my cart there.
I know it's common decency, but you lack.
You
Woo!
common decency.
Ma'am,
what are you gonna do with the video?
That's a handicap spot, ma'am. A person could die.
If someone dies as a result of that cart, they planned it.
It's to help people get out of their wheelchairs and stuff. Ma'am.
That cart isn't necessarily like a landmine. It's not like she IED'd it. Let's see what other kind of justice we're dispensing out here. The cart narcs are assaulted. Ooh. By a woman that's so horny after seeing them, she just can't help but throw her pussy at them. Oh god, she's about to do it. Right in front of an on-duty cart narc, she's got a death wish.
A handicap, actually. So just let you know, but I get what you're saying.
Is it lazy bonesitis? But like the heart, the head?
I'm sorry, wait.
Is your disability
Lazy boneitis? Those are fighting words.
I saw you walk around the store.
You can cart narc, go yourself.
Ooh.
Lazy bonesitis? How about colitis?
Well, I'm a...
Whoa. There's no such thing as assholeitis. Let's not be ridiculous here. Lazy boneitis is at least a real thing. This guy sounds like if Invader Zim fucking snorted helium. His voice is wild.
Is it lazy bonesitis?
Well, it might be.
You're a dick.
Delicious McDonald's and delicious...
Ooh.
I love bang energy drinks, but you're throwing it at me.
I don't give a
Look,
oh.
Don't ever tell somebody with a disability it's lazy bonesitis.
You have a biggest throwing arm for someone with a disability.
That was a little far. Let's be honest. You don't just toss around lazy boneitis. It's like a slur. What is your karma score on Reddit?
Never seen my MRIs. You're not inside my body.
You're walking around.
Oh, not yet. He's not. Listen to his voice. Come on. He's gonna be inside your body real soon.
You could have it's lazy bonesitis.
Right.
That's my disability.
That's my suspicion. Yes.
Is it your suspicion? Yeah. Okay, so I have 6 bulging discs in my neck. Look. I have 3 bulging discs in my back.
Bulging discs.
I believe so.
That's a little lazy boneritis in that case, ma'am. That's a whole different issue.
I told you I have to take pain medication to even walk around.
Let's go back to the part where you said he's not inside your body. Let's change that. He's a cart narc. You can't resist.
So I'm sure you have an autistic daughter.
I'm not trying to.
Oh, what?
Daughter?
I have many actually. I'm a sperm donor.
Very good. I'm a very good.
Oh my god. Good lord. Oh man.
Look, Sebastian.
God, you'd hate to find out you had this man's sperm. I'd feel ripped off and scammed like it was RuneScape if I got this dude's sperm as a donor.
Me, I'm backing away.
No, come here, because I'm going to teach you.
Uh-oh, pepper spray.
I'm going to teach you.
Card knocks out.
This dude definitely deserves to get pepper sprayed. Or rather, someone throws a shopping cart at him and takes him out.
The cart narcs, yes, that's what you cart narcs.
Oh, I can see him in the reflection. Oh, I'm getting a good look at him. This looks like the Nostalgia Critic with hair. And the exact same attitude. Pretty much. Maybe this really is like old Nostalgia Critic.
Take it over there.
The dude literally looks like a cart narc. If I had just seen him like walking around a grocery store, I'd be like, dude, this guy probably fucking polices shopping carts in the Walmart parking lot.
Oh, no, don't take that cart. Don't take that cart. That's his cart. He's holding on to it. Yeah, that's his cart. Don't take that cart.
Was that a time traveler? What the fuck happened there?
To do with it. Yes, I'm the cart narc.
Kiss my ass.
No, why? You sir.
Jesus, this is like everyone's grandpa coming in right now.
Why? People.
Your job, you're a douchebag.
I'm a cart narc.
Douchebag.
Cart narcs are by definition not.
He's not wrong. He's really on the money with that one.
You can roll up your ass too.
No, sir. It's very unlikely to do that.
Sebastian, you're just getting annihilated. Walk away.
But sir, the cart
You're not beating this guy. This guy survived Vietnam 5 times.
Ow, you hit me with the cart. You didn't take your cart back where it belongs.
Oh wait, that's him? Wow, that's courageous. Oh fuck, I can't even see him over there. My glasses are foggy. Just looks like a snowman talking to me.
Words still relevant in today's Republican Party.
I think words are still relevant no matter what party you're associated with. Words are an integral part of our society. We use them to convey meanings and feelings and let other people know where we're coming from. If we took away words, what separates us from bowling balls or coconuts? Absolutely nothing. However, I do understand why so many people would like words banned altogether. Since the words were made by our species, they're not infallible, and they can lead to some hurt feelings and some offended people. But who gives a shit? Think of the privilege you have being able to use words. Look at cockroaches. They don't get to use words. Do you want to be like cockroaches? No, you don't. Who wants to be like a cockroach? They're a fucking shit stain in the universe. We want words. We need words. If I'm elected president, I will ensure words are still our primary means of communication.
So you've said if China launches a cyber attack against the U.S., on your watch, quote, they're going to see cyber warfare like they have never seen before. What exactly would that response look like?
I don't know what a cyber attack is. I don't even know what cyber means. But I do know what a war of attrition means. And we're in one right now, and no one wants to admit it. I know this isn't what anyone wants to hear, but I'm just gonna pull it off like a band-aid. I'm gonna rip the condom off of this post-ejaculatory penis. America is in a drought. A creatine drought. We're running out of creatine, and this spells trouble for all American citizens. I like to creatine load myself about 4 months out of the year, and then pray at the Iron Temple super duper hard, putting up reps with weights you've never seen used before. You know what this means when I don't have my creatine? My gains suffer. And when my gains suffer, this country suffers. But then sometimes I'll gamble on a fart and lose, and there's a whole loaf of shit in my britches, and all's right in the world. But back to your question, I love cyberspace. Hello, I'm Ashley Toffel, and my question is directed at the lady dressed as Santa Claus. With all the adults having so many babies, do you think eventually the babies will outnumber the adults and the babies will take over the world? After seeing Baby Geniuses, this has become a big fear of mine. What do you think of this possible apocalypse? That's an excellent question, Miss Tofu, and let me just say, this is America. And America is a country, and this country is part of a continent, and this continent is part of a world, and this world is part of a solar system, and this solar system is part of a galaxy, and this galaxy is part of the universe, and that's why I'm here today.
As a Republican and abide by the decision of the Republican.
I don't even know what you just said, you fucking nerd. You dweeb. You sentient Egyptian hieroglyphic. Oh, you like that one, did you? That one gave you a hoot? You fucking ancient geology professor? That's super old because they're just really old?
Mr. Trump just committed to stay the distance regardless of the result. How about you?
Well, being a doctor, I'm constantly asked, how does an erection work? So I'm going to go ahead and clear up any confusion surrounding that topic. An erection is the result of two spongy vascular organs working together. Vascular meaning they both have the ability to carry blood. So the first one is the corpora cavernosa, which lines the penis. It's just under the surface of the penis. And then there's the corpus spongiosum, which contains the urethra, which allows urine and semen to pass through it. And when you get sexually stimulated, these organs fill with blood, the cavernosa more so than the spongiosum. And when they work together and both get filled with blood, it makes your dick hard as a rock. I just love football. It's a great sport. You go 100 yards down this way, you go 100 yards, and you turn around, you go 100 yards this way down the field. I mean, it's all over. It's a great sport. I love football. It's just a good sport. Sometimes you go this way, you karate chop, you slap someone in the ass. Sometimes I throw my kid out the window. Who cares? It's football season, right? So then we're over here doing all this. We're watching football. Then I get my crab claws out. I'm holding my hands like a fucking crab sometimes when I'm watching the games. I'm like, oh, I'm not a crab. I'm a human being, but sometimes I get my hands like this, you know? And then I go in a little karate stance right here, like I'm about to throw down with the TV. It's not going the way I want it to go because I got my crab hands out. You don't know what's going on when I got my crab hands out. Then you go up and the kick is good sometimes. I am not a machine. I love human values and human things. I will make sure these human things continue to have good value if I'm president. Extreme. Extreme. Extreme dinosaurs. TV show. I don't know where I am, and I don't know who I am. I'm very cold and afraid, so please, send help. I don't have a cell phone, and I don't have an AOL account. Send it via carrier pigeon if possible, telling me how I got here and what I'm doing here. On my way to this debate, I saw a bird. I stopped for a moment, and I waved to that bird, but it didn't wave back. I hate my life. We need a president who's not afraid to get up in front of his people, drop his trousers, and throw his ass in a circle. I am that fearless leader. I will make every Friday free ice cream day. I will deliver ice cream to each and every one of your households every Friday, and school will be canceled, work will be canceled. It'll be nothing but recess and... Have I watched Jimmy Justice the Vigilante? Can't say I have. Traffic enforcement agent blocks fire hydrant during a fire. That's selfish. What does Jimmy Justice do about it? I hope Jimmy Justice lifts the car up and moves it himself.
You're supposed to enforce the law, not break the law.
That's some Star Wars shit. You were meant to bring balance to the law. She's definitely ruined now. Again? She's done it again. A repeat offender? Good God. Jimmy, take matters into your own hands. Push the car. So, how common is it to park in front of a fire? I don't even know where the fuck the fire hydrants are in my city. I couldn't find one to park in front of if I tried. Man, Jimmy is getting lucky that they're not beating his ass. Before I get off the old Jimmy Justice train. Traffic cop makes illegal U-turn. You done fucked up with that U-turn in front of Jimmy.
You made an illegal U-turn in a business district. You made an illegal U-turn in a business district, and I have it on video.
Don't do that.
How did he catch that? Was he sitting there waiting? Or is it staged? This really is like some Oblivion NPC shit. You violated the law. Come quietly or pay 5 silvers. Oh, he's in front of a police station doing this, I think. This is huge.
I am Jimmy Justice, and your days of running around this city like a cowboy are over.
That was, you know, I'm not a huge fan of Jimmy Justice. I think he's kind of like nails on a chalkboard and kind of, you know, kind of goofy. But that was an awesome sign-off. Your days of running around like a cowboy are over. Jimmy Justice is putting the kibosh on it. He said, I've had enough. I'm taking matters in my own hands by posting it on YouTube. Take this. You'll never be able to make a montage again. Jimmy Justice is somehow on every single corner next to the fire hydrants every day in 2007 and 2009. Jimmy, take us into the recap. I don't need like the longitude and latitude of where they parked in front of the hydrant. Just take me into the fucking zone. Thank you, Jimmy. Jesus Christ. To teach this officer a lesson, he kidnaps his son and runs away. Your days of having a family and parking in front of the fire hydrant are over. Jimmy Justice is in town.
And misuse your official police department placard when you go shopping with your family, officer?
Damn, Jimmy.
That's a CD, buddy.
He's coming out raw and no rubber in this one. Slap his car on the ass on the way by. Oh!
You're gonna get a CD.
That was pretty fucked up right there. Jimmy, let's do something about that. Slash his tires. Yeah. A name feared by all wrongdoers. Well, feared by anyone that parks in front of a fire hydrant. It's been 5 years since the last we've heard of Jimmy. And you know what's happened in the last 5 years? A pandemic? Crime? I'm just saying, since Jimmy Justice vanished, things haven't been too great. But think of all the great times we had in 2008, 9, and 10. There was only a recession and no pandemic. I'm just saying we were safer with Jimmy around. So last time we tuned into this, the Midnight Wisp were still sucking fat asshole. I think they're in 12th place. We've seen the Midnight Wisp do really well with these hairpin turn courses in the past.
A slow start for Nemo as Smoggy takes the lead. Orange and also getting swarmed from the 4th place position.
We're already in 14th place, I think. What the fuck happened in Sector 1?
To be a safety marble. Yes, it is. The safety marble is deployed.
Well, I want to see the safety marble. Why are we under caution? I didn't see what happened. I know they got, like, stuck for a second. Whoa! What is this? Is there glue in there? Oh! What is this course? Was it even tested? Ew, this is not FDA approved at all. What a disaster. Yeah, what a catastrophe.
That bunches everybody up. The safety marble comes in.
What happened?
And fails to get
these courses usually go through extensive practice rounds to make sure that they're safe for the competitors. Wow. That's good news for the Midnight Wisp, though. I wonder if this is manufactured drama. Trying to start a controversy. Because I find it hard to believe that the Marbula 1 committee would have let this track fly in its current state.
Lights are on. And we're rolling again.
They've made zero mistakes on their courses. The certification process for these tracks is so rigorous, there's no way. But I'll take it because the Midnight Wisps are doing a lot better right now. This would be such a weird job. You know, this is like the only sport unaffected by coronavirus, though. This and esports. But even esports are affected because you can't go in person. Meanwhile, the Marbula 1 Marble Olympics. It's business as usual, baby. I think the main problem with the Midnight Wisp squad is that they're too noble. They never use any dirty tactics. And they get abused. Like, we're already back in 6th place. We don't use any nitrous, we don't use any, like, inside corners, we just play so truthfully. Come on, baby, just hold on to 5. Just stay 5th place. We need this. Don't do anything risky. Play it safe. Granny shift it. 4th place. No, 5th. Shit. Damn it. 4th. Let's not get greedy. Just as long as we get 5th, we're good. Oh, we got it. We fucking got it. That's a huge finish. Batman. A name all of you are familiar with, no doubt. Whether you've seen any of the movies, whether you've played any of the games, whether you've purchased any of the Batman-themed dildos and butt plugs, or even dabbled in the Batman-themed nipple clamps, you are familiar with this character. I've even seen an entire community of people who are dedicated to coming on figurines ejaculate onto a Batman figurine. It was eye-opening, so undoubtedly anyone out there that's watching this is familiar with the name Batman in one way or the other. As a fictional character, Batman has actually reached into the real world and inspired many of us. Entire generations of human beings are taking on many of the ideals Batman himself symbolized in his comic books and other media portrayals of the character, such as fighting for justice. For example, right now there's an entire group of heroes on the internet that are trying to get Rotten Tomatoes taken down due to poor reviews of the movie Suicide Squad. This is what Batman was known for in his comic books, his prowess behind the keyboard and his outrage over mundane matters, and of course making sure every opinion that exists in the world echoes the opinion of the hive mind. And if one heathen dare speak out, have the audacity to disagree with this generally accepted opinion, they should be silenced. Truly fighting the good fight. Now, as I said in the beginning, Batman is extremely well known. I would argue he is the second most well-known hero in all of fiction and the second most beloved. He is second only to Hard Turbo of the Hard Turbo universe, the undisputed god of all superheroes in fiction. Batman has also delivered some unforgettable moments in television and movie history, such as this scene when Batman and the Joker enter a surfing competition and bust out some super duper radical, gnarly, tubular, ultra-tastic, groovy moves and just engage in some high octane fuck titties action that is nothing short of a cinematic marvel. This stands as film's magnum opus. Batman is known for the mini-villains and hundreds of thousands of thugs he's defeated, among them some really fearsome foes, such as Bane, the Mad Hatter, the Riddler, Joker. He's even slapped Superman's ass cheeks around a little bit, but he could never beat Hard Turbo in a fight. Hard Turbo would fuck his shit up. Despite the innumerable amount of foes Batman has vanquished, there is one that stood too powerful, too great to overcome for this hero, and that is Telltale Games' Batman series. I'm just gonna go ahead and roll the clip.
Hey, what are you...
What's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm playing one of my favorite games again where I go onto foreign news websites and translate the news into broken English and try and piece together what the actual news article was about. I'm once again on Quetza, my go-to for anything newsworthy in the entire universe. So I found this article, I didn't catch it, I'm not a fucking Pokemon trainer of foreign news articles, and it's called Meddling Mother Naked in the Bathroom. Now that catches your attention, right? I mean, the first thing I thought of was Scooby-Doo. I mean, I hear meddling, I think of Scooby-Doo. And this made me instantly think, oh shit, the mystery gang must have busted in and caught someone's mother naked in the bathroom. Huh, gotcha, I fucking knew you were naked in here, case closed. But this is in the crime section, the history of legal section, so I wanna get this out of the way. If this is a serious article, there's no way I'm going to know because the broken English probably won't yield itself to giving me an actual understanding of what this is about. So I'm not making light or making fun of the actual situation if this is something serious. I'm just making, not even making fun, just playing around with the broken English. So let's dive right the fuck in here and see why my mother was naked in the bathroom. Well, I'm a fan of the author of this paper. If you're unfamiliar with any of his work, you really need to go, look him up and be enlightened with his expertise in journalism. If you look under the title of the article, it says by the author of this paper, so now we have a clear understanding of who wrote this. Son, lack of character, who interrupted his mother in the bathroom or naked and start them over, he was brought before a court of law. Well, immediately, I'm fucking confused on what this is about. I guess this man just keeps interrupting his mother in the bathroom and then starting the whole process over like it's fucking Groundhog Day. Angela Steele has informed Alfred Iron, there's a match made in heaven, Harari's civil court, and told the judge of the court is welcome. Sawardi said, "My king, I came here looking for document protection for my son. I gave birth. Hear this. I do not know that any exposed by doing what he did to me while she's home." Well, luckily for you, Angela Steele, I believe Windows 10 does document protection. He will intervene in the bathroom naked, as I often come open the door and say, "Mom, come out to talk right now. The news of the child's money where it's needed to pay school fees." And I realize that I came here and he can stop his habit of this. He continues his son's habits of constantly being verbally abused. Well, I understood that last part. That's very sad. Against the invasion, I opened my bathroom. I do not curse or just breathtaking. I cursed it was a dog, a witch, a prostitute. What, she gets interrupted in the bathroom by dogs, witches, and prostitutes? Where is this woman living? In some type of fucking twisted fairy tale universe? Goodness me. That reads like it's straight out of The Wizard of Oz. Dogs, witches, and prostitutes. No shit. This touched me and harassed me in my heart that I gave birth to a child who can do this. The truth? Alfred has no doubt about what his mother, and he apologized in court. I do not oppose the request for my mother, that protection, but I have also requested an apology to the court and to my mother, said I forgive my mother, I did not know, said Alfred. Judge Sawardi gave Angela document protection. Alfred said he must respect his mother. All in all, I'd say this had a happy ending. I'm not entirely sure what this was all about. I'll go ahead and venture an educated guess. I'll say Alfred Iron is the son of Angela Steele, and he periodically interrupts her as she's taking a shit fully nude, or using the shower fully nude, as people often do. You know, and he says, Mom, quick, there's something important outside, you know, this child, he needs money for school fees, he's outside selling Girl Scout cookies, we gotta help pay his rent and his school fees. No, you don't have time to put clothes on, Mom, come on, get out here, quick. And she's just had enough of it, you know? And she also wants some document protection because she's just tired of losing her resume on the MacBooks. Now, I will admit I have absolutely no fucking clue what that lion, witch, and wardrobe tangent was about with the dog, witch, and prostitute. I can't really connect those dots. I don't really know what that love triangle added to this story or where it came into play. But I don't think that bit of exposition was crucial to the actual story. I think I hit the nail on the head with my interpretation of this one. Maybe I'm way off, but overall, this just seemed like it had a good resolution, you know? Alfred reflected on himself, hey, I shouldn't be interrupting my mother while she's naked in the bathroom. I should respect her privacy and let her have that nude time to herself. And Angela's getting her document protection, so overall it seems like everything worked out okay. It was a captivating story. You see the girl who had a fuck machine on Kick livestream? Oh yeah, I saw Jake's tweet about it. That went hard. Yeah, that was wild. There's a gift sub, or the resub Zoro. Hey man, if Kick allows it, I say let it ride. That's super smart. You get a 95% cut, and everyone pays for like camming. Shit, let it rip. That's just smart business. Until they shut it down, I mean, that's just smart business for now. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, 4x. 18 plus section. Yeah. I've always said that would have been very smart, and it looks like Kick's going to do that if they're not already. Am I going to update my Marvel tier list? Not anytime soon. Maybe like next year when there's 10 more movies and shows. 10 more shit movies, you mean? Oh, speaking of shit movies and superheroes, have you guys seen this? I'm sure it'll come up if I just type this in. Jesus. I think that's what the headline was. Yeah. So apparently they did a test screening for the new Aquaman movie, and they called it the worst DCU movie ever after walking out. Did you guys see that shit? I heard about it today from Aaron, so I looked it up, and it's apparently true. This sounded made up, because usually test screenings go immediately to like fans, and they will never give you good feedback. At least I've never heard of a test screening leading to anything positive. And yet somehow even here they're like, yeah, this shit is trash. Oh, it's a test screening? Typically they'll take a cut of the movie, give it to a small audience in order to get feedback on like what's working, what's not. So like if the villain's bad, or if some scenes are bad, or if something's not testing highly, so they can make like last minute changes to the product to move things around, make it a little bit better. But here, apparently people literally walked out and just said it's the worst DCU movie ever. Thanks the resub Taco, Smarty, and the gift sub Logan. Imagine inviting someone to a screening and they just walk out. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. It sounded made up. It literally sounded made up. No way worse than Wonder Woman. The new, I guess it's not new anymore, but the second Wonder Woman was truly awful, but I guess this is shaping up to be worse. Oh, and another thing that looks very bad for DC, Shazam is projected to be the lowest grossing DCU movie ever. It's tracking 43 mil opening weekend, which is even less than their previous low one, which I don't think it was Black Adam, I think it was one before that, but one of those. So the new Shazam's also not looking good. The issue with the new Shazam is they turned a unique idea into a standard DC movie once the first did good. I don't know if that's the case. My little game theory is when they split Black Adam into a solo film, they really fucked Shazam. Because now what is Shazam supposed to do? So they ended up just giving it some generic schlock. Was it boring or cringe? What? This isn't out yet. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Superhero movies aren't the same without Iron Man, Captain America. Well, I mean, that's Marvel. This is DC. DC has stumbled in their live-action superhero movies for a while. They've had a couple good ones, though. Outside of, like, the Nolan stuff, because that's obviously absolute top tier, but it's not DCEU. So it doesn't really count. Same with the Batman, also not DCEU. But, like, their actual core ones, they have fucking struggled. The Suicide Squad is great, the recent one. Is that DCEU? I'm not sure. But I actually did like James Gunn's Suicide Squad. I enjoyed that. I agree. I like that one. 2016 Suicide Squad is an unwatchable mess. Thanks to Prime J-Ob. Thanks to Resub Uga. Didn't you hate it before? Which one? James Gunn's Suicide Squad? No, I even gave that a good moist meter. 2016's was like the lowest moist meter score I gave way before I even started doing like actual ratings. That movie was so offensive to me that it actually kickstarted moist meters for movies, because prior to that I was mainly just doing games. It's that bad. Yeah, 2016 Suicide Squad I literally think is unwatchable. James Gunn's The Suicide Squad, though, is good. I enjoyed it. And the Peacemaker show was fun. Did you hear about Suicide Squad needing an internet connection just to play? Yeah, we watched the state of play. Game looks very not great. I like the movement. I hate the live service aspect. All the monetization shit got leaked. I don't like needing to be perpetually online just to play a single player game. It's all not looking great. Also hate that everyone uses a gun and no one looks unique. Yeah, it just doesn't look good, man. Just straight up, there's not a whole lot to be excited about for this. Except the movement. If you're just really into movement, I think it looks like they nailed that. But every character can just use a gun, and every character does just use a gun. Something they even advertise, that you can just mix and match guns with every character. It's like, that's not really fun. This was originally going to be a Superman game before Warner Bros. Told them that it was impossible to make one and forced them to make this instead, supposedly. Don't know if I believe that or not, but take your word for it, I guess. Not like it changes anything. Thanks for some sharpshooter and boring one. You plan on getting a haircut again soon? I actually just got a haircut a couple days ago. Just for some of the dead ends. But no, I don't plan on going back to like short hair anytime soon. I want to try like some wackier shit with it. Get experimental. Start doing some like anime styles or something. Just literally trying a bunch of different styles. Might as well. Give it a whirl. Did you see Steven Ewan might play Sentry in Thunderbolts? I don't even know what you're talking about, man. Have you heard about the absolute show going on with the Amazing Spider-Man comics? Someone in chat mentioned that a minute ago, but I didn't bother to look it up. Let me see. What's happening? I don't see anything in the news here about it. I see 9 hours ago they teased Spider-Man hunting Kraven. So what is it? And I'll look for it. I see resub Ewu, Toxic, and Tier 1 Cyclone, the anonymous gift sub. And the Bits Moth and Digital. I know he would be so disappointed, Digital. He got cucked again. Like, the true definition of cucked is Spider-Man now confirmed cuckold? Like, what do you mean? Literally, yes. No way. Or, I don't see anything about that when Googling. Where do I go to find that? I don't believe you. What do I do? Amazing Spider-Man cuck. I see something from 3 months ago. And the bits... Oh, so it's not actual cuckoldry. They're just making a shitty run right now. Look up MJ and Paul. I feel like I'm just being lied to, in general. Who the fuck is Paul? Paul Rabin? MJ's new boyfriend. Oh, she's moved on from Spider-Man to Paul. And has kids with Paul. Cool. Awesome. So, okay. What happened then? From what I'm reading, Mary Jane and Paul got locked in an alternate dimension for 4 years, and they fell in love. That's so weird. What the fuck? Cool. Thanks, you said Edible, Bulldog, Nightwing, Aaron, Andrew, and Tier 1 Joey. Is Paul just some dude? He's apparently related to a villain. I don't know, this is very silly sounding from the cliff notes here. This is just titled Mary Jane's 2 children are no more. And then it looks like they were created and then erased by him. Wow. Thanks for 5 gift subs, Joey. And the resub Nostalgia, Mickey, and the Prime Rar. So is the drama just it's bad? This isn't the first time Peter got cucked. Gwen Stacy cheated on him with the Green Goblin and had secret kids back in the day. Damn, he can't catch a break. Thanks for your sub, Drunk. Yeah, this doesn't really seem like drama. It just seems like it's a bad Spider-Man run right now. What kind of writing is that? I don't know, man. Goofy writing? They made Captain America into a secret Nazi? Well, probably in like an alternate timeline, right? That's the whole point of their multiverse, is everything is possible. So that doesn't even sound that egregious or anything. Just sounds dumb. It's a tier 1 diet. No, it's canon. It's canon? Wait. Wait, let me see. That's a pretty wild twist. Oh, this is all the way back in 2017. How Marvel has responded to the Nazi Captain America controversy. Captain America is actually evil and aligned with the shadowy organization Hydra. Huh. What a... I mean, this panel goes hard. Just says, Hail Hydra. Cool. He was just an agent or something, was he? Captain America Steve Rogers #1 closes with the iconic hero killing a teammate and declaring Hail Hydra. That's bold. That's big. Ugh. I'm the most hated man in America today, Spencer told the Daily Beast. Brother, you write comic books. You're not the most hated man in America because you're not good at writing comic books. Stop. Just stop. Ugh. I write comics too, man. And if I fumbled, I wouldn't say I'm the most hated man in America. I'd say, damn, I really let people down with this one. When you decide to do something like this, you understand, obviously, that people aren't going to throw you a party for it. You understand that this is the kind of story designed to upset people and shock people and worry people. That's the response you're supposed to have to something like this when you're seeing a bad thing. Does he think it's all, like, real or something? This is certainly the kind of response I expected, but in terms of the magnitude of it and just how many people are chiming in, that part's unreal. It surpassed any expectation I had. I must have missed all the riots in the street over Captain America turning out to be a Nazi in an issue of Marvel. Somehow I didn't see that one. Thanks, Resub, Joy Boy, Care, Squid, Spud, Shrek, Mess, and the Bits Jack, Toutist, and Thunder. Doing alright, Thunder. Hope you had a good day. You see Kiora has ChatGPT now? No, I didn't see that. I've still not seen Raka Raka's horror movie yet. I will be seeing it soon, though. I want to. It looks good. Like, all the reviews and everything are good, so, I mean, it's sounding pretty good. Thanks for some clarity. It's an old story. He was a sleeper agent deep undercover, pretending to be Hydra was how they changed it. He was faking it to go take Hydra down from the inside. Damn, so they couldn't even stick to their guns. Cowards. You know that as of now, Jean Grey has died a total of 16 times throughout Marvel's mainline canon. Wow. Yeah, I saw that Pee Wee Herman passed away today. Him and Angus Cloud, I believe his name is, from Euphoria. Fucking awful. Both those, terrible. Twitter's going crazy with conspiracies? On what? I don't think there's any foul play or anything here, man. Thanks, Arisa Bless. I don't even know what you could possibly make a conspiracy out of for this. Anyone who dies is vaccine related now. Yeah, I do see that on pretty much all of those posts. There was a post today, actually, as well, about a famous, like, daredevil, like one of those Instagram daredevils who climbs skyscrapers and shit. He fell to his death today. And one of the replies was asking about his vaccination status. I'm unsure if it was like a meme on that or not, but that is legitimately on every post about someone passing away, is about, like, it was probably vaccine related. It's so hard. Meta plunged $700 billion in value today, and Zuck's net worth is down from $150 to $30 billion. Meta's the future. This is an investment into the advancement of human species. $700 billion is nothing in the grand scheme of VR chat brought to the mainstream. I hope he continues to pour his entire net worth into Meta. An actual money pit. Best investment decision? I couldn't agree more. I pray that they continue to go all in on Meta and completely ruin themselves. Here, hold on. Let me pull up the graph real quick. Oops. Okay, here we go. Actually, here, I don't know why I did it up here. I'll just do it over here. Oh, yeah. You love to see that. Looks so good. Oof. Oof. You can't help but just celebrate. You gotta love the metaverse. The gift that keeps on giving. The tier 1 cast iron and the prime king and the resub ladder and huge. It's just 2 big games come out tonight. That's why it's a big night. Thanks for the bits, Purely and Samurai. Did you see F1 is trying to kill the drivers at the Japanese Grand Prix? No, what are you talking about? Thanks for resub Lion. Is the Germa tummy time still happening? Yes, on Halloween. We had to reschedule because his flight got canceled, but it'll be on Halloween. So that'll be a fun tummy time. Why do you think Modern Warfare 2 is shit? Where are people getting that I think Modern Warfare 2 is shit? Where is this coming from? Is this just assumed because I think the last, like, 5 Call of Duties have been shit? I have not played the multiplayer yet. I have only played the campaign, and I said it was fine. The ending is shit. It's a terrible ending. It's an underwhelming, abrupt ending. The post-credit scene slaps. But the campaign overall was fine. The beta was also fine, it's just slower than Modern Warfare 2019. But I haven't played it since beta, and when it comes to multiplayer. So you do hate it. True. Thanks, resub veteran. Well, that's what I was at. What happened at the F1 Grand Prix in Japan? Why are you saying that they're trying to get the drivers killed? Thanks, resub Shurg and Charlie makes me wet. No, I don't know what you're talking about with that one, Punk. But thank you for the bits and the Prime, Janine. They put a tractor on the track. Let's see. Verstappen reflects on the difficult F1 race director. Leclerc reveals positive signs that Ferrari can fix key issues. This is all I'm seeing from the Japan headlines. Pierre Gasly's near miss in Japan. How did it happen and what comes next? Is this what you're talking about? Oh. Formula One drivers and team bosses have called for answers from the FIA after a recovery vehicle entered the track at the Japanese Grand Prix while Pierre Gasly was still circulating a soaking wet Suzuka circuit. Okay, so it looks like they just went onto the track during the race, and he almost hit them. They got a little excited. There's a Prime Spencer in the resub Tyson and Turok in care. That same thing's happened and it's killed a driver with the same type of tractor. Jesus Christ. Meta, the biggest flop. I think across the entire history of flops, whether it be box office flops, product flops, whatever, Meta has to be the most costly. It's wiped $700 billion worth of value from the parent company and has plunged Zuckerberg's net worth from 150 to 30 bill. Still absurdly wealthy, but you can immediately see these massive numbers and how detrimental it is. And it's only just starting. At least I hope it's only just starting. I don't think it can recover. It's such a failed, useless product. It'll get better with time. The technology will get better with time. But the problem is, Meta is already 5 years behind VR chat. Fucking Blade and Sorcery is a more technically impressive experience than anything in the metaverse. So yeah, maybe in 10 years, but by then they'll be running off pennies. They'll have nothing left. Thanks to the resub Space Cat, and the Prime Waka, and the Bits Tori. Why doesn't Meta just buy VR chat? That would have been so much smarter if they just bought VR chat, honestly. I don't know. I really don't know why they didn't just do that. It's literally a direct competitor to VR chat, but it's worse in every possible aspect. Thanks to Prime. Resplanders. Can you even be a furry or anime girl in Meta? They have like 6 customization options, man. You can't even be yourself. Like, it's just not ready yet. Just give it some time. They're cooking it up. Thanks to the bitch Shuttle Man and the gift sub Sonia and the Prime David. No, they have legs. They just had a huge announcement about how they've added legs finally. But as I pointed out in the video I made about it, every single Meta conference always is the same thing. Eventually, we'll have things that currently exist in other things like VR chat. So like their whole conference is, we have these really cool things planned for the future. And that's it. It's like, this is coming maybe in a year. Within the next few years, we might see that's their whole thing. They have no fucking clue and no idea how long it will take them. Weren't the legs fake? I heard it was all done in post. Oh, that'd be news to me. I didn't hear that. I wouldn't be surprised. Really? It was fake? Holy shit. No, hold on. I have to look that up now. Meta... Okay, how about Metaverse legs? Oh my god. It turns out the legs that were shown off with all the kicking and jumping were fake. That was not actually Mark jumping. The sequence was pre-rendered for the show. Holy fuck, so they still don't have legs. This is a pretty... As much as I hate Forbes, it's a pretty reputable source. So I'm going to assume this is accurate. My god. That's so sad. That's so sad. Holy shit. Thanks to Prime Nifty. Have you done anything with Meta yet? No, I planned on going in there as a joke, but every time I try and convince myself it's a good joke, I'm reminded of the fact that I'd still have to go into the metaverse and it loses all the fun appeal. I know RT Game just went in there recently, and it seemed pretty miserable, like even as a joke. Thanks to resub Taz and Sneaky and Bapish. They have the money and resources to make it good, so why is it so bad? That is a great question. I have no idea how it could be so primitive. I don't know. I really don't. Thanks to Prime Frank. And the resub toe. There's a video on the history of the world according to the Ancient Alien series. Yeah, someone recommended that not long ago. I checked it out. Do you think his dev team is just ripping him off and bleeding him dry? How can you spend that much money and literally only have Meta to show for it? I don't know. I definitely think there is some tomfoolery afoot. Unless he has only hired the least talented developers of all time, I don't know how it could be in such a poor state. And so far behind things like VR chat. I mean, shit, even Second Life. Like, this is barely more technically impressive than Second Life. We started it last night, Kopi. It's just kind of rough because it's the person it's about is very, very cringe. It was hard to actually watch some of those TikToks. It's because it has to run on a mobile chip. It's not that complicated. Why does it have to run on a mobile chip? I actually don't... that's news to me. Why would it have to run on a mobile chip? For the Quest 2. I don't see why... Why would that be a hindrance, though? Isn't everything already made with that in mind? Oh, well, I guess not everything's compatible with the Quest 2, to be fair. I don't have the Quest, so I don't really know much about it. I have the Index. Thanks to resub Shinju and Sparlight and Cardboard. Do you think it's actually possible for Meta to go bankrupt? If you had asked me this 1 week ago, I would say no. But this gives me hope. 700 billion erased in a day. Well, I guess not like a full day. A bit more than a day. So, yeah. I think there may be a chance if they continue to go hog wild on Meta, the Metaverse, it could very well fuck them. Plus, Facebook itself already has such a terrible reputation, there's no way they're getting many new signups. I just don't believe that. Facebook is viewed negatively by the youth. Older people are the only ones on there. So the only demographic they still have is like an elderly base. So like they're not fucking prospering. Thanks to Tier 1 Ashton and the resub beg to differ and the Prime Scorpdo. Everyone says that, but there's still mad 20-year-olds there. You could be right. Maybe, I guess. But, like, I know for a fact kids are not signing up to Facebook. Why would they when you could just use TikTok? And that's what all of them do. Facebook is just seen as the not cool platform because your mom, dad, and grandma are on there. Why would you want to be on the platform, like, shit posting with your friends when your parents can fucking supervise you? They own Instagram. Oh yeah, true, they do own Instagram. That's another one that's been floundering a bit because they put so much focus on Reels. So I know they lost a lot of their base from like the forcing of Reels. I think it's still doing okay, but I know the whole Reels focus has really kind of turned a lot of people away. %95 of Instagram is just stolen TikToks. I don't really go on Instagram, so I couldn't tell you, but that sounds about right. Everything wants to be TikTok right now. Thanks for resub, Caleb. Yeah, but YouTube isn't trying to be TikTok. They're just trying to have their foot in the TikTok market. Things like Instagram are legit putting like their entire focus on being TikTok. But yeah, YouTube Shorts are a direct competitor as well. But that's just like a spin-off, not the focus. Do I think Avatar is going to be good? No. It definitely looks better than the M. Night Shyamalan movie, which of course is a very low bar. But you have to remember the creators of Avatar left the project due to creative differences, so whatever's going to come out I think is going to be trash. Thanks for the membership, Pand. But the trailer was fine. So here's hoping. You said the same thing about One Piece? Yeah, but One Piece didn't have Oda publicly besmirch it, saying that there was creative differences they couldn't reconcile and leave. Avatar, the actual creators left, saying that it was just not what they wanted. That's totally different. You remember when everyone was leaving Rockstar Games because of the extreme toxic environment? I actually don't remember that. When was that? Seen the rumors of Iron Man returning to the MCU? Yeah, we talked about it. I don't think they're gonna do that. That'd be well beyond desperate, and I don't think it would save them. I know they're desperate, but I don't think they're gonna bring Robert Downey Jr. back. It's not gonna save them, even if they did. Which I don't think they will, but it still wouldn't get people going back to Marvel movies. Especially not after the Marvels. I saw it tonight, it was absolutely atrocious. They are absolutely lost. What are your thoughts on this situation with The Escapist and everyone quitting after they fired the editor? I still didn't look into it, but I was surprised to hear that it was still going. People only went to The Escapist for a couple of specific creators, and I don't know anyone else who went there outside of that. So I was shocked that it was even still operational. Any plans to play Assassin's Creed Nexus? I'll probably play it once for 3 hours and quit like I do for all Assassin's Creed games because they're so fucking boring. That's super sweet, Tyson. That was very wholesome. Appreciate it, Alvin. Hope everything goes well. And yeah, of course, Ryan, at some point. And good luck. I hope it goes well for you, VHS. You hear that Deadpool 3 is the only MCU movie coming out in 2024. 3 other movies got delayed to 2025. Didn't hear that, but that's great news. Finally give people a break. Any thoughts on Modern Warfare 3? Worst campaign in Call of Duty history, but haven't played the multiplayer. And I've not seen the Jujutsu Kaisen episode today. I had to decline my friend inviting me to watch The Marvels. You saved yourself 150 minutes of agony. That movie is atrocious. It's not fun bad. There's not a single redeeming thing about it other than Miss Marvel being a good character. It's worthless. I don't know why they even put it out in the current state. Of course I'll play Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm very excited for that. Now you should get some rest, Ash. Was it worse than Shazam 2? Yes. It was somehow less coherent than Shazam 2 as well. I think R-rated Blade will help refresh the MCU. Maybe. No idea, Intent. And maybe because I switched to YouTube mainly. It can't be as bad as Eternals, right? It is. Thanks for the membership, Kev. Stalker 2 is releasing. It has a release date, doesn't it? I don't think that's something that's never coming out. But yeah, I'm definitely going to play it when it releases. I think the only thing that can save Marvel is if they bring in District 8 Medic. I wasn't a medic, I was a hospital helper. At least get my title correct. But you're right, that might revitalize the MCU. They made a whole fucking series around, well, I guess it wasn't all around him, but it had that guy, what's his name, Colin? Fuck, I forgot him. From Avengers. They could do that for me. Take me from the Hunger Games multiverse. Don't know enough about it, Cactus. Is it worse than Morbius? No. It's not worse than Morbius. But it is somehow a messier movie than Morbius. I'm telling you, it is not a cohesive movie that's printed. It's terrible. Thanks to the resub, Cat and Temple. That's super sweet. Thanks for that, Say. Yeah, I can check that out later. Hope you had a good night. Thoughts on Jennifer Gardner coming back for Elektra? Is she really? Oh my god, what a fucking throwback. Is that real? This is from like the golden age of trash superhero movies. Elektra. Oh my lord. Where are you seeing these rumors? Oh, Deadpool 3 rumors. Sounds great to me. Man, this and Daredevil. Bad movies, like objectively speaking, of course. But there's something special about that era. Good evening, Strange. Kind of like Daredevil from 03. It's a bad movie. Like, it's not a good movie. If you go back and watch it, it's pretty bad. But I liked it at the time, too. It was just a special era where some of the biggest dog shit movies were some of the most memorable as a kid. I listened to both of them, Kenneth. I'm a huge fan of both. Omni-Man came out today. Oh yeah, I forgot today's the day he comes out. Don't know who that is, Green. Has he stolen content and then reacted to it yet? Are you stuck in a time vortex, man? I haven't done react content in like a year. But good one. Objective view. Haven't started Pluto. Not yet. I heard great things, though, so I am excited. I'm doing alright, Alex. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, like I said, the new Avatar trailer was fine. Like, it definitely looks like a big improvement over the last one. But I am not expecting much, considering the creators left. So, I still think it's not going to be good, just based off of that. But I would love to be proven wrong. And I'm also tired of this fucking trend of taking extremely successful and extremely beautiful animated shows and making them live action, but only adapting it 1-to-1, so you don't really add anything to it, you just make it worse. Kind of like the fucking live action Lion King. Just like you take the exact same thing and make it worse. It worked really well for One Piece because they didn't just do it like that. They added their own creativity and input to it while keeping the vibe the same. Which is how you have to do it. It's fucking worthless to just take something animated and do a bad version of it live action. Like, what's the point? Stupid. It's fucking stupid. My shitty childhood was Zoom Academy for Superheroes. I saw that in theaters. That movie is awful. I hated it back then, too. It was so bad. You're talking about Tim Allen's Zoom, right? This came out during, like, the Sky High craze. This shit is atrocious. I didn't know anyone could like this movie. That's fair, Snow. I never watched Legend of Korra, though. That movie is so fucking good. It is not! It was bad even for its time. It was a horrible movie. Hope you had fun at the concert, Caleb. And yeah, I'm a fan. I think they're good. I don't know if it's fun bad. I haven't watched it since I was a young boy. Maybe it's fun bad. Thanks for the membership, Connor. You watched the Ghostbusters trailer? No, I totally forgot about it. I just have no interest in it, unfortunately. What's it called again? Frozen something? Frozen Empire. I don't know, I just can't even pretend to be interested in it. Ghostbusters is a franchise that it's just not getting any tender love and care, unfortunately. I wish it would, though. Loved Ghostbusters, and Ghostbusters 2 growing up. A lot of people didn't like the sequel, but I did. I still fucking quote, God, well, it's been a while since I quoted it now. Are you the Keymaster? I am Zool. What was the... Oh my god, that's not it. What the fuck was the order?